Right, very good morning everybody. Welcome to Killarney International Raceway for the Power Series event. I think it's our second one. And joining me Mike's side here for the first race of the day, Byron Knight. Byron, a very good morning. Nice to have you with me.
Yeah, very good morning, Francois. It's great to be here and a full program of racing today. And we're going to be starting with the Bijou Trusty Fine cars and the Formula Supercars. Of course, taking you through it will be a very super gentleman and a very fine chap. So, we have the Supercars are pulled into position. They'll take the front end of the grid. And then the fine cars will then slot into their positions behind. I'll take you through now just quickly. Ryan Cat will be the leading supercar there. Francois, the number 11, will be sharing the front row with Glenn Phillips. Andrew Moffat and Craig Hume will be third and fourth. Then we start with the fine cars. Gunther Appelgren will be pole position in the E36 BMW. Alongside him, Theo Klaassen in the GTX Nissan Skyline. Then Conrad Mathieu in the 928 Porsche. We usually have 944 Porsches, now we have a 928 as well. Johan Fourie in the VW Golf Mark II. Eckhard van Reenen in his Mercedes-Benz 190E. I think it's a second race for that car this year. And then Michael Reynolds in his E36 BMW. Is he in the field? Yes, he is. That blue BMW over there will round it off in 10th position. But of course, that will be the 6th position Byron, in the fine cars.
If I may just interrupt, Natasha Tissendorf is also out there in the VW Fox. So she's lying on the second row of the fine cars. We're under starters' orders. We're waiting for the lights. Lights go off and away they go. And going down towards turn number 1 is Ryan Cat, but Glenn Phillips gets a good pull on him. Moffat slots up there behind him. And they work their way down into turn number 1, Hol's Hook. And Glenn Phillips has the lead out there with the Nissan Skyline GTX there of Theo Klaassen leaving out on the fine cars.
You got a hell of a start there, Francois. I'm telling you, I thought he maybe kept the rest of the field. He got the rest of the field sleeping. And Gunther Appelgren started on pole in class. He's now down into 3rd position as the Golf Mark II of Johan Fourie comes up into 2nd position. But now you'll see he's going to be under pressure from the cars behind him. You got in there as well, Natasha Tissendorf in her VW, followed by that Merc.
Yeah, the supercars down into the Scepter corner, make their way up the Tigerberg straightaway up towards Malmesbury corner, the double right-hander. And the word is from the supercars that they have a couple of cars for sale between the amounts of 55 to 85,000 Rand. And if you guys are looking to race, it's a nice base to start racing. Those cars very quick, believe it or not. They don't look that quick on circuit, but they are very quick. Some of them run with V8 Masters, so it gives you an idea of the amount of speed and pace they have. If you're interested, contact the powers that be. And 2 cars going into turn number 5, Patamina Fastron corner, Glenn Phillips and Moffat alongside each other. Ryan Cat right up the exhaust as they come out. 3 cars in it as they make their way under the City of Cape Town Bridge up towards the start-finish line. And this is really hot stuff at the front end of the field.
Some very fast 4-cylinder cars there, Francois. I'll take a look now as well. As they come to the line, we'll have the GTX Nissan of Theo Klaassen will cross the line. Then we'll check the gap. It's a BMW, but it's not Gunther Appelgren. It's Michael Reynolds, and he will be 2.2 seconds back. Then we have the likes there of the Johan Klaassen Golf, and then Gunther Appelgren will follow suit as well. 0.3 of a second between them, but he's on the inside for turn 1 and should take that 3rd place right back there from Fourie. Fourie will go down into 4th position. Then we have Van Reenen and then Conrad Mathieu in the 928. I saw him come past. He goes through the first turn right now, but rounding off the field then behind, looks like it is the Eckhard van Reenen Mercedes 190E.
Well, there's a great scrap going on at the sharp end of the field there between the supercars. Looks like Glenn Phillips has got the upper hand ahead of Moffat as they come out of turn number 4. Work their way through, or is it Moffat that's gone? No, it's Moffat ahead of Glenn Phillips. Then Ryan Cat. Glenn Phillips gets a bit of a draft now. Slots up next to cars ahead of him and looks to go up on the inside there. Moffat on the outside. Ryan Cat tries to go 3 abreast on the outside, and that's not going to work. There's just not enough road space there for him. And now they sort of line stone stuff, touching bumpers as they come out of fast on Patamina corner. And still, it's Moffat leading out there. Glenn Phillips gets good drive. Ryan Cat sitting right up behind him there, looking to slot up between the two of them as he goes down towards turn number 1. It's a big ask. Craig Hume just a little bit behind. I think if he just pushes a little bit, he might join the party.
Well, he's quickest there, Francois, by half a second over the leader at the moment. So Craig Hume is on the move. Theo Klaassen comes across the line, still 2.2 seconds ahead of the Michael Reynolds E36 BMW. We wait now for Gunther Appelgren, not being having things all his own way. Started on pole position. He's now trying to get on the warpath now to close up that gap. He is 9 seconds back off of the pair ahead of him, and then what happens is Joanne Fourie comes right through. We forgot about Natasha Tischendorf over here in the CLI VW Jetta. That's of course in 9th position, and then Koenraad Mathieu crosses the line in the 928 Porsche. And now we're going to still wait here for Eckhard van Reenen. He is currently in 11th spot at the moment, and that's 7th place in the fine car section.
Well, looking at the supercars as they went through turn number 3, Ryan Catt up on the inside there of Glenn Phillips. So Moffat leading out, Catt goes to second, Phillips a little bit off the pace, and keep an eye on Craig Hume, he's trying to pull up a bit behind them. Now Ryan Catt looks up on the inside of Moffat, going into Patamina faster on. Here's a peak, and manages to squeeze his way into the front, gets a little bit of fishtail coming out there. Moffat pressing him hard, Catt leads out. Ryan Catt brings out the Caltron machine and gets himself at the sharp end under the City of Cape Town Bridge. Moffat up alongside him now as they hurtle down towards turn number 1, Holds Corner, and hopefully Ryan Catt will be able to hold up on the inside line and shut out Moffat as he enters the corner.
Well, coming now out of Pertamina Fastron, it is the leaders of the fine car section. Theo Klaassen in the GTX Nissan crosses the line. It was 2.2 seconds between himself and Michael Reynolds the last time. He's now 1.4 seconds, and that will mean that Michael Reynolds would have had a slightly faster lap. We're talking about a 6/10 of a second faster lap on the last lap as they cross the line. Gunther Appelgren losing touch slowly but surely from the two ahead of him, and then there comes Natasha Tischendorf. She made her way past Joanne Fourie, but now where is Joanne Fourie? I don't see her on the circuit. Here comes the Porsche of Koenraad Mathieu. I think Joanne Fourie did sneak through on me over there. She's currently in 9th position. Eckhard van Reenen, he's still right, well and truly out there as well, and on the lead lap.
Well, Andrew Moffat managed to slide up the inside of Ryan Catt, going through Dams down into the Deceptor corner. They now make their way down the back straight. Moffat leads out over Catt. Phillips is there. And Craig Hume trying to encroach upon the party as he gets a little bit closer, going down into turn number 5, Patamina Fastron corner. Watch them lead out now. Moffat still heads up the supercar fraternity as he works his way out now up towards the bridge. And Ryan Catt trying to get a bit closer, hopefully draft his way down towards turn number 1. But coming up there behind him now, Glenn Phillips, Craig Hume trying to just get that little bit extra out of the car, then he can just join the party up ahead of him now. He can see them, but he can't touch them. And hopefully he will just be able to find a little bit extra in some corner somewhere.
Well, 3 laps left to go, and look at this now, nose to tail between the leaders. It looks like he must have had a scrappy lap there. Theo Klaassen onto the inside on the main straight up to the first turn. He'll go on the inside as Reynolds in the BMW, and he will take the lead as locking up is Theo Klaassen. Wonderful move there from Reynolds. Here comes Gunther Appelgren across the line now, 13.3 seconds back. Then we have Natasha Tischendorf doing her best to close up the gap to the BMW in that little Jetta CLI at 6.7 seconds back. Then Joanne Fourie, who I missed the last time over there in her Mark II Golf. Here comes Koenraad Mathieu now. Then we wait a little while for Eckhard van Reenen. As I say, 3 laps left to go, including the lap they are currently on. And going through Interceptor now, you'll see the BMW slightly edging away from Theo Klaassen's Nissan.
Well, the status quo remains there on the supercars. They enter turn number 5, Patamina Fastron corner. They work their way out there. Moffat leads out. Ryan Catt second, Glenn Phillips third. A little way back there, Craig Hume down in 4th. As they come out towards the City of Cape Town Bridge, they're trying to close up on the back of some of the fine cars. These supercars having a real roll of it today as they make their way down towards turn number 1. And Moffat holding out there. He's got 2 laps to go. So the penultimate lap, Glenn Phillips taking a bit of a wide line there into holes and losing a little bit of touch of the back of Ryan Catt. You'll have to up the ante a little bit as Craig Hume enters turn number 1 and the drivers make their way up towards turn number 2. Ryan Catt now closing up there on the back of Moffat, looking for a switchback on him. He sits up behind Moffat. Moffat's got good drive coming out of Quarry Corner and makes his way through the king and keeps Ryan Catt at bay.
well, coming up to turn 1 there, holds hook. It looks like Theo Claassen took the lead right back. He locks up, he's ahead of the BMW, but holds it ahead of Reynolds as they come out of turn 1 onto the Joubert straight now as well. You'll get the head down. 2 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on at the moment, and Reynolds, he'll be running out of time. He'll probably look on the outside into turn 2, and now it looks like he holds the line there. He hugs the curb over there, the Nissan of Theo Claassen, but Reynolds trying as he may to get past 1/10 of a second as they cross the line. Gunther Appelgren 15 seconds back. He's been able to hold off Natasha Tischendorf, who's 7.2 seconds back, so looking like at the moment a 3rd place for him in this first race of the day. They'll go through the double apex right hand of the leaders now. You'll see on screen if you're watching, if you're around the track, you'll see when they come around that section, but now onto the back straight will then run, and I think what happens is, just to look at this, I think Theo Claassen's got enough of a gap between himself and that 43 and BMW to hold the lead for now.
Oh, and going into turn number 1, a big coming together there between Ryan Catt and Andrew Moffat. They managed to spin it out and then get going, but it looks like Glenn Phillips will take the lead with both hands. Moffat gear comes out there unscathed, then Ryan Catt. Ryan Catt's now lost touch with the leaders and brought Craig Hume into the picture as they enter Quarry Corner, so a little bit unfortunate. There we see them going into there, and hopefully they will be able to sort it out, but they're on their last lap.
Reynolds back in the lead over here as well of the race, and braking very early over there is the Theo Claassen Nissan. They go through turn 1 now onto the Joubert straight, and then will run it towards turn 2. And turn 2, they'll looks like he's got enough of a gap between himself, Reynolds, and Theo Claassen at the moment. The 3rd time that the lead has changed over here, and a lot of smoke coming from the left rear of that Nissan GLX. And well, let me tell you one thing, they're going now right through the kink at the moment. GTX, excuse me, the GTX is going right through. Of course, that's the 2-door model. And well, they go through Interceptor now, and it looks like he lost a hell of a lot of ground over there. So it looks like it's his race to lose. The man, of course, in 5th place overall and 1st overall in fine cars, Michael Reynolds.
Well, the Supercars cross the line, still being led out there now by Andrew Moffat. Glenn Phillips in 2nd place, Ryan Catt 3rd, Craig Hume 4th. Make their way down into turn number 1. And looks like Glenn Phillips is going to try and hold out there on the front end. Moffat closing him down, hand over foot, trying his best there to, on his last lap now, to try and sort something out into Quarry. And Phillips still leads out. Catt getting a little bit closer, not close enough to mount a challenge. Then Craig Hume, and they make their way down through Dams into Interceptor.
Well, briefly side by side, well no, it's not side by side, that was the Mercedes being lapped of Eckhart von Rienen, but the winner is Michael Reynolds of the fine car section. We wait for Theo Claassen. Sorry, one more lap, excuse me, my mistake, excuse me everybody. One more lap to go. I lost count over there, and well, still leading the way, it is the BMW, but smoking again into turn 1 is Theo Claassen. Locking up that left rear, looks like it over there as well, and you'll see him do most likely the same into turn 2, and that will cause him to lose even more ground to the BMW.
Right, so the Supercars now going into turn number 5. Put them in a fast run. They've been led out there by Andrew Moffat, Glenn Phillips, Ryan Catt, Craig Hume. They make their way now out of turn number 5. Checkered flag will be waiting for them as they come up towards the start-finish line. It looks like Moffat's done enough to put the first one in the bag. Moffat crosses the line. Phillips, here comes Catt. Catt looks up on the inside, but Phillips quick enough over the line. Ryan Catt 3rd, Craig Hume will bring it home in P4.
All right, All right, so now on this final lap for the fine cars, Michael Reynolds, an ex-CHD driver as well, so a lot of oval racing fans, stock car racing fans will recognize that name, and he's doing something great in fine cars now. The 4 of the supercars have crossed the line already. I thank Francois for joining me on this one over here. Now we wait. Going out of the Pertamina fast run. Here comes the BMW now. It is Michael Reynolds in the E36 BMW that takes the victory, 5th overall. And then we wait now for Theo Claassen's in the GTX Nissan. Of course, there was a lot of smoke coming from that rear left. I don't know if there was body work maybe touching. I think it could be some body work touching over here as well on the left-hand side. I don't know if that's coming from the exhaust. I'm trying to see the color of the smoke. It does look like a tinge of blue, so we could have a bit of oil getting past the rings maybe as well. We'll have to see about that one. But Gunther Appelgren will come through in third position, the man who started on pole position, a half a second back of Theo Klaassen. Natascha Tischendorf in 8th position, the VW Jetta CLI. And then Joanne Fourie in the VW Golf Mark II will make her way through 9th position. 5th overall, 5th in the fine car section. Koenraad Mathieu in the Porsche 928. Had a bit of a lonely race over there, Koenraad Mathieu. He's in the 928, like I said, and 10th overall and 5th in class. And Eckhard van Rienen, who made his first appearance the last time in the fine cars. He will come through in 11th spot, but 1 lap down on the winner. Well, that's of course the first race of the day done and dusted. We're going to be moving on now to a 31 lapper. So we're going to have basically 3 races in one, you could say, for the sports and GT cars. We'll be taking you through that shortly, so we'll go off the mic for a short bit so we can catch our breath, and we'll be back for the Ons Huisie 100, or Ons Huisie 100, yes, sorry. My mathematics at this time of the morning can be quite, non-existent. But anyway, chat soon.
So to those at home and abroad, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for affording us the opportunity to invade your lounge, wherever you may be, at work, whatever the case may be. And we sincerely hope you enjoy the day's racing. Like we said, a full day. After this, we've got the V8 Masters, we've got the GTI Challenge, we've got the Super Twin Cup and the SSP motorcycles, we've got the Superbike Challenge, we've got the Clubman Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles, and then we've got the Open Wheeler Formula Libra. And we've got some Clubman's racing today. There's plenty out there that will be keeping us busy, so sit back, relax, enjoy your day. To the spectators that have arrived at the circuit, welcome, thank you for joining us. We sincerely hope you have a lovely day. And as you know, up here in the commentary box, we're doing double duty, both to you live around the circuit and to our folks at home. So we sincerely hope that you enjoy what we have to bring to you, enjoy what you have on screen, and if you're sitting around the circuit, enjoy what you have in front of you. For the folk around the circuit, remember to stay safe. You've got little ones, like your cell phone on their arm, so if they do wander off and they do get lost, at least we can give you a shout and just tell you where your young child is. So let's, as the cars warm up, we'll be getting this one underway pretty shortly. Joining me, Mike's side, Byron Knight. Byron, a bigger field than we anticipated. So it looks like a couple of the old stalwarts came to the fore, and I think we should be in for a bit of a race. I see Francis Carruthers there with Steve Humble, and the Pull Beam and the Mallock. They should be running out front, but take nothing away from the likes of Jaco Lambert and Martin Prince.
Oh, I love the oldies but goldies. You know, you have there the Lola T212 of Louis Diaga, the Elf S06, which is the Lotus 23 sports car by Eric Salomon. Of course, also an old hand here at Killarney, and I use old in the most nicest way possible. And Henny Bosman in the Lotus 7, of course, Mr. Karate SA himself, probably one of the most decorated karate practitioners in the country, if not Africa or the Southern Hemisphere. You can name it. The man is how many dans? I don't know much about karate. Seven dans. I don't know much about karate. I only did like one white belt and 2 stripes or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, Francois, we're going to be in for a good one over here. 14 cars in the Spitfire Furniture Althuisie 100. Carruthers and Humble at the front, and away we go for the starter of this race. Francis Carruthers will be the man taking the whole shot into turn 1. But wait, the second phase of the start, there comes the Opel Mallock. And that is going to be, of course, Steve Humble that leads the way onto the Joubert Straight as he comes. Francis Carruthers will have another stab at it, surely, but no, he's not as brave on the brakes. I think he's a bit heavier than that Mallock ahead of him. So what happens is he could afford to be a little bit more brave on the brakes. Dan Dare on the brakes there for the Mallock of Steve Humble. They'll go through Interceptor now on this first of 31 racing laps, Francois.
Yeah, lying in third place, it looks like a Nardini there with Jaco Lambert, followed there by Martin Prince in the GT3 Cup, the mobile Porsche. And then we've got the likes of Martin Pugh and Yanni Hatzi, Louis Diaga, all up there behind him as they make their way down the back straight down towards turn number 5, determining a fast strong corner. And the Mallock of Steve Humble leading them out into turn number 5. Francis Carruthers still holding on to second place. Then dropping down to 4 is Lambert. The Porsche there of Martin Prince has managed to work his way up to third. Absolutely no slouch. It's a cup car, so it's very quick. The mobile logo on it. Then down in 5, Louis Diaga looking very spirited this morning as he finds himself in P5 with Gary Kieswetter in the Martini Porsche running his outside and moving his way up into P4.
Well, Francois, as far as things are concerned, a 31 lapper we usually class around the endurance side of things, but that doesn't mean that some of these guys are going to want to actually turn this into a sprint race. And Francis Carruthers was all over the back briefly in turn 1 on Steve Humble. They go through Interceptor corner now. The gap between them when they cross the line was 0.4 of a second, but already 2.6 seconds further back is the likes of Martin Prince in that Porsche GT3 Cup car, excuse me. It's a bit of a tongue twister there. And of course the Dutchman, the number 72, holds himself ahead here of Jaco Lambert at this time.
Yeah, now all happening out there. Steve Humble posting some of the quicker times around the circuit. Francis Carruthers trying to stay in touch. Like we said, Martin Prince in the Cup Porsche sitting there down in P3, Jaco Lambert in 4. They're all in different classes. The best out of that lot now, Martin Prince in Class C, finding himself up mixing with the Class A's. Louis Iago now is up to P5, ahead with Gary Kieswetter now has moved past him. So Kieswetter now moving up past Lambert and is finding his way towards the front. Gary Kieswetter there also with a full spec cup car as well. Porsche GT3 RS trying to work his way towards the front of the field. We've still got 29 laps to go, and this is quite a lengthy race, Mr. Ives.
Well, Francis Carruthers has just taken the lead right back from Steve Humble. On the line he did it, and he took the fastest lap of the race as well, a 1:14.555. There were 0.08 of a second between the two of them when they crossed the line. Martin Prince is basically losing about 2.3 seconds a lap here, almost like it, because he is, of course, a Class C runner. He leads Class C at the moment ahead of Gary Kieswetter's GT3 Cup car, which, of course, is also a Class A. Jaco Lambert is the leader in Class B at the moment, and he finds himself ahead of the likes of Martin Pugh. Louis Diaga second in the Class, 7th overall in the Lola, ahead of Yanni Hatsi in that SX200 Nissan.
Right, so the leaders now cross the line. Over the line goes Francis Carruthers, post say 1:14.2, followed there by Steve Humble.
Finds himself in second place in class number 10 as Francis Carruthers comes through once again. Steve Humble comes through in second position, 2.9 seconds, just fringing on 3 seconds now, and Henny Bosman unfortunately will be the first man out there to be lapped by the leaders.
Well, there we go. Gary Kieswetter gets past Martin Prince, going down into turn number 1. They'll hook it around 1, make their way up the base straight towards Quarry Corner. Your leader still coming out. So you see the cars coming out there. There we go. As the Porsches make their way up towards Quarry Corner. Our producer staying there with us. There's Gary Kieswetter now ahead of Martin Prince. Those two Porsches at it hammer and tongs now as they work their way through the kink. Gary Kieswetter, well, he's got his race face on this morning as he makes his way down into Interceptor Corner. That 998 GT3 RS starting to up the ante as the GT3 Cup car of Martin Prince tries to stay in touch, make their way up towards Malmesbury Corner, the double right-hander. You see them come out. And, bit of tyre smoke in turn 1, but that's all good. So the two Porsches make their way down the back straight. trust me, well over the 220, 230 kilometer an hour mark as they make their way down towards turn number 5. And late on the brakes, does Gary Kesman the climb and works his way around, Byron.
I suspect the 200 SX of Yanni Hatsi actually went to the beach at turn 1 because he's going around the circle. He's going quite slowly, if you ask me. He's been caught by a number of cars, and there were yellow flags waving in the turn 1 section. He must have kicked up quite a bit of sand over there as well. Hopefully not too much on the circuit. Otherwise, it can make it very slippery down there. But Yanni Hatsi is the man that leads Class D at the moment, and he was ahead of Eric Salomon, 13 seconds ahead of him. And in turn, 9/10 of a second ahead of Emil Buerta was Eric Salomon in that 350Z. He is currently, Emil Buerta, second in Class D after 5 racing laps on their side. Now 6 racing laps as Francis Carruthers crossed the line, 3.9 seconds ahead of Steve Humble.
Yeah, Martin Pugh, number 21, has pulled into the pits. He's got the Nissan Shelby Can-Am, so something wrong with that car. But still being led out by Francis Carruthers. And, flames churning out the back of that 350Z. And that is the 350Z of Emil Buerta. And a little bit of overfueling going down into turn 1. There you see the cars on your screen going into turn 1. And really giving it a good stonking. Eric Salomon ahead there of Henny Trollope. Up behind him, that Nissan there of Emil Buerta. And having a look there, Divan Lismore sitting up there behind Ray Farnham. He's trying to get through, and the pull beam of Francis Carruthers now carving its way through the slower traffic as he makes his way down into the Scepter corner. He'll be coming up towards Malmesbury corner. There you see on your screen, there he comes up towards, that's your leader. And he's managed to lap some of the cars. We're only 6 laps in, and already the leaders are starting to lap some of the cars. So I think they will finish, and some of the cars will be about 2 or 3 laps down on them when we come towards the end of the race. So Francis Carruthers still ahead of Steve Humble.
Safety car. Sorry,
we might have a safety car coming out.
Yeah, it's the 72 Martin Prince Porsche that is in the tyre wall at Interceptor corner. Yellow flags waving in that section over there. So he's put the car into the wall over there, into the tyre wall, and a safety car will now be coming out. Yanni Hatsi is the 200 SX that came into the pits. Will be right behind. The safety car will let them all through so he can pick up Francis Carruthers in the Pulbean PM84.
Well, we have a safety car.
Firebucky's out there too.
Let's have a look. See, trying to pick up where the car went off, possibly out of view. Yeah, it's just out of our view, unfortunately, on the outside of Interceptor corner. So they'll just go and sort that out. Double yellows waving down into the corner as they go down into Interceptor corner. So hopefully they'll be able to sort that one out not too long from now. Just get in the recovery vehicle and take the car in.
Yeah, they'll slowly go behind the safety car. They'll make sure to keep heat in the tires. The tire pressures drop. If they get too cool, get heat in the brakes. Remember, when the race starts again, that means they need to, when they get going, be able to brake into turn 1 efficiently without locking up and get good traction as the green flag gets waved. But the marshals for now on the circuit. Martin Prince is the man who went off at turn 3. The safety car is a Bucky coming over here as well. There's a Nardini that comes through, the Nardini of Jaco Lambert will come through. You'll see that the Lola of Louis Diago will make his way through that section as well. Well, 22 laps to go in this race. Francois was just saying earlier on, we just had 6 laps, and the drama starting 6 laps in. Francois, of course, a 31 lapper. Usually had these after lunch, but it's quite early for a 31 lapper. Doing the Ons Huisie Spitfire finish or Ons Huisie 100.
they caught us fresh, Byron. They planned it well. Otherwise, we're usually a little bit rusty in towards the afternoon after a long day's commentating. But yeah, great to have this out early, that we get it under the belt. We return back to our sprint racing. That's going to be a lot of fun. And we look forward to a full bowl of racing here today. Just having a look at the program to let you know what is happening. So we've got the 100 now. After this, we've got V8 Masters, then the GTI Challenge, then the Super Twin Cup with the SSB 300 bikes, then the Superbikes, the Strata Technology Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Round motorcycles. We'll have the Open Wheeler Formula Libras. Then we're going to have a minute silence for some of the passing of our members. The Lauda Classic cars will be on, and then the Thermo Fires Clubman Saloons, and we'll have a lunch break at about 1:30 until about 2 o'clock. There'll be a fan of the V8 Masters. So still lots to come. It's going to be a long day, and we will be here to try and entertain.
Well, we're a bunch of good guys, you know, entertaining guys, I can tell you that much. By the end of the day, I think we were ready to strangle each other, but you know, we have a breather for a few weeks and then we're back here always again. But thank you for joining us, whether you are at the circuit or somewhere in the world watching us on the live stream. We're passionate about racing, and we love to share our passion for racing with you. As the field comes through now, Francis Carruthers, he of course took Steve Humble briefly on the line earlier on, lost the lead, but took it right back eventually and was building up quite a commanding lead over there. 5.5 seconds was the gap or something like it. It was growing every lap, and then what happens is now the race hangs in suspension. There is the Porsche into the wall, and yeah, into the tires over there as well. Now, fantastic Marshall's crew will always be on site very quickly.
Well, Byron, just to add, having a look at the camera, we see the Porsche parked into the tyre wall, and yeah, suddenly I feel a little bit ill. Not a nice sight to see damaged Porsches, but nonetheless, yeah, great to see our marshals on the scene. We'll have a recovery vehicle out there pretty shortly, and they'll be able to recover the car. Medics on site, I don't think there's too much wrong there. And once that's all sorted out, the cars will be going in. They're all under the pace car. Well, a little Kia pace car, I think it's going flat out, and the car's all idling up behind, and it's the difference between a road car and a race car. And they're down into turn number 1, under the pace car orders. Now, this is very sort of like the NASCAR story. You know, you have the pace car and the race gets run under pace car. Very frustrating for the drivers. Unfortunately, it is a rule. Sometimes we know, like in Formula 1, we have the virtual safety car, but here we have an actual safety car on the circuit, and all the cars lined up behind them. Now, with your leaders bringing up the rear of that line, so when the race restarts, it's going to be somewhat frustrating for the quicker cars to try and get through the slower traffic.
Well, they'll be gritting their teeth, Francois. As it is, the race is currently in suspension at the moment. No passing under the safety car. They have to hold position, and the safety car will be taking them around. The laps do count down as well. 20 laps to go now in this 31-lap race. The elapsed time, almost 16 minutes now, just goes 16 minutes. The best lap time when we were still green flag racing. Oh, there was a replay I just saw now of the Porsche going off, and there was quite a bit of smoke coming over there, a heavy lockup. Yeah, the right front lockup, and that's quite an impact. You know, he just went straight off at the interceptor right-hander.
Yeah, Byron, that could also be a brake issue or possibly a steering issue, because he didn't make any attempt to turn. The car just went headstrong and straight, and he was climbing on the brakes. So pretty unsure as to what the cause of that running off was. And I sincerely hope that Martin's okay, and he'll be back to fight another day, as they say, and they just have to recover that car.
You can always count on our Killarney marshals and safety crews. I'll rate them of the best in the world. I can tell you one thing, passion for motorsport, it runs through the veins here of the guys and girls at Killarney, and they will be towing that car shortly to the pits. And hopefully the bank balance, well, let me tell you one thing, it's going to ache a little bit, but hopefully Martin Prince is okay. A few more replays they're showing over here like Francois was pointing out, didn't even make an attempt to turn into the corner. Most likely either a brake or a steering issue. But the safety car will take him around. There's Yanni Hutzi. He was briefly in the pits as well. He went off, and I think it was him that went off at turn 1 Holes Hook, and he came right back on that 200 SX with the Imperial Japanese flag emblazoned on the doors, the sides of that particular motor car. 200 SX is very popular here in South Africa, especially in the drifting scene as well. That lovely power with the rear wheel drive. And there goes that Porsche, looking a bit on the second-hand side.
Yeah, I don't think it's second hand. I think that's more third hand. But it's a Porsche, it's well built, and I'm sure it'll be sorted out in the not too distant future. But great to know that the driver is okay. I think that's our main concern. You know, a car you can rebuild or rebuy, but you can't a person that's badly damaged. Have a look at those brake lines going in there into it. He locked it up heavily, worked his way in. So he must have realized early on that there's an issue. I think it's a steering issue. Possibly the rack or something just didn't want to work with him, and he decided to stomp on the brakes and try and slow the car down.
Well, it just shows you, Francois, that it doesn't matter how great the machinery is, you know, there is always room for a failure to happen or something to happen, but we learn from that and we move from that, we get stronger from that, and what happens is we get back to racing. And like you said, the main thing right now is to know that Martin Prince is A-OK. And while these guys, I always say, like the riders, the bikers as well, tough as nails. You know, that's what motorsport, that's what racing drivers and riders are, as tough as nails. And well, that should be soon when the marshals have left their posts over there, get the race going again. Like you were saying as well, Francois, the mindset now. What goes through the minds of these drivers? You know, they're anxious to get racing again. You know, the tire pressures, they can drop as they're going very slowly. They're losing that heat in the tires as well. They've got to make sure those brakes are up to temp as well. The last thing you want is to go under a safety car. You barrel it into turn 1, and then you lock up, and then you into the sand as well. So what happens is it breaks the concentration a little bit. But let me tell you one thing, these guys are getting some good experience under the safety car conditions now for future races as well. And some of them have never gone through a safety car period, I would think, before as well. Many of them coming from the sprint racing side.
Yeah, invariably so, but they know what the rules and regulations are, so they will sit up behind the safety car. As we said, our leaders, the quick cars, are lying at the back. The other quick cars are more towards the front. Seeing their third up behind the car there is Gary Kieswetter. So he sits sort of up the line, and unfortunately Martin Prince not there, and hopefully he will be okay. But Gary Kieswetter now with a bit of an upper hand is ahead of the leaders, but he's possibly just a lap down on them, just a lap here. So he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to catch up towards them. Jaco Lambert still sitting in P4, Louis de Jager 5, Eric Salomon 6, Henny Trollop 7, Emil Buerter 8, Ray Farnham 9, Divan Lismore down in 10, followed by Henny Bosman and Yanni Hutzi, who brought that Nissan 200 SX back onto the circuit, as pointed out by Byron. And yes, those 200s are very, very popular around the country, especially amongst the, should we say, the purists who like to collect those cars, and they really do make them pretty wild, to say the least.
And also as well, you get the 200 SXs, there's more of them than the 300 ZX that you also see every so often as well around. But Nissan and South Africa have gone hand in hand for many years. You always take your Toyotas, your VWs, Nissan especially is a lovely following here from the Datsun days. And you'll see on Facebook a lot of Datsun groups and a lot of guys reminiscing about the old days of South African racing when there's Datsuns and Nissans from the 70s and 80s. But it looks like Francois we're ready to go once more now. And Francis Carruthers leads the field away. Green flag racing you'll see now by the marshals, and 17 laps to go as they go now into turn 1 into Holes Hook.
Well, Gary Kieswetter leading the pack out as he got past some of the slow cars, makes his way up towards Quarry Corner, turn number 2. Divan Lismore there in the 350Z, followed by Jaco Lambert trying to go around the outside there of Ray Farnham. They make their way through the kink. Jaco Lambert gets a good drive. Now he's after Gary Kieswetter in the Nardini. Kieswetter in the Porsche. Then the pole beam there of Francis Carruthers now already finding himself up to about P5 in that pack. as they make their way through Interceptor corner. There you see on your screen all the cars coming through Interceptor corner and making their way up towards Malmesbury corner. That double right-hander, Francis Carruthers, exercising a little bit of patience as he waits to work his way through the field. He will use the legs of that pull beam PM84 and try and work his way down towards Patamina Fostron corner.
Yeah, the kind of got engulfed at the start over there. A bit of a lock-up as well from, I think, the Lotus 7. I think that could be the Lotus 7 of Henny Bosman. But now we'll have to see as a 350Z, sorry, goes wide. That is Divan Lismore onto the gravel. But here comes Francis Carruthers now. The Nardini will get the Lotus 7 on the straight and will go into turn 1 now. So they go across the line. It is Francis Carruthers from Steve Humble as they come to the line. 0.8 of a second between the two of them. Gary Kieswetter. Well, we'll wait for him now because Louis Diaga, Eric Salomon, Henny Trollope, Emil Boert have all been lapped. That's why they've come through right with the leaders at the moment. And then Gary Kieswetter and Jaco Lambert, we watch out for them as well. The Porsche and the Nardini respectively.
Well, you look at the screen there now. Steve Humble right up the back end there of Francis Carruthers. I think Steve Humble's got a little bit extra in the tank there to close up on Carruthers. Carruthers comes there into Malmesbury, double right-hander, works his way through. Steve Humble right up there behind him in the Opel Mallock Mark 14B as he pushes his way down the back straight down towards turn number 5, Patamina Fostron corner. And will he make a move at him? No, Steve just hangs back, lets Francis go into turn number 5. But I think he's got a little bit more oomph in that car than he's expected. And he's just biding his time to sit behind Francis Carruthers. He'll make a bit of a race out of it. We've got 15 laps to go. And it won't be too long before we come to the end of this one.
Yeah, Carruthers comes through now. He's extending his advantage once again. 0.8 of a second the last time out, now 1.1. So putting it up by 0.3 of a second faster on the last lap. 1:15.471 was 0.3 of a second faster than the 1:15.760 of Steve Humble, the man who started on pole position and now finds himself second overall, second in class. Gary Kieswetter crossed the line earlier on. They were about to be lapped, Kieswetter and Lambert, and then they will join the likes of Louis Diaga being a lap down there as well. But I think what happens is they'll be lapped fairly shortly as well. Louis Diaga, Eric Salomon, he's 3.2 seconds off of Diaga, two oldie and goldies. I can tell you that much over there. The Lola versus the Alf S06, the Lotus 23 sports car. Henny Trollope, a man we haven't mentioned too much of there as well, in 7th position, but leading Class D overall from the one Nissan 350Z of Emil Boert.
Yeah, Henny Trollope having a good run of it down in 7th. Your cars cross the line now. Gary Kieswetter crosses the line there, coming out. There's your Paulina of Mallock, and then the Nardini of Jaco Lambert up behind them. Jaco down in P4. And leading out Class B, he's actually there's only 2 Class Bs, of which one is off the circuit. That was Martin Pugh in the Porsche, so he's the lowly Class B. But he finds himself down in P4, which is a very respectable position. Louis Diaga in 5, Eric Salomon 6, Henny Trollope, followed by Emil Boert, Ray Farnan, Devon Lismore, Yanni Hatzi, and then Henny Bosman. As we have a look-see, we have now got 14 laps to go, and it's now down to a sprint race, as you said early on.
Well, he's now into turn 1. I see there. Oh, that's Divan Liz. Or is that Emil Boert? There are flames coming from that exhaust. My goodness, he's now in a puff of smoke. He's stopped on the outside of turn 1. The 350Z is out of the Ons Hasey 100. The marshals will make their way there. The yellow flags will surely come out. And that was a big flamethrower, that 350Z over there as well. Must have got a little bit hot under the backside there, but it looks like it's out. And Emil Boert will get out of that car a bit toasted and roasted, but all good, I can tell you that much.
A serious little bit of over-fueling there on the Nissan. That fuel obviously running down the exhaust and igniting in the silencer chamber. And, well, a little bit of a scare, because as he switched the car off, the flame shut out. So fortunate for him, no real damage. And funnily enough, Byron. We've seen now, even like with the sports cars when they come down from Johannesburg, turn one, a lot of flame outs. Have you noticed? It's strange because they come down into turn one, they gear down, and they have a lot of heat, a lot of fuel overfueling. They dump fuel into that silencer box, and it flares up. And we've had cars catch a light. So yeah, racing, a funny game.
No, let me tell you one thing, it's amazing to see. That's where the action always is. As we see on the screen now, the Gary Kieswetter Porsche well and truly still in this race. He is in third position in the overall capacity and as well as the Class A capacity as well. Jaco Lambert will lead Class B at this time in the Nardini. And then we have quite a gap between all. We have the likes of Louis Diago, Eric Salomon, both Class D entrants, Henny Trollop. Like we were saying, Emil Buerta was running second in Class D, and that will now go to Ray Farnham in the Opel Birkin 7 2-litre. Well, Devon Lismore had a short off there as well earlier on, so the 250Zs having their trials and tribulations as far as the 100 kilometer race is concerned. Henny Bosman still in this race, not having things all his own way. I would like to see him bring the Corvette back as well and have a go in that.
I'm sure a lot of people like to see that old black and gold Chev Corvette back, but yeah, he's decided that he will take on a Lotus 7. How big Henny fits into that little Lotus 7, I don't know.
He's a tall man, I can tell you that.
He's a bit taller than me, so, and trust me, I've sat in the Lotus 7, it's a bit of a tight one, so Henny going in there. But the man's very fit, and he'll be able to enjoy it, so I'm sure he's having a lot of fun out there. Francis Carruthers still leading out, his best time of the day, 1:14.8, not too fast from him, but quick enough. Steve Humble there on a 1:14.9, Gary Kieswetter up to a 1:15.7, Jaco Lambert at a 1:19.3, and Louis Diago down to 1:23.5. So it's given an idea of the time set by the cars based on their different categories and the powertrains that they run. So we're still Carruthers that leads out. Gary Kieswetter now being passed there by Francis Carruthers, and now Gary Kieswetter is absolutely no slouch. It gives you an idea of the pace that's been set there by Francis Carruthers as they exit turn number 1 Holzhoek and make their way up the Joubert Straight towards Quarry Corner. And yeah, I don't think Gary will be too concerned about that Francis has passed him. Maybe a little bit of pride that his car's not that quick, but it's in a different class of its own, so to speak, although Kieswetter is in Class A. That pole beam is actually a sports car, and followed there by the Opel Maloch there of Steve Humble, who's not too far behind Gary Kieswetter.
Well, let me tell you one thing. Gary Kieswetter currently on his own. He's 20.5 seconds ahead of Jaco Lambert. I'm sure, yes, his Porsche is not as fast as Carruthers or Humble, but I'm sure he's very appreciative for them for keeping him company for a short while. It's a very lonely race out there for him. Even though, like you say, for pride, he is a lap down, 19 laps completed, 20 laps by Francis Carruthers and Steve Humble, 11 laps left to go in this race, and 3.2 seconds between Carruthers and Humble at this time. But Jaco Lambert, like I say, 20.5 seconds behind Gary Kieswetter. His turn will be at 21.6 seconds ahead of Louis Diago in the Lola. Then the Alfa S06 of Eric Salomon. Henny Trollop, the leading Lotus 7 at the moment. He currently lies in the lead of the class ahead of Ray Farnham in the Opel Birkin 7. And I remember a number of years ago speaking to the late Barry Blomkamp, who many years ago raced a Lotus 7 around here at Killarney in around about 87, 88. And I remember him always telling me that a lot of the guys always preferred the replica Lotus 7s to the actual genuine Lotus 7 from a setup perspective. You know, you could do more with the setups on the Birkins and on the replicas of the genuine Lotus 7. But I remember always the Lotus 7, the Caterhams, you know, who were always, you know, promoted at these racing cars that you could live in on the road.
Yeah, you can literally take them on the road, and you do occasionally see some of them on the road. Although the guys race them, they're roadworthy, they've got lights, they can go out there. It's a lovely kit car. Very pricey at the moment in terms of what you get, but you can put whatever motor you like in it and whatever gearbox. You can operate the brakes, you can do all that. Leader now across the line, that's Francis Carruthers, and he's now done 22 laps, 9 laps to go. He's followed by Steve Humble, who's approximately 5 seconds behind him. So Francis Carruthers just turned up the ante a little bit, makes his way up towards Quarry Corner. There you see come up towards us down your screen. into quarry, followed there by Steve Humble and then Gary Kieswetter. So the front three working their way around, and some of the other drivers are down from Gary backwards. Everyone's down 2 laps, down to Ray Farnham is 3 laps down, Yanni Atsi 4 laps, and Emil Botha, who's out of the race at the moment. So Henny Bosman also doing well, also 3 laps down.
Yeah, there were 14 entered, and we have now, of course, 11 of them left, I should rather say. Emil Botha, Martin Prince out of the race. Martin Pugh only doing 5 laps in the Nissan Shelby Can-Am. So he also exiting the race. Of course, they split between 3 classes. Martin Prince was really challenging it in Class C, and Martin Pugh in the Class B section. That means now Jaco Lambert is the sole Class B runner out there in the Nardini. He comes in by 4th overall as Francis Carruthers completes another lap. 23 laps have been completed by himself and Steve Humble. 4.3 seconds between the two of them. Gary Kieswetter is also in that region, but he's now a lap down. And like we say, 8 racing laps left to go. Time elapsed over a half an hour, 33 minutes, almost 33 and a half minutes, with a best lap time of a 1:13.303 by Francis Carruthers, and that was before the safety car period.
Yeah, so like we said, Francis still leading out over Steve Humble there on your screen. Eric Sullivan there ahead of the likes of Electronic Ray Farnham. Not too far behind them, Divan Lismore. And there's the 200 SX there of Yanni Atsi also in the picture, as that crowd make their way down towards turn number 5. And
safety car stand by. Turn 3, a car has lost a wheel. We'll have to see who that is, Francis. Sorry to jump in over there as well. Emil Tiny Brunt on the radio just informing me that a car has lost a wheel and is off at turn 3. What is it about turn 3 today? I'm telling you, a number of cars going off at that section. The very fast right-hander, a very nice place to watch, and it is Steve Humble. That is, my eyes deceive me, is that Steve Humble? I think it indeed is the Opel Malak Mark 14B.
Indeed, I'm looking out the window. I can see the back end of it. It looks like the Malak of Steve Humble. Strange that he'd lose the wheel. I'm not sure what would have caused that. I'm sure Steve will not be too happy about that one.
It looks like he's climbed out of the car.
Yeah.
So he is A-okay. But yellow flags will be frantically waving. Louis Diaga goes through the picture if you're watching on the live stream internationally. And with 7 laps left to go, it's going to be a safety car surely now, because it was on standby. So we'll wait and see. There goes the safety car out now. Safety car onto the circuit, going through turn 1. Holds hook. Full course yellow. And yeah, Steve Humble. It's very unfortunate there, Francois. The man qualified on pole position. Had a bit of a battle earlier on with Francis Carruthers and looked set basically for a 2nd position in this race. But it just shows you, even the most well-built machines, you know, things do happen. You know, wheels do come off, or it could be a wheel nut or something like that, you know, anything.
It's metal. There's things like fatigue. No matter how much you check on and prior to the race, these things can happen. Things can shear, they can crack, they can, whatever the case may be. So it is the nature of the game. Yeah, like I say, Steve Humble won't be too chuffed about that one, but I'm sure that there will be a valid reason for the wheel coming adrift. And as you know, he runs a single hub, so it's a counterlock nut. People that don't understand, most nuts are tightened to the right, they tighten to the left so that the wheel turns into the strength of the nut. But once again, it happens. It's unfortunate. You see it happen in NASCAR. I mean, NASCAR is meticulous, but it happens. It happens in IndyCar. It's happened in F1. You know a lot of scenarios at F1 where wheels have gone adrift. I remember Massa's wheel running off. I remember the likes of David Coulthard losing wheels. All that over the time, so it does happen.
Well, the shocker you get when you're driving along all peacefully and nicely over there and quick, and your wheel overtakes you. You see it go right past you. We've seen that many times. We've seen wheels fly off cars that haven't even touched anything. You know, that just a number of years ago, I think it was Sebastian Buemi with just the uprights snapped, and you just had 2 wheels just fly off into the wall, and he went into the wall with it. So it just shows you, even these engineered cars that are engineered to over-engineering. All of them, if something small goes wrong, look, you're going to lose wheels, you're going to blow engines, you're going to do all kinds of things. So it's the nature of the beast.
Yeah, and it's like I said, there's nothing that's perfect about motorsport, although it might seem that way, and these things do happen. So we're on the safety car. They're having a look down at that car down on the outside of turn number 3. Steve is down there. The Mallock is beached, so to speak, on the outside of the circuit of turn 3, outside of the Interceptor corner. They'll probably just wait for a rollback to pick that one up and then get underway. Your safety car is still out there. When they cross the line, they'll have 5 laps to go. So they're on the safety car. And, well, it's not the nicest way to race, Byron, under safety car. But like we said, that is the nature of the sport.
Yeah, and thank goodness we have the great Samaritans of motorsport, marshals, safety car drivers, medical car drivers, medical professionals. You know, look, we have the paramedics here as well who are, you know, they work very hard, everybody here, for the passion of motorsport. And yeah, it's not the best way to go racing, or not the most attractive way of racing, but it's a very necessary part of racing. And while with 38 minutes elapsed, coming up to 40 minutes, 5 laps left to go. Here comes the replay now, Francois. Just look at that. What a violent spin from the Mallock. Of course, that wheel. Look at that wheel. Look at that. Goodness. Into the catch fence, and that is the reason we have a catch fence, ladies and gentlemen, because let me tell you, many years ago we didn't have things like catch fences, but and let me tell you one thing, his heart was surely in his mouth right there, and let me tell you one thing, to keep cool, calm and collected.
Yeah, it would be an issue, like you said, it happens in a split second, and fortunately, Steve had the mental composition to stay in touch there, just spin the wheel around and cause it to work around. The low bed now going on the way there, as they're still under safety car, going down towards turn number 5, Patamina Fostron. That little, I think it's a Kia Picanto with the lights on, is the safety car holding them out there. They've got 5 laps to go. When that safety car does eventually come in, it's going to just be a sprint to the line, and then the race will be at its end. So not an exciting manner to have a race with the safety car out there, but it's a necessary evil for the purposes of racing, and it's rightly named a safety car. It's for the safety of the drivers and their cars while they're out there. Well, folks, don't forget that when you're around the circuit, you want to move around, there's a Hyundai passenger shuttle, the new Hyundai Stereo moving on the circuit. You can just ask them for a lift and possibly get the number. It's on the program. Call them and they'll come fetch you and take you elsewhere around the circuit. So not too many spectators here today, Byron, not like last time. We had quite a bit of spectators. Maybe they'll come in a bit later, sleeping a bit late, something I should have been doing. But yeah, here I am, and I'll just have to bite the bullet.
You know, motorsports, I love sleeping late as well, Francois, but motorsport's one of the few things that gets me out of bed very quickly in the morning. Don't tell anybody else that, you know, my wife and my boss and all kinds of things like that, you know, that what gets me up in the morning. But motorsport is an excellent reason for me and most of us to get up in the morning. And yeah, it is coming now, of course, to the winter side of things here in Cape Town. We know how winters are in Cape Town. We had rain during the week, and very hard rain at that. And sometimes that kind of affects a lot of folks over here not coming to the circuit. And as much as we would like to see more and more of you coming, and thank you to those on the embankment, the Maloney embankment, there in the stands as well. That's always a good sign that there's some people coming in. Thank you for joining us, whether it be online or whether it be here physically at Killarney. I know a lot of people, Francois, are watching from all over the world to countries I've never even heard of before.
Yes, like you say. I remember the one day we were sitting here, we had viewers from Sudan, we had viewers from Canada, we had viewers from Australia, New Zealand, we had a viewer from Malta. Yeah, it's actually it's very unbelievable to know that people around the world, but we've become so sort of I can't use the word cosmopolitan, but international, in the sense that a lot of our South Africans who work and live abroad still remember Killarney and want to watch the online racing. So they do that, and that is how they come up. So they usually pop up comments on the Facebook, on the YouTube channel, and sent us very nice comments, very friendly comments, and we do appreciate it. So we always look forward to the commentary online. Right, slightly safety car now with only 3 laps to go. That car is being recovered at the moment outside of turn 3. They're taking their time. Okay, so I'm just listening to Tiny, our radio man, who's just advised when the pace car does come around again, the checkered flag will come out because the recovery of that other vehicle is going to take too long. So as they stand, Francis Carruthers in P1, Jaco Lambert P2, Louis de Jager in 3, Solomon 4, Henny Trollope 5, Ray Farnham 6, Divan Lismore 7, Henny Bosman 8, Yanni Artsi 9, and that's basically the full field. So Byron, that one didn't go as planned, as they would say.
No, a bit of a sad way to end the Spitfire Furniture Ons AC 100, but let me tell you one thing. The main thing we always ask for is that everybody is safe and everybody's in one piece. And well, at least with Steve Humble, he got out of the car earlier on, and it's just now a matter of getting that car back to his garage. And well, thankfully for most of these, for all these guys actually, there's no second race today, so there's no panic to get everything sorted before race 2. It was basically 3 races in one. We will finish 2 laps early basically, but Francis Carruthers, like Francois pointed out, the victor overall in the Ons AC 100, ahead of Gary Kiesvetter, who's second in Class A, a lap down. Jaco Lambert will be Class B's victor, ahead of Louis de Jager, the winner in Class C. Eric Salomon, second in Class C. Henny Trollope, the winner in Class D, ahead of Ray Farnham. Divan Lismore, third in Class D. Of course, the number 99 350Z is, of course, in that position. 8th overall. The checkered flag is out. And like I said, Carruthers wins. Kiesvetter second. Jaco Lambert third. Louis de Jager in 4th. 5th, Eric Salomon. Henny Trollope, like I said, he was the victor in Class D. Ray Farnham will be the Class D second place man, 7th overall. Divan Lismore, only 10 of them finishing this race. Divan Lismore third in Class D. Henny Bosman 4th in Class D, 9th overall. Yanni Hatsi will be the 10th place man in Class D as well. Class D will be 5th overall, and overall 10th position in the SX 200.
Well, hello everybody, Frank Guinness, Mike's side, and welcome to round 2 of the Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car Power Series. We've had the 2 opening races brought to you by our legends, Mr. Francois Butler and Mr. Byron Height. And we want to say big thanks to all our sponsors on board. And without these people, racing cannot happen, that's for sure.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here. Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car has brought out a product just for you, our valued customer. Price check. Check your price with us before you trade in or sell your vehicle. It's free. Wingfield and Best Price for My Car price check is the way to make sure you're getting a great price for your vehicle. Call Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car today, or visit our websites for your free price check. It's the only way to sell your car. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Right, a big thanks to all our main sponsors. A big thanks to Pertamina Fostron as well for downing turn number 5. I think the boards are still down there. I'll just have to verify that for you. But a big thanks to everybody that's on board, and a major thanks to the Wingfield Motors, Johnny van Niekerk, the sponsor of the bridge, as well as the City of Cape Town. A big thanks to everybody from City CCT, City of Cape Town, for the sponsorship here and always being involved in the Western Province Motor Club. And it's great to be here again. I missed the Nationals. I was in Vescus doing an oval track event there, and you were left in the capable hands of Gary Fleming, Francois Butler and Byron Height, and of course from the television side in the hands of Greg Maloney. But yeah, it's great to be back for round 2 of the Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car Power Series, and we're going to have a lot of fun. Race number 3 on the program, the moment they've sorted out that car of Steve Humble, the Mallock, will be in the V8 Masters. And we've got Fabio Tafani, Richard Schroeder, Mike Brooks, Alistair Brown, Mark Ridgway, Sean Moore, Rob Warrington, Marcel Angel and Brian Evans. They are in the gold class. And then Zander Lebon, Mark Vogt, Ian Kaplan, Stuart Spooner, Carl Nell and Menno Parsons in the silver class. However, I see a very interesting entry here in APV Ford Mustang number 46, namely Greg Dreyer. Now, Byron, is it the Greg Dreyer? I presume so.
It is indeed the Greg Dreyer. Sorry there, another tongue twister from my side. And Francois Butler confirmed that. He was testing the car yesterday, and of course that was a man that many years ago, anybody who remembers, was a bike legend here in South Africa, along with the likes of Brad Anastas, Russell Wood, you name those names. But the Greg Dreyer is finding himself in a V8 Master.
Well, I remember a couple of years ago when he was racing the Castrol Honda and in the 600cc production bikes, and he became SA1, and Donnie Moritz became SA2 that year, and we came back now somewhere to the late 90s, 97, 98, maybe even 99, somewhere in that vicinity. So yes, a living legend together with the likes of Donnie Moritz here at Killarney International Raceway. So yes, the Greg Dreyer is going from 2 wheels to 4. And not the only one that goes from 2 wheels to 4. Valentino Rossi has done exactly the same and did pretty well, I'm led to believe, at the 24-hour, I think it was 24 hours that they did last weekend.
They did, yes. I didn't know much about that one. I know Rossi, I actually originally thought he would go more to rallying because he had a passion for rallying, but he decided to go into endurance racing and, you know, many years on the MotoGP circuits.
He raced at the same event as our very own Stuart White last weekend.
He did, yes. And I think there's a picture somewhere on Facebook somewhere with the two of them posing with each other.
Standing arm around each other, posing for the photo. And Stevie was still saying, what an honor to be able to pose for a photo with the legendary Mr. Valentino Rossi.
Yeah, the man, of course, who retired at the end of last year from motorcycle racing, who was there in the top flight, or of course starting with the 125cc's in 1997, a multiple world champion on multiple capacities. And well, it's good to have him in the car racing side of things. A number of bike riders have come over to the car racing side. You can, you know, Wayne Gardner was one of them as well many years ago, the Australian V8s. Then we had, of course, I don't know, Freddie Spencer actually did a little bit of car racing at one stage as well, but I know Eddie Lawson did. He tried his hand at a bit of Indy car racing. So at the end of the day, you have some of the guys that can come over to cars, and then some of the guys, you can't get them off the bikes.
Yeah, you're quite right. That's where they are cemented. That's their legacy, and that's where they're going to stay until they can't no more. But yeah, I'll be waiting for the V8 Masters to come out onto the circuit. They will be the third race of the day. And a big thanks to our class sponsors, Makita Power Tools for Supercars, BJ Trustees for Fine Cars, Spitfire Furniture for the Sports and GT, alert engine parts for GTI Challenge, Bridgestones for the STC and SSP motorcycles, Suzuki South for the Superbike Challenge and the Masters, and Strato Technology for the Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Run bikes, as well as Lada for the Classic cars, and Thermobrise and Fires for the Clubman's Regional Saloon cars. Those are our class sponsors, and a big thanks to all of them.
Yeah, that's going to be a hell for leather race there, Frankie. You know, the GTI Challenge, the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge, they never fail to disappoint. And, you know, let me tell you one thing, VW racing in this country, we saw for the last time with the Nationals as well. Unfortunately, Frankie, we missed you, yeah? Killarney was just not the same without you.
Oh, really?
And it's not the same without Gary Fleming today. I'll tell you that much. Gary, we miss Gary a lot today. And
yeah, we do. For those of you that are watching this production and maybe don't know, we're not going to get into all the details, but he had an operation on his left leg, a pretty serious op, and that is about, 2.5 weeks ago, and he is recovering from that, and therefore he cannot join us here today. So yeah, we wish Gaza a speedy recovery. I was by him on Wednesday for the iRacing Master Series, and then I went back on Thursday because we had the iRacing, an event that was recorded that took place about 3 weeks ago, where they were racing the Lotus 79 F1 cars. So I was there, and yeah, we'll see him tomorrow again for the Sujin Properties 6-hour iRacing Enduro, and that one will be coming to you from the Spa-Francorchamps circuit in Belgium. Race starts at 2 and ends at 8, and FC Nieuwoud will be there with us, Mike's side as well. So yeah, I have been at his house, and he's as good as it gets under the current circumstances.
Well, also just talking, the three of us were on the show with Gary Fleming on Tuesday night. It was a Second Gear talk show.
Yeah.
And he had an interview, a brief interview with a chap by the name of Luke Lucchesi. And first of all, before I'm going to say anything more about Luke Lucchesi, his father, Mauro Lucchesi, was very responsible for my lovely smile because he was an orthodontist.
Yes. I remember seeing him back in the day at karting.
Yes, he was
when Luke was still racing karting. When I was also going back, 20 odd years ago.
Many years ago. Yes, Mauro Lucchesi, I think he still practices as an orthodontist and a massive Ferrari fan, of course, as well, for many years, because the Italian heritage.
Well, they're all Italians, of course. They're going to support the Scuderia Ferrari.
But, of course, Luke Lucchesi was big in karting and now big on the iRacing scene.
Yes, he also did main circuit Clubman's racing as well for a short period of time. And if my facts are right, I think he did Stanley Group N, either Class E or Class F. He was in the junior, if I can call it that, classes, and then disappeared off the scene, and he reckons now the iRacing scene is where he wants to be.
Well, the thing is, Frankie, I remember many years ago, I think this could have been early 2000s. From a Clubman's perspective, he drove an Opel Corsa.
Yes.
It was a Petronas liveried Opel Corsa.
Correct, yes.
Just like the late 90s and early 2000s Bankman touring car Opel Vectras.
That's right. It was the Opel Corsa he raced in the regional Clubman saloon cars here at Killarney International. So, just a bit there on the progress of Gary, and as you were saying, the conversation that was also had there with Luke Lucchesi.
Well, it's also as well, Frankie, just going a little bit further on that, I know a lot of guys, even the guys with big budgets, are starting to say, look, you know, iRacing is very much growing, because from a perspective, I think we joked the other day, if you crash in iRacing, you don't have to go and rebuild your car, you just hit reset quickly or get back to the pits, and then you're well and truly back out there again. But a lot of guys who race main circuit, because remember, you know, the real thing is also still very important, is that it keeps their eye in, and a lot of the younger generation drivers from various classes use the iRacing platforms. well, we have now the Mustangs, the APVs come out for the V8 Masters race. And let me tell you one thing, it's a good, lovely field of them out there, 16 cars in all. Like you're saying, the likes of Sean Moore, Fabio Tofani, Greg Dreyer. My goodness, we were talking about that earlier on with Francois. I spoke to him about it. Frankie mentioned it as well. It's lovely to see these guys come back and race with us again. These big names from the 90s and before. Brian Evans out there as well. I remember him from karting. Of course, his son Jared Evans was doing some lovely things in a Tony kart. And Brian also getting his fix for racing in as well. This will be a rolling start, and I do see that the safety car will be pulling into position right now. It's a Kia safety car, and you'll see them pull back now before he takes the field around for their 8-lap race.
Right, so we're just waiting for the cars to come down towards us as they work their way out of turn number 5. And here they come, heading towards us. And is this Mr. Sean Moore? Yes, it is indeed. Sean Moore will put the 73 there in pole position in the Ziegler outfit. Here comes Fabio Tofani. Right behind him is the 14 of Marcel Angel. And then we've got the 22, that is Alistair Brown, that is in there as well. Alistair Brown in that number 22 car. Then Richard Schroeder, and then there is Carl Nell. Carl Nell is the first car in Class B, and he's there in P6. Then we've got the 53 in there as we come past us. Well, quite a few of them that is lined up in there to come through. Ian Kaplan is out there in the 33 as the field will be led off the line here by the safety car. This is going to be a thunderation. 13, 14 V8s are going to be thundering their way around Killarney at this point in time. And we're looking for that 46 of Greg Dreyer, the Greg Dreyer, as the cars work their way off the line, heading down into turn 1. There's Mark Ridgway out there as well as the cars filter through. There goes the 46, and that is Greg Dreyer. He's in the other Autohouse Angel car. Greg Dreyer, South African national motorcycle racing legend and champion. And he's going to have a go in that second Autobus Angel. The 14 is Marcel Angel, and the 46 will be the living legend himself of motorcycle racing in the Western Cape and the country, Mr. Greg Dreyer. He is out there, and he's going to have a blast out there in that V8 supercar. So Sean Moore leads him out of turn 2, through the kink, heading down into turn 3 interceptor corner. And behind him will be Fabio Tofani. Behind Fabio Tofani will be Marcel Angel. Alistair Brown will also be in that group as well. Not forgetting Richard Schroeder, Mark Ridgway. The boys are in the house as they exit interceptor corner, make their way up the Tygerberg Straight, Byron, towards turn 4, which is the highest part of the Killarney circuit.
And then they'll go down the back straight, the curved back straight, if you can call it a straight, but we call it a straight, and we stick to that, as the Kia will take them down the straight, and then they will soon, of course, the leader, once that Kia goes into the pits, it will be the number 73 of Sean Moore that will regulate the pace, and then you'll watch the lights. On the right-hand side, there's one little red light, and then there's 5 red lights hanging over the circuit. Once those all go out, it's racing we go, and 8 laps it will be for their first race of the day. Moore and Tafani, Angel in there as well, Alistair Brown, Richard Schroeder, big names, big plans, let me tell you that much.
Yeah, as they work their way out of turn number 5, Cape Town corner, and coming back down towards us once again, towards the Wingfield Motors and City Cape Town Bridge. The pace car will pull off, and it's now in the hands there of Sean Moore with Fabio Tafani there on his outside. The lights on pit lane are off. We're going to have some serious V8 action and thunderation as the lights go off, and away we go. On the loud pedal as they storm down into turn number 1. Running down into turn 1, making their way out of Holzoek, and the whole shot there will go to Sean Moore. Sean Moore has got Fabio Tafani right on his case, followed there by Alistair Brown in that 3rd position. Right behind him is Marcel Angel. Then it's Richard Schroeder. That 64 is Carl Nell. He's the leader of the silver class. Behind Carl Nell is Mark Ridgway. That's at first group of cars beginning to break away already, Byron, through the kink and heading into turn 3, Interceptor corner.
Well, they go through Interceptor corner now, and Sean Moore already there under the big pressure from Fabio Tafani behind him. Angel getting jumped off the start over there as well by that red Alistair Brown APV. Now they come through the double apex right-hander, and then now down the back straight as they go. Tafani, the number 1 car, will be in the slipstream of Sean Moore ahead of him. Will he make some sort of a move? He looked on the outside of Pertamina Fastron, but not going to make the move quite yet. Not close enough, I'll tell you that much, as Marcel Angel on the screens will look around us as well, having a heady battle over here with Alistair Brown, but that's now welcoming everybody else like Schroeder and Nell and Ridgway all to the party.
Well, lap number 1 is in the bag as they storm underneath the Wingfield Motors and City Cape Town Bridge, heading into turn number 1 into Holzoek. They go, each and every single one of them have now completed the opening lap. There's a bit of a lock-up coming out of turn 1, and that was Carl Nell. Carl Nell has gone wide at the exit of turn 1 on the outside. He regains the circuit, and he gets overtaken there by Menno Parsons. Menno Parsons moves there ahead of Carl Nell, so Nell has lost at least 1 or 2, even 3 positions. He's going to lose a lot more as they exit turn number 2, Quarry Corner. Work their way through the kink, but the leaders are heading up the Tigerberg Straight into turn number 4, into Malmesbury Sweep. Out of Malmesbury they come now, down the back main, and it's nose to tail, Sean Moore and Fabio Tafani. Working their way down the back main as Tafani got the slip on him. Yes, he's got the slipstream on him going down into turn 5. Through turn 5 they go, but Sean Moore has done enough to hold him out. But it is hectic stuff out there. Pressure heavily there from Fabio Tafani on race leader Sean Moore as they make their way across the start finish line, heading into turn number 1. They are followed there by Marcel Angel, by Alistair Brown, by Richard Schroeder, and by Marcel Angel as they exit turn number 1. Then it's Menno Parsons that's leading that second group of cars out of turn 1, out of Holzoek.
Yeah, Parsons is currently leading the silver class, Frankie, ahead of Nell, 1 second ahead of Nell. And I see a little bit of jostling going on over here as well into turn 2 section. You'll see that it is Marcel Angel that took 3rd place. Alistair Brown under immense pressure. Alistair Brown over there as well. Schroeder, somebody's in the wall. Is that Moore?
Oh, there's another spinner there.
Oh, it's a number of...
it's massive chaos out there on the track, and it looks like the cars are slipping and sliding. I think that might be Mark Ridgway. I want to just get confirmation on that. I think it could be the 53 of Mark Ridgway. The leaders are heading down the back straight. If I don't see a black 53 car coming down out of turn number 4, then it's definitely Mark Ridgway. Oh, look at Schroeder's car as they go down the back main. That car is completely dismantled as they come through. Here comes Menno Parsons, the 17 car coming
Red flag.
through. It's definitely Mark Red
flag.
Yes,
Race
red flag
stopped.
has been called for. Race has been stopped. I'll get confirmation on the radio now, but unofficially from my side, I think it is Mark Ridgway. But that is a massive, massive, massive accident through the kink heading towards turn 3 Interceptor corner.
And yeah, redesign of the front part of that Schroeder car. You can tell over there the bonnet standing up, and he comes into the the Joubert pit section, and he will then, of course, bring that car in. Surely not taking any further part in the race if it restarts, of course. But Sean Moore, initially the car going into the wall over there, he was leading the race by half a second from Fabio Tofani. And it just shows you how quickly something happened. Turn 3 once again today, I can tell you that much. We had in the previous race, the sports and GT cars, a car in the wall and a car losing a wheel, and now we have the V8 Masters all spinning over there, Frankie. I don't know if something was dropped on the circuit, some fluid, maybe a bit of oil or something like that. Was on the circuit, because a number of cars went spinning around at that particular section. Sometimes it's also, well, if a lot of sand gets on the circuit or so like that, and the change of the surface occurs, then you could have a bit of chaos over there as well. But the marshals doing their job as good as they do. And I'm trying to look here on the circuit to see if there is anything in that section. They had a zoom in, but the race has stopped, and for this time being suspended. All right, we see now Sean Moore just loses the back end there, Frankie. It's very interesting. I'd like to see Mark Ridgway, excuse me, not Sean Moore. I'm back on about.
Right, so yeah, as they went through, it is definitely, it is Mark Ridgway. Well, Ridgway hang on, wait a minute. Ridgway is one of the cars that's involved in that. And I think you might just be right.
It is Sean Moore.
It is indeed Sean Moore.
You see, look at this now, Frankie.
There's the leaders coming through. Sorry, Byron, I am correct. It is indeed Sean Moore. When I said Mark Ridgway, I was right. He was one of the cars involved. He got spun around probably in oil, and that involved Richard Schroeder as well. So now on the replay, that we can clearly see it is definitely the 73 of Sean Moore.
It looks like, Frankie, just sorry to come in over there, Fabio Tofani had gotten past Sean Moore, and he went defensive.
Yes.
What happens is he was on the inside, he moved to the outside to block off an attempt on the outside from Sean Moore, and that is where Sean Moore lost the back end of that APV.
But if we can see the replay again, Byron, in the movement, wasn't there, I was going to say maybe some accidental contact. Probably not. Yeah, hang on. Here they come through. Have a look there. There is movement to the left of Tofani. And did he maybe not clip the front right-hand side fender accidentally of the Moore car, which sent him in the spin? I don't know. That's just what it seems like to me. I do speak under correction.
Yeah, we can only speculate up here, Frankie, as to what has happened. The IMUSAT crew is an amazing crew, but we don't have cameras everywhere, unfortunately. There's Richard Schroeder coming back on the circuit, that silver and purpley type car. And, of course, he came into the pits. He's back out, Frankie.
Yeah.
And now you can actually take a look. He's got no bonnet on that car. Yes, he's still got most of the bumper. And now you can see there's the air filter. You can see the suspension. So he's going to go like he's going to get some great cooling, but aerodynamically, not going to be the forced induction. Extreme forced induction over there for this particular car. These V8s are, of course, the big engined. And let me tell you one thing, you can see the leads there as well. So like I said, aerodynamically, not ideal, but overheating is probably will be the last thing on his mind.
Well, at that point in time, Sean Moore was the fastest man out there on track. He done a 1:16.407, just before that incident happened. And here's a replay of Richard Schroeder bringing a very crippled motor car back to the pit area. Of course, they have now sorted that lot out. They've taken that bonnet off and done some in-pit repairs, and nothing that cable ties and duct tape can't sort out. As we see the number 4 car standing in there behind the 64, that is Schroeder in there just behind the 64 of Carl Nell. Mark Ridgway, that was involved in that situation, is okay. He's back out there on track again. So both Mark Ridgway and Richard Schroeder have survived that situation. It happened so quick out there that initially I thought that it was Mark that hammered the tyre wall, but it's not Mark, it's definitely Sean Moore.
Yeah, a lot of the drivers getting out of the cars now, Frankie, maybe have a chat to each other. It gets quite hot in those cars too, and what happens is I think they'll take the breather whilst they can. Red flag after 2 full racing laps. 8-lap race, that of course was the expected distance. We'll of course keep you updated on all the developments around the section. I see the flatbed truck is out.
Have a look there, that is Sander Lebon that's walking back to his car. He was having a chat there to the driver in car number 17, namely Brian Evans. They were having a chat there. I see
John Green.
Mr. John Green walking down on the track, and it looks like with the original grid position board, and it will now be a 6-lapper. So, all happening out there, and it's only race number 3 of, I think, 19 races for the day.
No, we have a packed program today, I can tell you that much, and we had the 31, or actually now 29-lapper that we had earlier on of the sports and GT cars, which finished early under safety car conditions. The marshals are just putting down the dust to get the oil spills up and all the fluid that has come out onto the track, of course, because of the multiple car collision, if we can call it that. The leaf blowers are out there. So doing a little bit of gardening and housework just to get us back up and running again. It's very important that the last thing we want into a corner like turn 3 or anywhere is to have more cars sliding off. The 64 there of Nell puts his balaclava on. Very interesting mohawk hairstyle. I could see over there, my eyes weren't playing tricks with me. But he will get back into that 64, red 64. As the marshals are gathering around the number 69 machine. Of course, the 69 machine is the Menno Parsons car. We have another look at the accident again as well. And as we are speculating, I say there might have been contact, there might have not been contact. We'll have to wait and see if anybody else knows something over there. Or Alistair Brown in a little bit of a tank slapper. He managed to escape the carnage that was developing around him. He made it out. Richard Schroeder, Mark Ridgway, with his car mostly in one piece. He got out of there, thankfully. And then Richard Schroeder coming back, of course, earlier onto the pits, ripping the bonnet off. Maybe duct tape, cable tying the bumper maybe there somewhere a little bit. And I see a little bit of tape on that bumper. So he's ready and waiting to race.
Yeah, we're going to get this one underway shortly. The moment they've cleared up that oil and got that car out the way. Marshals are busy working heavily there. As you can see, the cars working their way through. That was that accident once again, but man, it was a heavy hammer against the wall there from Sean Moore.
More
So
fluid,
the
yeah.
red flag is still out. That's Daniel Simonis that's walking there on the grid with the cap on his head and the red flag. And the moment that situation is sorted, we'll get this one underway.
Sorry, Frankie. Francois was just pointing out, if you look down onto the circuit there by the 64 car of Carl now, there is fluid coming out there underneath that machine. And, well, that's not a good sign of that. The marshals and the officials will be taking a look at that surely to see what is happening. Because the last thing we need is any more fluid to be dropped anywhere on the circuit. So watch the space. That's all I can say to you. You can see the Ukraine flag there on the wheel arches of that particular car. All of them, most of them are actually running the Ukraine flag on them. Of course, the solidarity and support for the country by the Black Sea.
Yeah, well, that is the radiator that's in the front end of that motor car.
Sorry there, Francois.
If we have a look at the TRS construction motor car there of Richard Schroeder, the radiator sits right in the front. That's definitely some form of water, maybe coolant or just water itself coming out the front. I don't think at this point in time it's too serious. So, yeah, the moment everything's ready, we'll get going. The cars are firing up once again, and then we will be on our way. So as they move off the line, big thumbs up out the window there from Fabio Tafani. He will lead them into turn number 1. There comes Greg Dreyer working his way out. The 17 car. The Gary Thompson car is being campaigned today by Brian Evans. He's in that motor car as they work their way out of turn number 1.
I see it.
So that Sean Moore car is a complete wreck, Byron, as the supercar, the V8 Masters make their way out of turn number 2.
Yeah, that Sean Moore APV will be temporarily stored at the infield. 2 cars struggling to get going over here. The 77 there of Warrington and the number 2 car of Sander Le Bon. I see Warrington has got going.
No, Warrington's off.
Warrington's off and Le Bon's got going, excuse me.
Yes.
That's unfortunate over there. So another casualty of this race. And, well, he'll have to pull up to the side over there and take no further part in this V8 Masters race.
Well, let's hope that we can get that 77 of Warrington sorted out for the second race. That will be happening after the luncheon period. But indeed, Sander Le Bon is busy making his way through the kink and into interceptor corner, as the rest of the guys are busy working their way down the back straight. Fabio Tafani, Marcel Angel, Alistair Brown, Richard Schroeder, Carl Nell. Behind Carl Nell, Mark Ridgway, followed there by Menno Parsons and Greg Dreyer, Ray Brooks, the 33 of Ian Kaplan. They're all busy working their way down that back straight towards turn number 5. And the lights on pit lane are on. So the moment they make their way out of turn 5 towards the Wingfield Motors and City of Cape Town Bridge, the lights will go off. And we will be back underway again. Remember, this one is now a 6-lapper.
6 laps from green flag to checkered flag. And let me tell you one thing, we're going to be roaring now once more as they go under the Wingfield Motors City of Cape Town Bridge. And away we go. So Tafani should lead them into turn 1 on his outside. A little bit further back will be Marcel Angel. Then will be Alistair Brown in 3rd position. Then we have the likes of Ridgway. Ridgway coming around, of course, who came off relatively okay. Actually, that's Richard Schroeder. My apologies. Minus the bonnet and with the duct tape, he is currently now in the 4th position at this time. Right. And, yeah.
Sitting out there in P4, then behind him it's Carl Nell, then behind Nell we've got Ridgway, a bit of a gap before we see Menno Parsons. Right in there behind Menno Parsons is Ray Brooks, but the leader is busy running away. I hope we've got a problem out there for Marcel Angel heading into turn number 4 into Malmesbury Sweep. He's slowed right down there on the Tygerberg straight and lost a couple of positions. He's dropped in there now behind Carl Nell and just ahead of Mark Ridgway as they work their way up the Killarney straight towards turn number 5. But your race leader working his way out of 5, coming down towards us. That is Fabio Tafani making his way under the bridge and over the start-finish line to start another lap. But they are racked and stacked and packed behind him. It is Richard Schroeder right on his case there. He's Carl Nell. Carl Nell locks up, and I knew this was going to happen. Wow, he dived right in front there of Marcel Angel. Did Carl Nell and almost took himself and Angel out, and right there with him now heading towards turn 2 is the 53 of Mark Ridgway.
Amazing racing here, Frankie.
Oh, and Ridgway turns it around in turn 2.
Oh my goodness, a lot of pirouettes over here occurring. It just shows you how hard they are pushing Frankie. He'll be stationary there for a while. Hopefully he can keep the engine running and get it going again, but I think what happens is he's stuck there in turn 2. And he gets it going again. All right, there we go. But it's now going to be a bit of a turnaround, and he's going to have to watch out over here as well, as we have a car going right past him. I think that could over there be the Alistair Brown car, excuse me. And then it's Carl Nell, that's the other red machine, a little further up the field.
Right, as they make their way now out of turn number 5, heading back down towards us once again. It is up in front still. Fabio Tafani, he's got a massive, massive lead there, Tafani, as he works his way into turn number 1. Richard Schroeder in that second position, followed there by Carl Nell. Behind Nell is Marcel Angel and Menno Parsons. Then Ray Brooks, he's been attacked there by, that is Ian Kaplan. Kaplan, has you got him? No, Kaplan still sits in there behind Brooks as they exited turn number 1. So he had a go at him, but pulls in there behind him back into turn number 2. But running wide in turn 2 is Carl Nell.
Yeah, Carl Nell really putting it in there. He leads currently the silver class, and he's ahead of Angel at the moment, 0.8 of a second between the two of them as they came across 5-3 Mark Ridgway into the pits, and I think that's understandable.
Yeah, so the quickest man out there with a 1:17.747 is race leader Fabio Tafani as he works his way down the back straight into turn number 5. Through turn 5 he comes now, and working his way back towards us once again. So when they crossed the line, he had a 3.3 second lead over Richard Schroeder. That is still out there in that second position as the two of them work their way towards us. Here comes Schroeder now, and it is now 4 seconds that is ahead there of Schroeder. That is Fabio Tafani. The laps are now beginning to open up as they all work their way out of turn number 1, out of Holzhoek. Right in there behind Schroeder, quite some distance behind him, we have got Carl Nell, and Carl Nell's been hassled there by the 69 of Menno Parsons as they head into turn number 2. Then it is Ray Brooks. Yes, the 33 is gone.
Off, yeah.
As a matter of fact, that is Ian Kaplan, and I saw Ian Kaplan have a go at Ray Brooks going through turn number 1, and that has cost him big time. Even Greg Dreyer is slowing down heading into turn 2.
Yeah, that's the number 46. He was lying 10th, will go up to 9th with the Ian Kaplan going off in the number 33 car. But yeah, so Richard Schroeder, I saw him earlier on having a little bit of a wiggle into turn 1. Remember, aerodynamically, it's not the ideal situation for him, minus the bonnet and of course the bumper taped up with black tape. But I think he's still doing a stellar job, and he keeping it 3.5 seconds ahead of Marcel Angel at the moment. Tafani comes across the line now. 2 more laps left to go, Frankie, in this particular race. A 1:17.747 by Fabio Tafani is still the fastest lap of the race, and Richard Schroeder has actually closed up the gap slightly by 0.4 of a second, but I think Tafani could be pacing himself. So I don't think what happens is there's any problems at the moment for him. 2 laps left to go, as I say. If there's any problems for him, they're going to have to go drastically wrong for the likes of Richard Schroeder to catch him as he goes through. Interceptor now the leader. Angel, like I said, in 3rd position, now leads his class ahead of Parsons. Brooks still in the 6th position, and Vogue in the 21 car is 7th, ahead of what would have been Ilan Kaplan, but now should be Brian Evans.
Yeah, as down the back straight goes your leader, the number 1 car, sitting up there in P1, all on his own, down the back main towards turn number 5 is your leader, Fabio Tafani, making his way into turn 5. They're all strung in there behind him as he exits at turn 5 and comes back up towards us to start his last lap. Fabio Tafani, way out in control and command of this one, begins his last lap now with Richard Schroeder in there behind him. Then behind Schroeder, here comes Marcel Angel, Carl Nels, and Hannah Parsons across the line. Then the next one is Ray Brooks. Behind Ray Brooks, we've got Mark Vogt, and then behind Mark Vogt, we've got the 33 of Ian Kaplan, and then the 17 of Brian Evans. So they're on their final lap now. The leader making his way through the kink and heading into turn 3, Interceptor corner. Then your leader makes his way into the right hander, that's Interceptor corner. Behind him is the number 4 minus the bonnet, and that is 2nd place man Richard Schroeder. And those are your 2 leaders working their way out of a turn number 4 with Byron less than a half a lap to go.
Yeah, just the straight now, and per Tamina Fastron before getting onto the home straight. When they crossed the line, Tafani was 1.9 seconds ahead of Schroeder. Schroeder has been taking large chunks of time out of Tafani, but I feel that Tafani is just taking it easy. He doesn't need to push it too hard. He's got the fastest lap of the race, but you don't get any extra points for that. So here comes Tafani now, crossing the line to take victory ahead of Richard Schroeder. Richard Schroeder will... Oh, something is... coming here to the line now, and it's going to be Nell, sorry, that comes across the line. My apologies, but look at the smoke coming there from the back of Marcel Angel's car. So Marcel Angel, I think in the latter part of this race, not having things his own way. But Carl Nell, the number 64 car, gets 3rd position. Angel is in 4th. Parsons, 2nd place in the silver class. He will get 5th position. Brooks in 6th. Vogue in the 7th position, and then Evans will be the 8th position man, but Vogue, of course, will be the 3rd place man in the silver class, now winning it. Parsons in 2nd. Ilan Kaplan did actually finish the race, but he finishes in 9th position, 4th in the silver class, ahead of Brown and Dreyer. Le Bon out of the race, he went out of the race eventually, plus 3 laps for him. Ridgway out of the race, and the likes, of course, of Moore and Spooner and Warrington not completing the distance.
All right, so here are a few replays of what's happened out there. That was Ridgeway spinning in turn number 2, and then the guys going pretty wide. That's Carl Nell that went wide there in turn number 1, as the drivers just go through and all over the place. That was the 33, that is Ian Kaplan, that ran off the track there in turn 1 into Holzhoek. So the drivers out there in the V8 Masters trying extremely hard to stay on the circuit. There's the 46 going off as well, and that is Greg Dreyer that you saw leave the circuit out there in turn 1. And once again the replay there of the spin of Mark Ridgway in turn 2. Right, here we go with the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge Race number 1, and I want to say hello to Danica Morgan and Megan Henning. They are at they're in turn number 1. I want to say hi, hello, and welcome to them. They've been away from Killarney for a good couple of years due to the COVID situation that we've had. And they are right back again here and joining us at Killarney International Raceway. So we welcome Danica and Megan back to their place that they love the best, and that is turn 1 at Killarney International Raceway. So here we go, Francois. Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge Race number 1.
Yeah, Frankie, I'm looking forward to a good race. Lots has taken place with some of the cars. Guys have been doing a couple of changes. We see a fantastic qualifying time out of Yuri Swart, 1 minute 24. That is some serious time coming out of that vehicle. So let's have a look, see what's going to happen. I believe he should be having out there with the likes of Marco Bussi. So we've got Kai van Zyl out there. Young Tate Bishop should be out there as well. So we'll have a lot of exponents out there. It's going to be a good race, and I'd like to see who's going to come out on top of the pile in this one.
Right, the car's busy working their way down the back straight towards turn number 5. So as they exit turn number 5, working their way down towards us, towards the Wingfield Motors and City of Cape Town Bridge, we will be lining up for some serious GTI Challenge action. Class sponsored by Alert Engine Parts.
Well, 8-lap race. It's going to be a humdinger, 24 cars on the grid, and I'm sure we're going to be in for a real good one. Let's have a look, see what's happening here as they roll up. Jason could see on the second row there, Marco Bussi up front there with Yuri Swart. Charles Visser from the Charles Electrical Engineering car sits there on the second row with the Mantrap Works car of Jason Coetzee. 2 Avid cars, there's another car up behind them, Kai van Sale. Then Nathan Victor from Summit Racing sits there on the third row alongside Kai van Sale. Nathan Victor from motocross fame. And then a little way back there is the VW Jetta of young Tate Bishop from Angry Racing in Class C. So, a lot of karters.
All right, I've got Gary Fleming on the line that's busy watching from home, and a quick crossing to Gaza before we get this one underway. Gary?
Welcome from my side. First time in many moves that I'm down there at Killarney joining you guys. Brilliant live stream, brilliant camera work, brilliant commentary. I'm sure the folks around the circuit are enjoying it as well. Massive big thanks to the boys at IMUSAT and the Paul Simon crew. They've upped the sound system right around the whole Killarney circuit. Have fun, enjoy, support those that support us in motorsport. Hope to see you from upstairs there in not too distant future once they sort it out. Have fun, guys.
All right, that was Gary Fleming that just done a quick report from the home, just to say hello, and that he is busy watching us here at Killarney International Raceway. So we're about to go racing soon in the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge, and Yuri Swart is the man that's on pole position with Marco Busi there on his outside. Behind him is Jason Coetzee, Charles Visser, Kai van Sale and Nathan Victor. Those are the Class A cars. Class B, Eden Thompson and Giordano Lupini, they are on the front row of the grid in Class... No, it's not. It's Tate Bishop. I do apologize. I see the Angry Racing on the bonnet there, so that is indeed the Jetta of Tate Bishop. Yeah, I see that there's a whole new wrapping there on the 77 Polo of Jason Coetzee. I must say it's a very lovely wrapping on that motor car. Obviously a lot of time and effort went into that on that 77 of Coetzee. And then on his outside, the Charles Electrical Engineering Polo of Charles Visser. It's a pity that Jano van der Westhuizen is not out there, but I'm led to believe that the shocks in his car is giving a bit of a problem, and that's why he's not out there. And once again, Dylan Jabert having gearbox issues with his Polo. The moment they get that gearbox sorted out, it just tends to come back again. So yeah, pity we lost Dylan, and because of shocks, we do not have Jano van der Westhuizen out there. But I'm sure we'll have Jano van der Westhuizen join us again as the season progresses. Remember, this is only round number 2 of the Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car Power Series. Right, so some of the drivers just stepping out the cars on the grid. I can see that Marco Busi has climbed out of his car, and so has Umpi Swart, and the two of them are having a chat to each other. And we can't see it up here, but these are two seasoned young drivers, karting champions in their own right, and these two guys will give each other a lot of room to play in, and the two of them are also well established in the iRacing fraternity as well. We're having a look at the camera shot from the turn one side, looking onto the grid that's standing just in front of the Wingfield Motors bridge. So you people at home won't be seeing what I'm seeing right now. And Jason, the guys are having fun out here on the grid. They're pretending to take part in 100-meter running athletics. So we've got the grid board being walked down the pit lane by Arlene Brown. Obviously, they're going to tell us how many laps has or is there to go, Francois?
So there's going to be one warm-up lap and a 6-lap race.
Right, so it's been brought down to a 6-lapper. Pity though. But there are problems out there. I see that Tate Bishop has got his bonnet open on that Jetta of his. Carl Walsh is also in there. He is the third car on the grid on the inside in Class B. So some serious competition in 2022 for Eden Thompson. So the moment they're all happy and they're all sorted out, and the oil has been sorted out of the Razik Harris car, we'll get this one underway. Well, just hello to Emil Brunt of Tiny Spitbox that's up here. He's manning our radios, and a couple of the drivers out there have got the Tiny Spitbox stickers on. Yuri Swart, Marco Busi, and Nathan Victor in Class A. And then Skull Geldenhuis as well in Class C has got the Tiny's Pitbox stickers on. So go to Facebook and join their Tiny's Pitbox, and we can get Tiny's Pitbox on the map. He's got a couple of people that is part of Tiny's Pitbox, and also a chap that loves his motorsport dearly.
Right folks, we've had the track cleared. We're going to commence with the GTI Challenge. They're going to have one warm-up lap and then we'll have a 6-lap sprint race. So Yuri Swart leads him off the line. You'll see the staggered start between all the groups. So A, B and C class, they will be split in terms of their starting. Now a lot of drizzle dust on the circuit entering turn number 1, which will be blown away by the wind and the cars as they come through. That soaks up the oil or fluid that was dropped. A very good compound. I actually heard on the radio yesterday they were talking about people using human hair, ground human hair, to actually soak up oil. I don't know how that's going to transpire, but I believe it has been invented. So let's have a look, see how they have. Drizzt is an organic compound which is eco-friendly and does soak the oil up and dries it up very quickly, believe it or not. A man by the name of Greg Parton from Johannesburg is the owner of that company. That is used at most of the airports worldwide for the soaking up of fuel oils and other chemicals that are spilled on the runways to keep them dry. So very interesting that that compound is used as the GTI Challenge cars circulate up towards turn number 4. They will come down, warm up, stop on the grid, and they will have a pull away from the line. They don't have a rolling start, they actually have a full-blooded grid start, and we'll get underway. What has been a very exciting class is GTI Challenge, and we look forward to some exciting racing throughout the classes. Class A, there's Class B and Class C. Class A will be pretty quick. Class C is where all the young guns hammer away, but Class B has also grown exponentially, so that'll definitely have something to do with some exciting racing. You'll find that some of the classes will mix it up with the upper classes, and that also makes for exciting competition. So we'll have a look, see how this one transpires. 6 laps around Killarney Raceway. It's 20 kilometers almost in total, so it is really a sprint race of note. And I think getting off the line and finding your feet pretty quickly will be very important. Taking us off the line will be Frankie Innes. Frankie, they're coming up to the grid proper.
All right, we're about to get this one underway shortly. Summit Racing right up front there. That is Yuri Swart, Umpi. Then on his outside, Automan Fitment Center. That's Marco Busi, Jason Kutsia, Charles Visser, Carl van Sale, and Nathan Victor. Those are your Class A cars. In pole position in Class B, we've got Eden Thompson on his outside. Tate Bishop. Then behind Tate Bishop is Carl Walsher and Ian Cup. Those are the first 4 cars out there in Class B. Class C, pole position is Chasey Herald, and Alfie van Sale is sitting there on his outside. So we're about to go racing pretty soon as the boards are going to be displayed. The whistle blows, 2-minute board gets shown to the drivers. 1-minute board gets shown to the drivers. Next one will be the 30-second board. We're not going to do the 30-second board. 5-second board gets shown. The lights go on pit lane, and away the Class A cars go. Away the Class A boys go as the Class B and C cars are sitting out there on the line, and you'll hear the revs pick up now as the Class B cars make their way off the line, but heading out of turn 1. In Class A, it's side by side, but it's Umpi Swart that's got the lead going down into turn number 2. Right in there behind him is Marco Busi, and on the outside he's a 77 of Jason Kutsia.
Well, Class B, Carl Walsher getting a stonking start up between Ian Cup and Tate Bishop. Grant Clutie sits there in P4, and having a look there at Ian Cup down to 5 as they work their way through Quarry Corner. So Walsher will be very happy with that start as he leads out Class B. Ian Cup coming at him, and Tate Bishop doing a little bit of drafting up there behind the likes there. So he's sitting in 3rd place as they work their way there through Interceptor Corner now.
Have a look at the Class C cars that's working their way out of turn number 2. That has been led there by Chase Herald, and in second position it's John Henry Vaughan. They are the top 2 cars in that class. We'll get the others now. I'll tell you that Alfie van Sale has dropped down there into P4, but currently as they make their way into turn 4 in Class C, it is a Chase Herald that is leading that field in that class around, followed there by John Henry Vaughan.
Well, coming under the Cape Town Wingfield Motors bridge now in Class A, it's Yuri Swart was lying in second with Marco Busi in first. Marco getting a good start. Jason Gutierrez trying to have a look up on the inside of Yuri Swart. So Marco Busi with a good start, getting away there. Looks like Kai van Sale sitting there in P4. So they work their way around up towards Quarry Corner. And Charles Visser leading out there on Nathan Victor as they make their way into Quarry. Class B coming out of turn 1.
Right, Class B making their way out of turn number 1, heading up towards turn 2, and it's a lovely fight out there in Class B. It's been led there by Kyle Walsher. Walsher sits out there in P1. Right in there behind Walsher is Eden Thomas. Right on his heels is Tate Bishop. They're trying to get away there from Ian Cup, Grant Kluter and Mark Thompson. That's that first 6 cars in Class B that's working their way out of turn 3 Interceptor Corner.
Well, having a look there, Class C, and John Henry Vaughan up on the inside of Chase Herald. The Maps Racing car gets up on the inside, makes his way down through the kink into the Interceptor Corner, and Herald stays on his outside. It's a bit of a suicide maneuver, but he manages to hold together young Chase Herald now, pushing John Henry Vaughan up towards turn number 4, Malmesbury Corner. Will he stay on his outside? Will he be able to close up on that corner? It's a difficult one. It's a double apex right-hander. They come out, they'll be right up onto the curbstones, which they do. Are they still side by side? Chase Herald, John Henry Vaughan, no one giving each other an inch.
But working their way out of turn number 1, out of Holzhoek are your Class A cars. And right up front, it's Marco Busi that sits out there in P1, followed there by Umpi Swart in that second position as they work their way down into turn number 2. Then it's Kai van Sale. Right behind Kai van Sale is Charles Visser, followed there by Nathan Victor. That's the group of cars we've got out there. The 77 has gone missing. That is Jason Kutsia as the Class B boys now head towards turn number 2 and Class B. It's a lovely tight fight going on out there in Class B, with Carl Walsher leading them out there from Tate Bishop in that second position, followed there by Ian Cup. And Thompson has dropped all the way down there to P4. Right behind him is Grant Kluter, followed there by Mark Thompson.
Well, having a look there now at Class C, John Henry Vaughan has now stepped up the pace, and well, he's left the class behind him. Having a look, see the rest of the class coming through there, seeing what happens. Seth van der Biel is in there, Ryan van Eerden's in there. They're all working their way through up towards turn number 4, and John Henry Vaughan is getting away nicely. He's not under any pressure. We've lost Chase Herald. I don't see Chase Herald anywhere. So Chase Herald is now out of that fray as they come out of turn number 4. John Henry Vaughan working his way down, and sitting right up there behind him is the number 55 of Dylan van Eerden. Dylan doing well, lining up in second place. The rest of the field up behind him now as they make their way down towards turn number 5.
Look at turn number 2. Yes, a lovely fight going on out there in Class A. Oh, and they make some serious contact. That is a Marco Busi, and right behind him is Umpi Swart as they make their way through the kink and race down towards turn number 3 Interceptor Corner. It's game on in a Class A for P1 between Marco Busi, and right on his heels is Umpi Swart as they work their way up the Tygerberg Straight towards turn number 4 into Malmesbury Corner. They come now. Those are your 2 leaders in class and overall. Down the back main they go, but Umpi does the out, then he does the in there on Busi, but Busi holds that lead coming down the back main, and they are being chased down here now by Charles Visser that is in that 3rd position. It's a lovely fight there as they make their way through turn number 5, and it's game on up front between Busi and Swart.
Well, coming down the back straight here, it's Carl Walsher, and alongside him Tate Bishop. Bishop gets a bit of drive there over Walsher, Cups behind them, and they work their way down towards turn number 5. There you see them on screen, folks, as they make their way down. Can Tate Bishop hang around the outside there of Carl Walcher? Walcher goes a little bit high and wide, but manages to close the door, and Bishop's right up his tailgate. They exit now out of turn number 5, and Walcher now starting to stave off the attentions of Tate Bishop. Bishop has already shown him that he can come up alongside him now. He goes defensive. He doesn't want Tate Bishop to come past. Bishop now looks towards the outside. Will he try and go around him in turn number 1 and hold the inside line? Walcher's going to be trying to keep him out now. Up alongside is into turn 1, but looks like Walcher's got the upper hand. He'll go across his line and protected away there from Tate Bishop.
Well, look at this Class C fight that's making its way under the bridge and heading into turn number 1. That's a John Henry Vaughan, and then the 55 is in there. That's a Dylan van Eden. That's there in that second position, and he's all over the back there of John Henry Vaughan. Seth van der Beely is also in that fight at this point in time. He sits there behind Chasey Herald and just ahead there of Alfie van Zyl. So it's a lovely fight. Here comes van der Beely on the outside of Herald, but Herald holds that position as they exit turn number 2. What a lovely fight out there. That's a fight for third position, but the two leaders in class are now working their way through turn number 3, and it's Van Eden that sits out there in P1 in Class C, followed there by John Henry Vaughan. But Francois, what a fight you got here in Class A.
Well, Marco Busi under pressure there from Yuri Swart, getting a little bit out of shape. Yuri trying to stay out the way. And that's going to bring, I think, Charl Visser into the picture. Visser comes into it as they go into Quarry Corner. Busi getting very ragged, getting it all over the show. Up behind him, Yuri, then Charl Visser, then Carl van Zyl. And then up behind him, Nathan Victor. That's how they fare as they make their way down towards the Interceptor Corner.
Wow, look at this fight coming out of turn number 1. It's a 4-way fight in Class B. It is a hell of a dog fight that's making its way up the Jabez Straight towards turn 2 in that class. And Carl Walcher leads them from Tate Bishop in second place. Looking around the outside, but pulling back in there behind Bishop again was Eden Thompson. Ian Cup, he's the fourth man in that train. They've now left the Grant Kluter and Mark Thompson behind, the four of them, as they work their way through Interceptor Corner. It's as close as that in Class B. Up the Tygerberg Straight, they work their way now towards turn number 4. Through turn 4 they come now. Malmesbury Sweep will stick with this Class B fight all the way down to turn 5. Down the back main they go. And as Walcher, right on his case, he's a Tate Bishop. Right on his case, he's Eden Thompson. And right on his case, he's Ian Cup as they work down into turn 5.
Oh, brilliant stuff there. Keeping an eye now on the Class B as they go down the out of turn number 4 out of Malmesbury and working their way through. So actually the Class C battle. The Class C battle is doing good. It's having a look at
Sorry, Francois, the checkered flag comes out, and it's going to be Walcher from Tate, from Thompson, from Cup across the line in Class B.
Well, the Class C battle there, John Henry Vaughan, and working his way through. He's got Dylan van Eden all over the back of him. As Van Eden managed to get past side by side. I think Van Eden's gone to the front of Class C. Van Eden is ahead there of John Henry Vaughan, and he's going to cross the line, and that's going to be a welcome win there for him. Going over the line now, Chase Herald. So he takes up P3.
Well, with all that hot action out there, we've got the checkered flag for Class B and Class C, but Class A was won by Marco Busi from Umpi Swart. Only 0.5 of a second between Busi and Swart. So as you saw them out on track, that's the way they got to the checkered flag. Charl Visser finished in third, followed there by Kai van Zyl and Nathan Victor. They were the top 5. So as they were on track, that is the way they got to the checkered flag. But there was some serious action out there in Class B with Walcher, Bishop, Thompson and Cup finishing 1, 2, 3 and 4, and they were very, very close across the line. Ryan van Eden won Class C from John Henry Vaughan in second position. Chasey Herald came home in third, and he got his nose just ahead there of Matthew Rowe. So some great action there in the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge.
Right, folks, next up the Bridgestone Super Twin Cup 650 and Super Sport 300. And we've got a full field of bikes out there in the 650 class. Slade van Niekerk, Stavro Michael, Ryan Coetzee, David Lindemann, Julian Lowe, Tristan Pienaar, Fahim Reynolds, Wesley Blake, Johan Dreyer, Lance Jonas and Jason Lineker. Down in the Super Sport 300s, we've got Abdul Isak, Adrian Solomon, Peter Hill, Sean Klein, Abigail Bosson, Jared Butler, Mitch Robinson, Nicholas and Brad Hutchins and Willie van Niekerk.
Yeah, 23 entries in all, Francois, so 3 bike races. We start with the Bridgestone STC and SSP motorcycles, as you pointed out. And then the South Superbikes SBK Challenge and Masters. We have a number of Masters going to be out there. And then the Strato Technology Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles will be following a little bit later on. Yeah, we've had a few delays throughout there, so we are lagging a little bit behind as far as time is concerned. But the racing continues, I'll tell you that much. And the 650 and 300 class race is going to be, I think, a superlative race. And well, Jason Lineker on the Kawasaki Ninja of the 650s, he is on pole.
Yeah, second place, David Lindemann. He's then followed by Slade van Niekerk. That's your front 3 on the Super Twin Cups. The Super Sports 300 is Brad Hutchins. No, I lie, it'll be right up there. Nicholas Hutchins, Adrian Solomon, Willie van Niekerk, Jared Butler. They're the front 4 on the SSP 300s.
Yeah, good to see young Jared out there as well. He did a magnificent job the last time, I can tell you that much. For a youngster that was out of racing, active racing, for about 4 years, wasn't it, Francois? He kept it up with the regulars. And on the bike number 69 on the CBR Honda, yeah, I'm waiting to see some great things from young Jared over the next while.
No pressure on the family. Thank you, Byron.
My pleasure, Francois. Always.
He's just got to have a bit of fun. That's what it's all about. We, thanks to Trevor and Alan Westman from Project 60 for getting the bikes ready. I say bikes. They're Super Twin Cups and SSP. Lovely to have it out there. We'd just like to say that the bikers will be donning a badge there today, which we'll speak about a bit later. A special remembrance badge, but we'll chat about that a bit later. But for the meantime, we're going to go bike racing. The track doesn't look too bad, and
considering
all the spillages and stuff, but it looks like it's all cleared up now, Byron, if I look down the straights, etc.
Lovely work.
Great stuff there from the marshals once again, and I'm sure the bikes will be able to ride with confidence, knowing that the circuit is okay to ride on.
That we will wait for as an 8-lap race will commence fairly shortly. And well, let me tell you one thing. You spoke about having fun, Francois. I'm always one of those people that is of the opinion that it's only worth doing if it's fun. That in my mind, if I stop having fun doing something, then it's like, you know, I don't think I get out of bed in the morning for it. But when it's fun, you want to get up, you get up with gusto, and you go out there and have fun.
Yeah, no, motorcycle racing is just one of those things. If you don't have the gusto for it, you don't want to go and do it. But I think we're in for some exciting racing here. A lot of big names. Jason Lineker, Lindemann, Slade van Niekerk, Tristan Pienaar, all short circuit boys, all down the main circuit, riding 650s. And they're going to be pretty quick. Down in the Super Sport 300 class, I think we're going to have just as many battles amongst all the riders. So we look forward to having a good day's outing. And I wish all the riders good luck. All the two-wheel riders today have a stunning day's racing. They'll be racing now and then a little bit later after lunch as well. So big thanks to Bridgestone Tyres for sponsoring this class. The Super Twin Cup 650 and Super Sport 300. And great to see all the riders out here. This class is specifically growing exponentially with a lot of newcomers. And especially in the Project 60 team there, guys moving in there. We will talk about them a little bit later when they're on circuit, and we'll let you know who's who out there.
Yeah, you talk about newcomers as well, Francois. Every class always has them, each race, each season. Newcomers, of course, we have the bike race for the Clubman's class and the breakfast runs coming up soon. That's where a lot of the guys start out in. and some of them on the short circuit as well, and then they find their way to the Superbike classes and the STC, the 300s and so on. So it's always good to see new riders come through, new talent come through, mixing it up with the old talent. This is where you learn actually all the cool tricks from the older guys if you follow them. And we may have some future champions, national champions, and some international as well. I know you and I were speaking earlier on about some of our South Africans overseas.
Yeah, we were chatting about the AMA. Matty Skolts is on pole position, and my word, look at the man behind him, Danilo Petrucci, ex-MotoGP rider on the Ducati.
Dakar guy as well.
Dakar winner as well. And well, Cam Peterson not looking too high up on the timesheets. I'm not sure what the story is there. But we wish Matthew everything of the best at Road America, and that he flies the South African flag nice and high for us on the Yamaha. They're out of Trig Westby's team, and well, I'm sure it's exciting times. Big Matty doing very well liked over in the States, and his team owner Trig is very, very fond of Matty Skolts. So Matthew, as we know, 5-6 years ago was South African Superbike champion here in Cape Town. So we look forward to seeing how that one pans out over in the United States of America. Right, folks. Next up, heat number 1 of the Bridgestone Super Twin Cup 650 and Super Sport 300s.
Well, they'll all get into their rightful positions. The number 33 machine of David Lindemann, waiting for the likes of Van Niekerk to get into his position. The number 1 bike, number 50 for Pinar, the Kawasaki 650. A number of Kawasaki's in the group, but Lindemann on the Suzuki. Here comes Jason Lineker now, number 93 on his Quacker. There's Lance Jonas. He's usually on the Suzuki, and he is on the Suzuki.
Well, the Ginger Ninja, Gerrit Visser, lies in the second round, number 43. Outside him, Lance Jonas on bike number 83. They're under starters' orders. We're going to wait for that 5-second board to come on. 5-second board's up. Wait for the lights. Lights come on. Lights off, and away we go.
Jump start from Gerrit Visser, and away we go.
Right, so they make their way down towards turn number 1. All roll around, all pretty much line astern stuff as they get through there, and make their way up towards Quarry Corner. The bike's a lot quicker up the Uber straight towards Quarry Corner, and it looks like Jason Lineker holds out there with David Lindemann as they go in there. And well, nail-biting stuff, side-by-side stuff there from some of the riders as they exit Quarry Corner, make their way through the King down towards Interceptor Corner. I'm trying to pick up, it looks like it's Nicholas Hutchings that's leading out on the 300s, and he's got quite a sizable gap there.
Well, there was a jump start from Gerrit Visser there, the number 43 bike, and he started in 5th position, so he might get wrapped over the knuckles for that one, but we'll keep you posted on that. Then we'll have there the all right, so they go down the straight now for the first of the racing laps of 8.
Right, so the 650s end of there now, and having a look at the 300 class. They're all making their way down into turn number 5. Some of the bikes there side by side, two bikes aside, going to the turn number 5, all working their way out. That's going to be pretty close racing. And looking for the leader of the 300s, that's Nicholas Hutchings. He's got a sizable lead, but there's a pack of about 5 bikes coming through. And it looks like it's Brandon Hutchins that's working his way through there. So Brandon Hutchins in second place, Willie van Niekerk, Jared Butler all having a great tussle of it as they work their way down into turn number 1.
Well, the leaders now go into turn 2 into Quarry Corner. And well, that's going to be Lineker that leads the way. 0.4 of a second between himself and Van Niekerk as they cross the line, with Lindemann a further 0.09 of a second off of that in 3rd position. Pinar, Jonas, Visser, Coetzee and Calvert. That's our top 8 at the moment, not only in the whole race as a whole, it is also in the 650s class. So looking a little bit further down, Stavro Michel in 10th position, then Goldie all the way down in 16th position. That'll be 10th in class, Lowe in 18th, Dreyer in 20th, and Blake last in 23rd.
Right, so Nicholas Hutchings in the Supersport 300 makes his way down the back straight. Then there's a whole gaggle of bikers that come through there, and they're having a great run of it down the back straight. It's going to be, looks like it's going to be Brandon Hutchins that's up there. And Brandon Hutchins is lying in second place. They're all side by side going down into turn number 5. This is brilliant stuff from the 300 riders, make it extremely exciting. Nicholas Hutchins got a blinding start. He's got about a 3-second lead over the rest of the pack. So he's going to be unopposed. But what's going to happen up behind him? Well, that's a big order as they make their way through up over the line. And we'll have to see what happens there with that crowd. And in there, we got Adrian Solomon, and with him there, it's Brandon Hutchins, Willie van Niekerk and Jared Butler.
Well, it's a three-way battle for the lead in the 650s now. Lineker still heads the way now, but you saw that Lindemann was really on the move over there on Van Niekerk. I'll watch them as they come through turn 4 now. You'll see them make along now. The number 93 bike, the Kawasaki, leads the way, but then it's still Van Niekerk in second. Third, the number 33 bike of Lindemann, the Suzuki, and then Pienaar will surely join them fairly shortly. It was a 1 second when they crossed the line. That now has visibly closed down the back straight as we go. They'll get their heads down towards Pertamina Fastron, and then we'll watch them as they come out of there as well. Now, as they'll cross the line, there'll be 5 racing laps left to go.
Nicholas Hutchings makes his way down the back straight in the SSP 300s. He's leading out. Second place, Adrian Solomon. Then it's Brandon Hutchins, Willie van Niekerk, Jared Butler, all line astern as they make their way down towards Pertamina Fastron, turn number 5. And it's almost side-by-side stuff as they go down, all late on the brakes, all trying to find their way through there. And it's very exciting stuff there, that mid-pack battle. As I said, Nicholas Hutchings leading out. He got a blinding start. He really got away from the rest of the pack. But then up behind them, it looks like it's Adrian Solomon lying in second place. Then we've got a 650 of Stavro Michael between them as the rest of the pack work their way through.
Well, we are now 5 racing laps left to go. It's a 1:21.198 by the number 50, Tristan Pienaar. That's the fastest lap of the race. He finds himself 0.3 of a second off of David Lindemann, but Lineker still holds the lead just barely for now, as Van Niekerk is all over the back of him. And then they come right through. That means as well that Tristan Pienaar has joined the group, so we could have ourselves a 4-way battle for the lead of this race. Down the straight we go. The Suzuki is up into second position. That, of course, is Lindemann, the number 33 bike. That means Van Niekerk has dropped into the 3rd position. He's now going to be coming into Pertamina Fastron. Then they'll get their heads down once again as well to complete lap 4.
Well, the 300s make their way up towards turn number 4. Nicholas Hutchings comes out of 4. He's got a blindingly big lead over the rest. But then it's going to be Adrian Solomon. Solomon lies in second. Then they come through. 3rd place is now Jared Butler, head there of Brandon Hutchings and Willie van Niekerk. They're making their way down towards turn number 5. And that's scrap there for 3rd place. Is really emanating into something special now as they go down into 5. All very late on the brakes and keel their way over into turn 5, roll around and make their way now up towards the City of Cape Town Wingfield Motors Bridge. And Nicholas Hutchins crosses the line in the SSP 300 class.
4 laps left to go over here. David Lindemann on the Suzuki, first sector at 27.9 compared to the 28.2 of the leader, Jason Lineker, at this time now as well. We watch them as they go into the double apex right-hander at Malmesbury. And it looks like the Suzuki of David Lindemann has snatched the lead over here of this race. Going down the straight as they do. There's the Suzuki. Alongside him then will be now the Kawasaki of Lineker. They go towards turn 5. Pertamina Fastron. 4 of them all together there as well with Pienaar.
Well, the Supersport 300 has been led up by Nicholas Hutchings. Second is Adrian Solomon. Third there now is Jared Butler. And up behind him will be Brandon Hutchins, Willie van Niekerk. They make their way up towards the Tygerberg straight, towards Malmesbury corner, the double apex. Nicholas Hutchins makes his way down the back straight. He's got a healthy lead there over Adrian Solomon. Young Adrian Solomon, a newcomer, but really finding his feet very early as they make their way now down the back straight. In between them, Stavro Michael on the 650. Jared Butler in third ahead of Brandon Hutchins as they make their way down towards turn number 5. Nicholas Hutchins already into 5, exiting. And the rest of the field going in there pretty late on the brakes as they work their way through. So battles are plenty down in the Supersport 300 class, and led up by AJC. Second, Adrian Solomon. Third, Jared Butler from Project 60. Then Brad Hutchins from HSC. Having a look there, then it's going to be Willie van Niekerk. And alongside Willie van Niekerk, it's Mitch Robinson from the Mag Workshop.
Magnificent stuff in the 650s. They come down the back straight now. It is the first place man, Lineker. Down the straight as they go, it was Van Niekerk, Slade Van Niekerk, a 1:21.050, the fastest lap of the race. And of course, Van Niekerk was second across the line, 0.02 of a second off of Lineker. We'll watch them as they come around now. They're going to be coming up to some traffic. They'll be lapping some bikes, and there'll be 2 more laps to go in this race. So down to the line we then run. And yeah, they come right now. I think just edging it will be Lineker, and then Van Niekerk will be in that little group as well. He comes through in second position. Lindemann still hanging in there as well, and Pinar, a dark horse for the race as they exit turn 1.
Great stuff happening up there in the Super Twins Cup. But having a look at the Super Sport 300s, Nicholas Hutchins still leading out. Adrian Solomon second, Jared Butler third. Then it's going to be Brandon Hutchins, followed by Mitch Robinson and Willie van Niekerk. They make their way down towards turn number 5. Nicholas Hutchins has got a fantastically healthy lead over the rest of that field as he exits now under the Cape Town Wingfield Motors Bridge. And we wait for Adrian Solomon to come out. So in between that crowd there, Adrian Solomon, then we've got Stavro Michael on a Super Twin Cup, and then Jared Butler and another Super Twin Cup there of Brandon Goldie coming through as they work their way down into turn number 1.
Lineker leads down the back straight now, but he'll be side by side with, Lindemann. Lindemann leads and Lineker in second, but I think what happens is that could have changed now. I see a bright green Kawasaki go up back into the lead again, so that will be Lineker once more. They'll come underneath the Wingfield Bridge, the City of Cape Town Bridge. Out of turn 5 they ran, and then the 93 bike still heads it at the moment. Second will be Van Niekerk. Lindemann still in third, but I think Lindemann might just take the lead right back over here into turn 1. Look at them, all nose to tail, side by side. The Suzuki leads onto the Joubert Straight, but let's see them as they come up to turn 2. It's gonna be Lineker that goes on the inside and will take the lead right back. This is the last lap. Slade van Niekerk, excuse me there. He takes the lead then right there.
Right, so the Super Sport 300s down the back straight. And still it's Adrian Solomon there in second, Butler third, Mitch Robinson moving up into 4. Make their way down towards turn number 5. And they're working their way in there. It's a whole gaggle of bikes going in there. They got Stavro Michael, the 650 in between them, trying to get past him. He's almost like a mobile chicane, and they cannot get through there as they try and work their way through. Coming up over the line, Adrian Solomon, Stavro Michael, Brendan Goldie. And it's Jared Butler, Mitch Robinson. Robinson getting through there. Butler looking up on the inside. He's late on the brakes. He looks up on the inside, but has his bow chopped off. And Willie van Niekerk back into the race there now. So it's final lap, and they're going to have a real tussle working their way up towards the line.
Now we'll watch them come to the line right now, and it looks like it's just going to be David Lindemann ahead of Slade van Niekerk and Jason Lineker. That was one of the closest finishes I have ever seen, and Lindemann on the Suzuki gets it by 100th of a second over Van Niekerk, and who in turn gets it over 5,000ths of a second over the third place.
Well, things are heating up in the Super Sport 300s. Nicholas Hutchins down the back straight, he leads out, but things are heating up now in the towards the second place. Having a look now as they come out of the double apex turn number 4. It's going to be 650s there. It's Adrian Solomon. Solomon has got Butler right up behind him. Butler's going to go up. He's drafting him, taking him down towards turn number 5. They're side by side. It looks like it could be Mitch Robinson in there with him as they go down towards turn number 5. Who's going to be late on the brakes. Down into 5 they go. Work their way through turn number 5 as your leader comes over the line. Nicholas Hutchins, we wait for the rest of the group to come up towards us. Up towards us now. They're going to be coming through. It's real nail-biting stuff. They make their way up towards us. Willie van Niekerk, it's going to be Jared Butler with Mitch Robinson and Adrian Solomon over the line. Great racing there from the Supersport riders as well. So plenty of happening out there. Right, so next up the South Superbikes SBK Masters Challenge. Pole position Malcolm Rapson. Behind him Trevor Westman there from Project 60 Racing. Just wait for the timesheet to change. It's now on the second page. We'll let you know who's who. Up behind Westman, I think is possibly Alex van den Berg there from GFP. Jacques Ackerman, JP Frederick, Mark van den Berg also from GFP. Libra Balantasana, Michael de Toy, Sean Mackerel, Mike Hunter, Quinny Ebden. They all make up there the top 10. And I think we're going to have a stunning race. Up behind Ebden, Wayne Aronson, Dion Ebel. Up behind him, Andre Kruger, Paul Medell on the Ducati 899, Jamie Hall, and then Jonathan Schwerin. It seems to be trying to curb some suspension issues. He's had the suspension reworked, and now will hopefully try and come into his own. Race 1, it's going to be a 9-lapper, cut a lap off, not 10, just 9. So we're going to try and make up some time here today, as we've almost an hour that has gone aside here now with all the accidents that we've had alongside the circuit from the four-wheelers. So we'll see how this one pans out. Malcolm Rapson setting pole position, 1:13.198. We always joke fondly of him, the quickest accountant in Africa on two wheels. And right up behind him, Trevor with a Killer Westman, number 60 from Project 60, also riding out of the ZX Masters Cup. Alex van den Berg, a Cape Townian of nature, but now residing in Johannesburg from GFP. Down in third place on the Suzuki GSX-R 1000R. And Dad Mark van den Berg will be joining him also on the Suzuki. Malcolm Rapson's on the Suzuki as well. And Jock Ackerman on the ZX-10 Kawasaki. Behind him on the Yamaha R1, JP Frederick, Mark van den Berg, then Libra Balantasana, Mike de Toy, Sean Macron also on the ZX-10R, Michael Hunter on the ZX-10R as well. So it's a Kawasaki, Suzuki, Yamaha conglomeration. And it's going to be a real crackerjack race. One Ducati in there, that's Paul Medell. I spoke to Paul yesterday, he says, Francois, this Ducati scares me.
Well, it's good to have the a bit of Italian flair amongst that Japanese engineering. And, well, yeah, they come out now, Francois. So 17 of them altogether, split over 3 classes, although Hunter on the 600 class, he's the only man in that class. There's a class of his own, starts in 10th position.
And Michael's very quick on that 600. Trust me, at ZX6R, Michael Hunter really enjoys the small bikes. I'm also like that. 1,000 scare me a bit nowadays, although I've had 1,000. But a 600 is a fun bike. It's nimble, it's quick, easy to turn on a dime, so to speak. So it's going to be very nice for Michael to mix it up with the 1000s, and believe me, around Killarney, it's definitely a 600 circuit. They're very quick out here.
Well, they'll be looking to do 9 laps of this circuit, and well, Malcolm Rapson, Trevor Westman, those names already make you think, make you shudder, because those guys are incredibly quick and are difficult to keep up with. Jacques Ackerman, another name in there as well, who's now a master himself. JP Frederick, always good to see him on the R1 Yamaha. Mark van den Berg, he will round off that little section of the Superbike class. Ntisana, a massive talent. Ntisana on bike number 53, Kawasaki ZX-10R. Here comes the number 33 of Aronson, Wayne Aronson, on his Kawasaki. It's emblazoned on his leathers there as well. Right,
so you're all lining up here on On the second row there, Jacques Ackerman, JP Frederick, Mark van der Berg. First row there, Malcolm Rapson. Wait for the likes of Trevor Westman to come through. Bike number 3, Alex van der Berg, working his way through. He's now from Johannesburg. Works GFP. Dad says, good luck, my boy. Speak to Alex van der Berg. He says, on this bike, I feel like a passenger. They're under starters' orders, waiting for the time. Everyone having a look around, said they're ready to go. 5-second board. Wait for the lights. Lights off, and away we go. Crackerjack start there from Malcolm Rapson, and Jacques Ackerman gets a lovely start down towards turn number 1. That's what you'd want. Around his outside. Looks like it could be Alex van der Berg that comes up into second place. Out of turn number 1, make the way up the Uber straight. That's Rapson. Van der Berg's bike squirming under him as he gets on the gas, and Westman moves up there with JP Frederick into P4, and Ackerman, who had a good start. And Rapson being set up there by Alex van der Berg as he comes through, and it looks like Westman rolls up into second place up behind Alex van der Berg.
Oh, van der Berg 2 places up from his starting position. The number 54 bike now leads, and Westman up into second position, but not going to be left alone by Malcolm Rapson, the man who started on pole. Remember, Rapson still leads the Masters class of this Superbike race. Down the back straight as we go then. It is the Suzuki that leads it all the way to Fastron, turn 5 in the first of 9 racing laps. Remember, the likes of Alex van der Berg, Jacques Ackerman initially got a good start, but I think what happens is in the second phase of that start, Francois, he might have been engulfed by everybody else.
Yeah, he went a bit deep on the brakes, and they all managed to wrap him up as they came through. Alex van der Berg leading out here, Trevor Westman, Malcolm Rapson, JP van der Berg, and JP Frederick, and then it's Jacques Ackerman over the line, followed by Mark van der Berg.
Yeah, Mark van der Berg as well, another name in the class. He now rounds off that section of the Superbike class. He's currently second in the Masters section. Then Ibden a little bit further down in 17th position, but Ntisana still holds the lead in the other classes, of course, as well, the SBK CHL class, with the toy sharing it with him.
Trevor Westman rolls up into the front ahead of Alex van der Berg, going into intercept the corner. Just wanted to say there, 2 ex-short circuit riders now riding liter bikes, grown up into sterling young gentlemen, and they now work their way out of Malmesbury Sweep. And Westman cracks on the pace there ahead of van der Berg, and here comes Rapson and JP Frederick, followed by Jacques Ackerman, then Mark van der Berg. Up behind them, it looks like it's Libra and Ntisana as they work their way down towards turn number 5.
Oh, JP Frederick on the move there, Francois. He's now ahead of Jacques Ackerman as well, and JP was the one who started in 5th position, so he made that move and he's now sticking with it. But now the thing is, he's now sticking in with Rapson, and they come now towards the line. They come across the line now. It is now Westman that leads by 0.2 of a second ahead of Alex van der Berg. Rapson still holds it in there to a 0.2 of a second back. It is JP Frederick.
JP managing to get that R1 sorted out, and he sits now right up there behind Rapson, then Alex van der Berg, and then in front there Trevor Westman, Jacques Ackerman, Mark van der Berg. Mark van der Berg working his way through Quarry Corner, works it out up towards the King, up behind Mark van der Berg, Michael de Toy, Libabala Ntisana, Quinny Ebden, Dion Ebel, Mike Hunter, Wayne Orange, Sean Mackerel, Paul Medell, and Jamie Hall.
Well, JP Frederick just put in a fastest lap of a 1:13.943, the leading Yamaha of all of them. The number 24 bike, like I said, 0.2 of a second off of Malcolm Rapson. And of course, that means he'll be 3rd in the standard class, whereas Rapson is the leader in the Masters class ahead of Ackerman and van den Berg. But then De Toys now leads ahead of Ntisana, now 0.3 of a second, almost 0.4 of a second as they come through turn 5 Fastron.
Coming out of Fastron, going in there was Malcolm Rapson. He slid up on the inside there of Alex van der Berg. Westman leads out. Here comes Rapson. Van der Berg comes back at Rapson as they make their way into turn number 1. But Malcolm Rapson, late on the brakes, takes a good line in towards the apex. But JP Frederick looming there in P4. Mark van der Berg trying to roll up there. Michael de Toy, Libabala Ntisana, they all work their way into turn number 1. Great racing out of them as your leader now goes into Quarry Corner.
Trevor Westman, a 1:13.465, fastest lap of the race, and that's over 0.6 of a second faster than Malcolm Rapson managed on the last lap. It just shows you how quickly he's going. Westman is 0.9 of a second ahead of the number one man himself, Malcolm Rapson, but then Vandenberg will be, as they cross the line, 0.02 of a second, and I think Adams Rapson was passing Vandenberg across the line, and now Malcolm Rapson can set his sights, hopefully for him, on Trevor Westman, but Trevor Westman is going, I think, a bit too quickly over here for Malcolm Rapson's liking.
Well, Malcolm pulling away there now from the third place man, Alex Vandenberg. JP Frederick closing up on the back of Alex. So things are happening. Dynamics are shifting around the front four there. Mark Vandenberg in P5 as they lead out. Westman gets on the gas, but Malcolm Rapson is closing up hand over foot. Man, oh man, is he making this bike really work overtime. So we've still got 5 laps to go, and I don't want to call this race now, Byron.
No, not at all, Francois. In the space of 1 lap, Malcolm Rapson's taken 0.4 of a second out of Trevor Westman's lead, and he's got himself the 1:13.275 as his fastest lap of this race. So what happens is he's on the move. He's got 5 laps left to go, including the one they're currently on. He's got ample time, but can he use it? That's the main thing over here. Vandenberg 0.7 further back in 3rd position on bike number 54. Friedrich in the 24 on the 24 bike, 0.9 back from him. Ackerman and Vandenberg Mark, the 96 bike, they're about 2 odd seconds off of each other ahead of Dutoy and Ebden.
Yeah, I see Quinny Ebden's now moved up into P8. That's a better performance from him now, but your leader's down the back straight, Trevor Westman. And Westman leading out there over Malcolm Rapson. Alex Vandenberg holding on to 3rd there ahead of JP Frederick as they make their way down into turn number 5, and Rapson closing up rapidly on the back there of Trevor Westman. That Suzuki is just stupendously strong as Westman cracks on the gas, but here comes Malcolm Rapson, and he's not hanging around whatsoever. Trevor very late on the brakes, but Malcolm's up for it. Alex Vandenberg and JP Frederick just slightly back there. Jock Ackerman work their way down into turn number 1. There you see on screen as they work their way through turn 1 up towards turn number 2. Here come your leaders, and Westman still leading out there. Behind Ackerman, it's Mark Vandenberg and Quinny Ebden. And I can tell you something, and Malcolm Rapson is closing down on Trevor Westman. Westman's got his work cut out, and he's still got 3 and a bit laps to go.
0.2 of a second as they cross the line, Francois. Is it going to all be down to the back straight over here? They go through Interceptor. As I see on the screen now, they'll go onto the short little Tigerberg straight before the double apex right-hander. They're coming up to traffic as well, which could play a factor over here. They might catch them before the end of the lap. They lean in through the double apex right-hander. Onto the straight we go, going a bit defensive. But then what happens is we'll see them as they go down into Pertamina Farstron corner. Turn 5.
I don't know, Malcolm Rapson really has got this one nicely sewn up. That Suzuki is working very well under him now as he set ups behind Trevor Westman. Westman cracks on the gas. Will Rapson have a look now as they cross the line? No, he doesn't. He's not close enough. Westman with some of the last of the late breakers there. Alex Vandenberg still there in 3rd place, followed by JP Frederick, Jock Ackerman, Mark Vandenberg. They'll make their way into turn number 1. Next up will be Quinton Ebden. And we'll wait till he crosses the line, and he's ahead there of Mike Dutoy.
Yeah, Mike Dutoy leading his class ahead of Ntisana at the moment, half a second to be exact. And then Dion Ebel on the 27 bike is leading the CHL Superbike class. Well, he's actually 3rd in the Superbike class there. And then the number 37 of Hunter, who's the only 600 out in the field. So he'll be 11th ahead of Aronser, McCrill, Medell, Kruger, Hall, and of course Schwerin, who is a lap down in 17th.
Right, so your leaders now, once again down towards turn number 5, down the back straight, still Westman and Rapson. Rapson trying to get closer to Trevor Westman. We've got basically two and a bit laps to go. Rapson up on the inside. It's a minuscule gap between the two riders now as Westman exits turn number 5, leans it over towards the left now under the bridge. Will go up against the wall, tries to get good drive up against the wall down towards turn number 1. Malcolm Rapson hovering there behind Trevor Westman. But the main thing is he has to get past first, Byron. That is the main thing. You can be there, but to get past is another story.
What did Murray Walker say? Catching is one thing, passing is another. And let me tell you one thing. If somebody's going to defend very hard, it's going to be Trevor Westman. But let me tell you one thing, he gets closer every so often, and then a little bit further back. It was a tenth of a second when they cross the line together. They go through the kink into the interceptor section now. And remember, this is now the penultimate lap of the race. Only this lap and the next lap left to go. Onto the Tygerberg straight. They'll lean in through Malmesbury. Now, let's watch them as they come out onto the back straight, Francois. I don't know if he's close enough. Malcolm Rapson, a little bit of a wiggle there from Malcolm Rapson as they go down the back straight. Now he'll check on the inside. No, he won't. So he's now leaving very few passing opportunities for the last lap of the race.
Yeah, him and Trevor are having it out, hammer and tongs here. Westman leads out. He comes up on the inside. He's going to go up towards the wall. He's not going to run defensive. He's lost the late breakers now towards turn number 1. Westman late on the brakes in there. Rapson sits up behind him. Alex van der Berg gets away there from JP Frederick. He's in third. As they make their way now up the Hubert straight towards Quarry Corner, it's still Westman. Westman gets a good pull there on Malcolm Rapson coming out of turn number 1. Gives him a bit of breathing space. And works his way out of Quarry Corner, down through the King, down towards the Interceptor is where Trevor's pretty quick. And it looks like he might have just broken the toe there on Malcolm Rapson.
Yeah, it's not been a very good few corners for Malcolm Rapson. It's where he's lost the most of his ground now, and he's now just almost 0.2 of a second as they cross the line. But there's still hope for him. They'll go through Interceptor now. Actually, now they're already going into the last sections over here as well. Down the back straight, they'll be running towards Fastron, and I think what happens is he's going to have to be satisfied at the moment with second is Malcolm Rapson, because Trevor Westman, if he gets through turn 5, he might have this wrapped up. I don't want to speak up too soon.
Well, they come up the inside of the corner now. It's checkered flag time. Checkered flag beckons and up towards the line. Oh, and it's Westman that takes Rapson. 1-2, very close to each other. It's Alex van der Berg and JP Frederick crosses the line. Up behind JP Frederick, it's Mark van der Berg, followed by Jock Ackerman. As we wait for the rest of the field now coming out of turn number 5.
Yeah, just quickly there, Francois, 32 thousandths of a second, as pointed out here by Dave Abrams, between Westman and Rapson. That just shows you how close it was at the end of that. But like Francois said, Alex van den Berg in third position, JP Frederick in the fourth position, Mark van den Berg also second in the master class behind Rapson, is the number 96 bike in fifth position. Ackerman having a dreadful race for his own standards, in sixth position. Then we have the number 7 of Dutoy winning the CHL Superbike class ahead of Ntisana. Michael Dutoy, of course, and Lubabalo Ntisana, R1 and Kawasaki ZX-10R. Quinton Ebden will also be 9th, and he'll be 7th in class in the Superbike main class. Dion Ebel will be 3rd in the CHL class, but 10th overall. Hunter, 11th overall, of course, winner, last place, second place, and all places in his class. Then it's Sean McCrill in 12th position, Wayne Aronson in 13th, Kruger in 14th position on bike number 59, of course, that's Andre Kruger. Paul Medell in 15th position on the Ducati. And then it will be Hall in the Masters class as well, number 65. That will be in 16th position. And then Jonathan Schwerin will be the man 17th and 2 laps down. Yeah, retired basically. He did 7 laps of the race, Jonathan Schwerin. But Jamie Hall in the Masters class will finish off on the lead lap. Well, I just want to go quickly through the program here. We've had 2 bike races. We have 1 more before the lunch break. Of course, we have the Strato Technology Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles. Then we'll follow that up with some single-seater action in the Formula V's. Louder sports and louder classic cars, I should rather say, and Thermofire's Clubman Saloons before the lunch break. So plenty of great things to look.
howling at the moon.
Well, folks, next up the Strata Technologies Clubmans. In the front row, Jamie Hall, Donovan Stevens and Brendan Bramdell. Second row, Nico Fenter, Nick Ben and Derek Hendricks.
Well, Jamie Hall doing double duty today, jumping from the Yamaha onto the Honda. Let me tell you one thing, that is quite a jump there as well. So doing a pole position in the Clubman's class ahead of Stevens and Bramdell as bikes slot into position. The slight burble that you can hear over there as well, a few revs, is virtually the calm before the storm, and the beautiful storm that it is.
Right, so they're under starters orders. 5-second board up. Wait for the lights. Lights on. Off and away they go. Oh no, great start down the middle there for Donovan Stevens. Stevens looks like he's going to get the whole shot, and he does. Just ahead of Jamie Hall. Donovan Stevens leading out over Jamie Hall as they make their way out of turn number 1 up the UBS straight now towards Quarry Corner. Up towards Quarry Corner they ride. Donovan Stevens and Jamie Hall a little bit late on the brakes. Closes up behind him as they make their way around the rest of the field. Oh, someone running very hot and down into the sand. Managing to keep it together. I can't see who the biker is, but just keeping it together. A couple of riders there with bibs from the Breakfast Club finding their way around, but that rider having a little bit of a nervous situation.
Yeah, I know we've seen a few nervous situations today, but everybody getting cleanly through this part of the lap now. Remember, 8 laps will be running in this race, and then down the back straight we will then run towards Pertamina Fastron, the long banked right-hander, and then open it up again onto the main straight. Jamie Hall, the man who started pole position on the CBR 600RR. He, of course, pole in the Clubman's class. We'll watch them as they come around now and get their heads down underneath the City of Cape Town Wingfield Motors Bridge. And then we see now who is sitting where, and it will be Jamie Hall that leads the way from Donovan Stevens' Suzuki 1000. Brandon Bramdell in third position, with Niku Fenter holding up on the Yamaha R1 in fourth position.
Well, having a look there now at the leader, Jamie Hall, showing that it is a 600 track. He rolls out at Quarry Corner. The rest of the field now bunching up there behind second place man Donovan Stevens. He's got a whole gaggle of bikers up behind him as they work their way out at Quarry Corner, through dams down towards Interceptor Corner. And they're going to all watch their P's and Q's. 1 foot wrong and someone's up on your inside. So the rest of those bikers now working their way up the Tigerberg straight up towards Malmesbury Corner.
7 laps to go, and the bike in 5th position, the number 92, is Matthew van Niekerk. The Kawasaki ZX-10R currently leads the breakfast run class. And he finds himself ahead of Nick Ben and the 57 bike of Hendricks. Fourie will be second in class, and at 8th overhaul ahead of Wayne Gress. The number 95 bike, 7/10 of a second off for him on his Kawasaki, and then ahead of the Peter Hill Buell RX 1190.
Well, a big turn up there in 5th place, Matthew van Niekerk. He's out of the Breakfast Club, finding himself up into P5 and doing sterling work there. As your leader goes down into turn number 1, that's Jamie Hall. He's doing a 119.2. That's pretty handy out of a 600. And Matthew van Niekerk has moved up into 2nd place, ahead of Brandon Bramdell. Donovan Stevens down to 4. So Brandon Bramdell showing that he's also got what it takes now as he chases down the likes of Jamie Hall. But Jamie Hall's put some daylight between him and the rest of the pack now as he makes way through the King down into Interceptor Corner. He's on that Castrol CBR 600 Honda. as he works his way out of Interceptor, up the Tigerberg straight, up towards Malmesbury Corner.
Yeah, the double apex right-hander, 4.3 seconds ahead of Van Niekerk. The breakfast run bike, number 92, is currently up into second position, ahead of Brandon Bramdor, and there was 7/10 of a second between them. And of course, the breakfast club class, he's by a country mile leading that race ahead of Jan Fourie on his Suzuki. Now, not also looking at the classics as well, towards the back end of the field, we have the two Ferreiras, followed by William Morris, but Mario Ferreira, Hanno Ferreira, they will hold up the classic bikes. It's always nice to see a few of the older bikes join this gang as well. As the number 65 of Jamie Hall will cross the line, followed by the number 92 of Van Niekerk, 4.5 seconds. Braden Bramdor comes in the number 80 bike across the line, and then we wait for now for Donovan Stevens. He'll round off that group, and then we have a little bit of a gap to the rest.
Well, number 29, Wesley Hendricks, is coming loose, but still Jamie Hall leading out from Matthew Van Niekerk. And Matthew Van Niekerk, I've got to admit, putting in a fine performance here out of the Breakfast Club. He's ahead of Brandon Bramdor. Donovan Stevens is there. Nick Ben down in 5. Derek Hendricks in 6. Nico Fente in 7th. Jan Fourie down in 8th. Brad Bodsworth is there. Wayne Gresser. Peter Hill down in 11. As they make their way now to Quarry Corner. Your leaders already making their way up towards Malmesbury Corner.
Well, Hendricks drops a place, number 29, into 17th position on the Kawasaki. Passed there by Mario Ferreira on the BMW. A few BMWs in this race, and the majority of them will be in the classic bike class, who that rounds off the field. So Morris will still hold the 19th position on his 1100, and they're all 1100s down there in the BMW classic bike section. But Hall still leads the way. 5 laps left to go, including the lap they are currently on. 4.5 seconds between himself and Van Niekerk. Van Niekerk doing an outstanding job ahead of Bramdor, Stevens, Ben and Hendricks. Venter holding off there ahead of Fourie. 0.2 of a second to be exact on bike number 99 as Bramdor comes across the line now.
Bramdor doing well. Donovan Stevens still holding on to 4. Nick Ben's down there in 5. Derek Hendricks now has been passed there by Jan Fourie. Jan Fourie moves up into 6. Hendricks down to 7. And Hendricks gets passed by Wayne Gresser as well. So he's down to 8th. Nico Fente in 9. Brad Bodsworth down in 10. So one of the bikers run a bit deep into turn number 1. And still been led out there by Jamie Hall. But Matthew Van Niekerk in 2nd place. He's on the ZX10R out of the Breakfast Club. Doing 1:19.6. Let me tell you something, Byron, that is quick.
You know, that's where it all starts as well, Francois. A lot of the guys, breakfast runs, you always talk about that. They go out there to the one stop on the N1 somewhere on a Sunday or so. But then they say, let's bring it to the track, let's bring it to Killarney, let's do a bit of racing. And a few guys can come from that and actually go into Superbikes and go into some of the other classes, not only here in Cape Town, but maybe in South Africa as well.
Yeah, no, stunning stuff there. So they're still being led out by Jamie Hall. Jamie coming up under the Cape Town Wingfield Bridge. And he's really stonking. Matthew Van Niekerk up behind him on the ZX10 is really pedaling, trying to close him down as they make their way down towards turn number 1. And look at that time out of Matthew Van Niekerk, a Breakfast Run Club, 1:19.1. That is stonkingly quick for a man from a Breakfast Club. I don't want to take anything away from him. He might just have what it takes to be a good Superbike rider. But he can actually see Jamie Hall ahead of him now, Byron.
Well, that's the thing, Francois. He's with the breakfast run. He's with the breakfast club class, but he might be having Jamie Hall for lunch very shortly. I can tell you that much. If he keeps going like he is,
he's cutting a lot of seconds off him now as they make their way up towards the Malmesbury sweep. Jamie Hall on a 600 is doing exceptionally well. Like you said, it's second race duty that he's doing. But Matthew Van Niekerk is really him. And here comes down the back straight goes Jamie Hall. And here comes Matthew Van Niekerk up behind him now. And on the back wheel, man, is he really twisting that grip. There we see him picture Matthew Van Niekerk working his way down the back straight down towards turn number 5. And, well, he's doing exceptionally well. He's almost a second quicker at the moment. I don't know if it's going to be enough. We've got 2 bit laps to go. So we'll have to see. Here comes your leader. And look at Matthew Van Niekerk around the outside of a slow marker. Just cranks up the volume and works his way down towards turn number 1.
Yeah, it was 3.9 seconds, is now 3.6 seconds, so 0.3 of a second on the last lap. If you look at the times, a 1:19.986, to a 1:19.6 for the Van Niekerk machine. And let me tell you one thing, only 2 laps left to go. They'll be coming up now to lap Mario Ferreira on the BMW. He's the only classic bike left in this race. Unfortunately, the other Ferreira, Hanu Ferreira, as well as William Morris and then Wesley Hendricks, no longer in this race, looks like it.
Yeah, I know they've retired for some reason. But yeah, I have to look at the sharp end of the field because this is looking very, very interesting. It says a 3-second gap. It is a 3-second gap, but I can tell you something that Matthew Van Niekerk is really winding up that ZX-10R. He's got a quickest first sector once again, and he's chasing. There you can see, there goes your leader, Jamie Hall, and there comes Matthew Van Niekerk down, chasing him hard towards turn number 5. Jamie Hall trying to just get out from underneath one of the slower riders. He manages to get through. Matthew Van Niekerk comes out at turn number 5 and he's cracking on the pace. It's past the classic bike, and Matthew will look up on the inside of the classic bike and gets onto the brakes into turn number 1. And well, it's just slightly held up. It could affect him. He's going to try and go around the outside. He does that. I must admit, the man's got some serious gumption and he's got a lot of style, that's for sure.
Well, Matthew Van Niekerk puts in a 1:18.578 on his breakfast run machine, and well, he now closes up the gap to 2.1 seconds. I don't think he'll catch Jamie Hall unless something happens, but the ZX-10R still going lovely after 7 laps. And you also see out on the circuit, anybody that's watching, a few riders with yellow bibs on, those are rookies, those are the newbies in the class, so show them some love.
Yeah, now down the back straight now is your leader, Jamie Hall, going down not too far behind him. There's Matthew Van Niekerk on the back wheel. Man, he lights up that ZX-10R, takes his way down towards turn number 5. I don't think he's got enough in it there to catch Jamie Hall. Jamie Hall takes it late down into 5, rolls around, not too far behind him, Matthew Van Niekerk. But Matthew has ridden an absolute blind of a race here as he comes out. Checkered flag should be out for now. Indeed it is, so it's going to go to Jamie Hall on the CBR 600 Castrol Honda, right up behind him, Matthew Van Niekerk on the ZX-10R. Man, oh man, what a ride.
No, we've had some great performances here in these bike races today. Ferreira comes across the line, a lap down, but yep, Jamie Hall takes the victory by only 1.2 seconds over Matthew Van Niekerk over there. Bramdor, Stevens come across the line as well. They'll be 2nd and 3rd in class, but 3rd and 4th overall. Then Bodsworth comes through on bike 84 as well. Brad Bodsworth, Nick Ben, Nico Fenter on the Honda, Suzuki in the Honda, of course, Nico Fenter on the Yamaha, and then Jan Fourie comes through 3rd in class in the Breakfast Club class, ahead of Hendricks in on the 57 bike in 9th position. Stuart De Lange, 10th position, but also 4th overall, 4th in the breakfast run class. Then it's Keegan Stuart De Lange, then Wayne Gress, the 86 of Lowe, Peter Hill coming through in 13th position. 14th is Frost ahead of Smith, or Smith I should rather say, it says Smith, sorry, my apologies there, and then Mario Ferreira.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here. Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car has brought out a product just for you, our valued customer.
How about the guys in the breakfast run class, Motorflex? Motorflex, you guys qualified on a cold track this morning. How was that on a bike?
Yeah, sketchy, eh? 8:30 this morning, still nice and cold. Struggled to get some heat into the tyres, but did okay. Third overall qualifying between breakfast run and Clubman. So let's see how the race goes. Hopefully you can get that whole shot.
I hope so. Let's see how the first corner is going to go. First corner is always an issue when it comes to this track. What is your strategy going into that first corner?
Just to go as fast as possible into that corner and see how much spaces I can get.
So the bikes that you guys are riding, just talk me through what you're riding and what your bike is.
I'm on the Suzuki GSXR 750. and he's on the Suzuki GSX-R 1000.
And between the 1000, you've obviously driven both. How do you what is yours between the 1000 and the 750?
It's actually completely different riding styles. 750 is much faster through the corners. The 1000, you struggle to accelerate out of corner, different line, get the bike turning quicker, hard on the acceleration, and try and get as much speed on straight. Where the 750s are quick around the corners, they go. So it's completely different bikes, completely different setups, completely different riding styles, but both fun to ride.
Well, that means you get him in the corners, he pulls you on the straights. Team, awesome. Faster corner speed, Team Motorflex, watch out for them on the live stream. See you guys then. I'm here with Theo Klaassen, but I gotta say, I noticed the car first, Theo. This is L28 2.8 GTX Skyline, South African favorite, but it's not all good news today, unfortunately.
No, unfortunately, I think it was the 5th round, I saw some
GTX
smoke
Skyline.
on the back. And then in the next round, the car started to lose power. Yeah, but we it's a good engine, so I just slowed down a bit and I still came second.
Well, then it must be a really good engine if you still came second with a blown head gasket. But I see the guys are packing the tools in the back. Are you guys calling it for the day?
Yeah, no, unfortunately, you can't drive if you're just going to break the engine.
Yeah, rather look after the guys motor, are packing but the I'm tools sure in you the guys back. Are going to be back stronger. Can you give us a little bit of detail and history of this car, please? I'm sure people want to know out there.
Yeah, this car I've got the car for the last, say, 3 years. Before that, I think the car was running here for about 5-6 years. It was running in Killarney in fine cars. This car, I did a bit of a refreshment on the car, and the car before that.
Well, it certainly looks the part. Today, unfortunately, the girl has to rest a little bit, but Mr. Klaassen, we look forward to seeing you at the next event. Thanks, Sam. Thanks for the chat.
I want to say a shout out. There's people that's watching us from Australia and from New Zealand as well. Dave Abrams was up here early on saying that they got messages from people in Brisbane, Australia, and also from New Zealand. And you know, it's probably like 8 o'clock in the morning there in the land down under at this point in time. So yeah, people from Oz and people from New Zealand watching us as well.
Speaking of Australia, I'd like to welcome a good friend of mine, an ex-racing driver here, Stephen Young from Australia, who's here today visiting us. So to Stephen, welcome back to Cape Town. He sounds like an Aussie. It's irritating, isn't it?
Yeah, it'll happen eventually. So yeah, Stephen from our side as well, welcome. So they're watching from all over. I remember we were doing an oval track race at CHD a couple of weeks ago. And one of the young drivers that campaigned there in the mini class is a young lad by the name of Connor Boys. And he had family from Texas that sent me a WhatsApp to say that they wish Connor well. So they watch us, all forms of racing from all over the globe. They watch us and they listen to us. So yeah, we hope that we are entertaining you as good as we possibly can. And I know for a fact that the racing out there is as hard and as good as it gets. So Byron, here we go. Formula Libra single-seaters. The cars are busy making their way to the line. And in Class S, we've got DJ Boyson, Byron Mitchell, and Storm Lanfear. My goodness. No Andrew Rackstraw out there today.
No. Storm Lanfear is the name that's come in. I remember from karting many years ago as well. The Lanfears have been very much around Killarney for many years. And a very good DD2 driver, as Francois has informed me. I haven't commentated karting in a number of years now, but it's good to see the Lanfear name back. Byron Mitchell, who Frankie pointed out there as well, in the Formula VW. He is absolutely quick. He's great on the national scene as well, and a very big talent. James Beaumont in his VW Reynard with DJ Boyson, Hayden Elwood. Now when you start going to those Class C and Class V guys, Frankie, that's where the big excitement happens, because that's jostling for position.
Yeah, so in pole position is Byron Mitchell. Oh yeah, Storm Lanfear in that number 27. That's the number that he races karts with as well. Storm, and he is going to storm his way through here, that's for sure. Then DJ Boyson, the number 20. And then you got the 41. I think that is James Beaumont. Yes, it is James Beaumont. And then Hayden Elwood out there in that 76. In that Jordan 7-Up livery from 1991, somewhere around there, back in the day. So yeah, it's going to be an awesome event. Then all those Formula Vs, Frankie, all the way down to the back of the grid. But it's going to be awesome up front, Byron, between Mitchell, Lanphier and Boyson.
Elroy Weiss was just shaking his head there for a moment, Frankie, but luckily a Samaritan has pushed him back into position over there by his grid. But the 2 minutes board gets shown, followed shortly by the 1 minute. Remember, it's not literal minutes. And well, Frankie, we're almost ready to go with the 5 second board.
Well, in Formula V, the pole sitter there is Kelly Fletcher. Right, there's a bit of a jump start there by 1 or 2 of the guys, and away they go. As the lights go off and a stormer off the line there by Byron Mitchell. Mitchell sitting out there in P1. Lanphier is there in that second position, followed there by DJ Boyson and James Beaumont. They're the first 4 cars working their way up the Jabez Straight towards turn 2. Out of Quarry Corner they come now, working their way out of Quarry, and the hammer's now been dropped already, halfway into lap number 1 by Byron Mitchell as he works his way through Interceptor Corner. Lanphier there in that second position, followed there by DJ Boyson and James Beaumont.
I have to point out, Frankie, that before the line, Byron Mitchell did move. That looked like a jump start.
Hayden Elwood as well, for that matter.
It is indeed, yes. So they'll be both racing with the axe here over their heads over there, because Elwood was starting a little bit further down in that Jordan 7-Up 1991 homage machine, and they go down the back straight now. Remember, another man we don't have here today is Troy Dolenchik, who was quite a mainstay in the S-Class.
Yeah, so the opening lap is in the bag as they work their way to turn 1. It's Mitchell, it's Lanphier. It is Boyson and Beaumont. They're the first 4 cars heading down into turn number 1. Leading Class C is Hayden Elwood, and here come the Formula Vs, and they are led by Kelly Fletcher. Kelly Fletcher sitting out there in P1. Then it's Elroy Weiss. It's a lovely fight there. A 6-way fight. Now make it a 5-way fight. They're heading out of turn number 1, Byron, and that is in the Formula V class.
Yeah, the Formula Vs are down the field. Hayden Elwood, of course, the Class C. And then the Formula Vs, or the list of Vs, Kelly Fletcher, Elroy Weiss, Reino Pence, Donovan Ramsey, and then dropping down a position, Nick van der Westhuizen, with Luan van Heerden hanging in there in the Formula V Omega, along with the Stings, the Lantises, and the Omegas. Ahead of that, Graham Knight, Formula Ford Ray, who finds himself in 12th position at the present moment.
Right, the leaders are busy working their way down the back straight towards turn number 5. Coming out of Fostron now, Pertamina Fostron is your leader, and it is Byron Mitchell, way down the highway. As a matter of fact, he is virtually the whole straight ahead there of Storm Lanphier in that second position, followed there by DJ Boyson. P4 and leading Class A is James Beaumont. That is making his way now into turn number 1, and leading Class B coming down towards us, Class C is Hayden Elwood. There are no Class B cars out there, so Hayden Elwood in Class C working his way out of turn 1.
Yeah, the Formula Swift. But let me tell you something, Frankie, that Byron Mitchell looks to be so quick. He's not even registering on the timing sheets at the moment, because it shows on the digital timing that he's down in 13th, but he's well and truly leading this race in car number 21, ahead of car number 27. That's Storm Lanphier, and Storm Lanphier is being registered as the fastest lap holder at the moment, which I don't think is completely right. That'll be a 1:15.445, so hopefully the transponder can get picked up fairly shortly over here as well. There's some sort of a glitch or something like that, but blue flags are waving. I think Graham Knight is now being overtaken. Graham Knight's down in 12th position in this race, actually 13th position, and Byron Mitchell has now got the fastest lap of a 1:10.779.
So there's a lovely fight for Class V working its way out of turn number 4, out of Malmesbury, down the back lane they go, and Kelly Fletcher is still sitting out there in P1 in that class. There's about 4 of them going one-on-one, as you can pick up on your screen there, as they go past that Wingfield Motors board towards a Pertamina Fostron, turn 5. Working their way out of Fostron, while Kelly Fletcher, well, she is leading them all out there. Fletcher from Vice, I know Pence and Ramsey was in that one when they crossed the line. Here they come towards us once again under the Wingfield Motors bridge, and it is Fletcher that leads them down into turn number 1. It is Fletcher, then it's Elroy Vice, then it's Reno Pence, and then it is the 95 of Donovan Ramsey making their way through turn number 1. So these Formula V drivers are nose to tail as they work their way up the Jabez Straight towards turn 2, Quarry Corner, still led out there by Lady Racer, and that of course is Kelly Fletcher.
Yeah, watch it as it comes towards the latter stages of the race. Then you're going to see it all hot up over there as well. And the likes of Kelly Fletcher, Elroy Vice, Reno Pence and Donovan Ramsey will have an all Formula V battle as they come down the Tygerberg Straight, then through the double apex right-hander at Malmesbury. Look at them all there in the same section as well. It looks like it's still going to be the fastest lap of 1:10.779 by the number 21. That is Byron Mitchell, although he registers as 10th on the timing sheets.
And definitely he's out there in P1. There's a problem with that timing device. As a matter of fact, he's making his way down into a turn 5, into Pertamina Fostron. He's your leader, and he has miles, and I mean miles down the highway ahead of second place man Storm Lanfear, that in turn is making his way down the back straight towards a turn number 5 Fostron, and on his case is DJ Boyson. So second and third only working their way towards Fostron corner now. Meantime, the leader is making his way up the Jabez Straight and into Quarry Corner, and he is now right to Byron in the middle of that fight for first, second and third in the Formula V class.
Yeah, he's just passed or lapped Donovan Ramsey. The next one is Reno Pence. Then he'll go past Reno Pence. Then it will be Elroy Vice and then Kelly Fletcher. And that will disturb their battle. They'll be all red-faced, gritting their teeth through there as well, because they're having their own private battle. But it always is usually in local racing or regional racing, the leader has to make his way through, that the back markers can hold the racing line. So they will get the blue flags just to tell them that the leading cars are coming, and they have all gotten that.
Yeah, still the leaderboard shows 27 in P1, but it's not. It's a 21 car that's in P1, making its way out of a turn number 5, out of Pertamina Fostron by the proverbial country mile. As a matter of fact, he's got the fastest lap at this point in time. It's a 1:10.779 by race leader Byron Mitchell. So maybe there's a problem with his timekeeping device, the transponder, and that's what shows him at the back of the field. But trust me, believe me, he's out there in P1 doing 1:10.779.
Well, basically, Frankie, he's so fast he's left his transponder behind, and his transponder is having to catch up with him.
I was saying the same thing. He's out racing his transponder.
And let me tell you one thing, his transponder is currently 5th at the moment, so his transponder is well and truly catching up with him. But that just shows you how quick Byron Mitchell is. The blue flag's waving there down the field, and he'll be getting past Kelly Fletcher now. I actually thought he made his way past Kelly Fletcher, but I think he still has to. And, well, let me tell you one thing. Hayden Elwood will be the next man that he'll be coming up to lap. Surely the only one of 2 Class C runners, along with the Graham Knight machine. Andre Lariche not taking any further part in this race. Never even started, as we look at Hayden Elwood, who is just past now, of course, the leader putting a lap on him.
Kelly Fletcher is leading that bunch down the back straight into turn 5, and I'll tell you this for nothing, she is driving the wheels off that 22 Formula V, Byron, as she makes her way up towards us. And now she is going to be lapped, and they're all going to be lapped now by the car in second position, and that's the 27 of Storm Lanphier.
Yeah, Storm.
Right in there in that fight for the top 3, 4, 5 in the Formula V class.
Yeah, Storm Lanphier. But looking at the lap times here, Frankie, we're talking about 2.4 seconds difference between the lap times of Byron Mitchell, who's leading, and Storm Lanphier, who is in second position. So 2.4 seconds is amazing, the pace over here. But looking at the front now, it looks like DJ Boyson has really closed up the gap there to Storm Lanphier. 1.1 seconds when they crossed the line the last time out. One lap left to go. So this is the flag lap, Frankie.
Yeah, it could be. Yes, it is the flag lap.
Lost track of time.
Lap to go. 1:10.779 by Byron Mitchell. He's still the fastest man out on track in car number 21. The flag has been readied here on the start-finish line as Hayden Elwood makes his way through to start his last lap. And here's the leader on track at this point in time in a Class C. But there is that possibility of that black cloud that's hanging over his head. So the checkered flag comes out. It's going to come out shortly, and we will wait for the 21 car, Francois, of Byron Mitchell to come home in P1.
Sure thing, Gary. I mean, Frank. Anyway, here we go to the end now. It is Byron Mitchell that wins the race ahead of Storm Lanphier by quite a distance, I'll tell you that much. DJ Boyson will be the man in third. Here comes James Beaumont now, who will take that's Class A honours, of course, yes. And then it will be Byron Mitchell, but sorry, not Byron Mitchell, he's won already, sorry about that. Hayden Elwood, but let's watch out now. Here comes, oh, here he comes now. I just saw the checkered flag. It's a bit of a confusion over here because he now classifies fourth, but he did win the race. And then we wait now down to Hayden Elwood. Where is Hayden Elwood? He hasn't classified yet. And here he comes now. And then, of course, you'll have Luan van Heerden in the Formula V Omega and Wynand de Ridder in his Lantis. And here comes now the number 28, Luan van Heerden. And then Wynand de Ridder will get the 12th position. And that, of course, was our first Formula Libra race of the day. And thank you for joining us. Yes, we do get each other's names wrong sometimes, but there was Frankie Hennis. I think his name's Frankie.
Yeah.
And this is here, Tiny, Emil Tiny. You said you can't miss him. And then we have Francois Butler, and then this guy over here, I guess, talking on the microphone, who I forget every so often, but his name is Byron. Guys, thank you for joining us. Thank you for having some good fun with us today as well. This is how much we love motorsport. We love sharing our passion with you. And thanks for joining us online and here, those of you at Killarney.
So I'm here with Tate Bishop, and you're never going to guess how old Tate Bishop is. He's already won at a national level. Tate, what are you racing here today?
I'm racing Class B in GTI Challenge today.
Okay, Class B GTI Challenge. I myself used to race Class B GTI Challenge. Very competitive class, but you're just 15 years old, but you're taking it to the big boys. How's it been going so far?
Yeah, no, I mean, last year being my first year, jumping into a car at 14. It was a very big stepping stone, especially coming from karting. But yeah, thankfully I was able to adapt to it quite quickly. And
Yeah,
this year,
so Dave Morrison
just going for
sent me
championships.
a WhatsApp. Hello, Dave. He says it's it's evening in Australia, New Zealand, early morning in the USA, and his mate ex-CHD driver Brian Cole is watching in the UK. So Brian, enjoy the production, and a big thanks to Dave Morrison for sending me that WhatsApp. Thanks, Dave.
Yes, of course, earlier on, speaking about the folks from Australia, remember, tomorrow's Grand Prix Sunday in Australia, Melbourne to be exact. And I have not watched the qualifying. I'm kind of like, keep it for later, so I don't know who's qualified where. Thanks, Tiny. For all I know, Nikita Mazepin could have come back and qualified on pole or something like that, you know. You never know. So that's how much I knew until you told me now. Thank you. So, no, we just play around over here as well. So, yeah, tomorrow, Melbourne, Albert Park. Round 3 of the FIA Formula 1 World Championship. Let me tell you, some great championships this year. We had now already 3 MotoGP races. And some mixture of winners and new tracks and you name it. Let me tell you one thing, it's nice when things get a bit unpredictable and we see different things happening.
Just give you an update on the the Motor America Superbikes. Jake Anya got it onto pole for the first race. Danilo Petrucci, Cam Peterson, Matthew Scholes. 2 South African boys in the top 4 in the second row.
You know, it's always great seeing our South Africans do so well, whether it be bike racing, car racing, but I think we're such a great bike racing culture. Look at how all the heroes that now have gone over to various forms of bike racing, superbikes, MotoGP, you name it, it's all there. But we are now at the Lauda Classic Cars, race 1, and a big field as the Datsun 240Z you'll see out there as well. A number of lovely cars, Chevy DeVille's, Ford Cortinas, a C3 Corvette, Morris Minor. Yeah.
Well, Byron, just a quick shout out to Lauda Classic Cars for sponsoring the the classic car category there in Cape Town. So Lauda, run there by Clint Lawrence and ably assisted there by Lawrence Bester. You're looking for a classic investment car, that's the place to go. And I'd just like a big shout out for the lovely jacket that they gave me. So I'll be nice and warm this winter. And Frank and Nadia up there. Nice to see Dave Kopka back in the R100 Mazda. Looking good. Eric van der Merwe donning some new colors there from Black Widow signage, the Lynx Motorsport. Charlie Arton rolls the 240Z Nissan onto the front row alongside Frank and Donadio in the Donadio plant hire Mark 1 Escort. A little bit further back there is Michael Hitchcock in the Cross Cape Forklift Services 67 Mustang. Up behind him in the Intellibus MSP Racing 325i Shadowline is Dave Aladef. Nice to see him there. Car nicely worked there by Malcolm. And a little bit further back, Fatty Baton's Mustang is there. I can see the big Chev DeVille coming through. So all the normal offenders now. There's a yellow VW Jetta with camel colors on it. That's our good friend Vance Kearney from the UK that's come over to race here. Now Vance has been racing at Killarney for a very long time. He always comes out in the summer to do a bit of racing because it's winter over in the UK and it's not nice to race in the winter.
Yeah, it's just very different winter racing here compared to winter racing there. Very different indeed, but the board has gone out onto the circuit. This is going to be a 7-lap race, Francois, so we're going to have 1 lap shorter. Of course, we are running a little bit behind schedule. but it's going to be, of course, Dave Kopka. I just want to speak about Dave Kopka. It's lovely seeing the Mazda R100 back again, and look how wonderfully he's qualified. Remember, that's a single rotor, and that's basically the cubic capacity is 1 litre of that car.
Yeah, it's the old 13B rotor that's in there. So yeah, it's what he's campaigning. And I saw Dave a week or two ago, and he said he'll be here. So I thought, well, that's very nice of him to let us know. And he's back and racing. A man that stays out in Ruby Castile. And
beautiful part of the world.
Yeah, a little bit quiet, but as you say, a lovely part of the world. Nice. I'm going there next weekend. I'm going to be in the neck of the woods there. I'll be in Ruby Castile. So spending the weekend there with my lady friend and her family are having a birthday. So we'll make the most of that one. Frank Donadio on pole position in the Mark 1 Escort. I don't even want to know what kind of motors under that hood. So had some suspension work done to it. I think that is probably a BDA head on a Pinto motor. I'm not sure. What do I know about Ford machines? But Charlie Arton there in the Nissan with him, Dave Kopka, and then that man Eric van der Merwe in the Porsche.
Clubman's Class D Golf Mark 1. Watch out on track.
Dancing Dave Aladef in the 325i BMW. It's Andrew Honeywell in the Porsche 944. Sits there with him. So there's a good mix of brand manufacturers sitting in the top 10. And I think it makes for interesting racing.
It does, Francois. Remember, yeah, you have rear-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, V8, inline 4, inline 6, you name it, it's all there. Rotary, Wankel engines, yeah. The Cortina out there, the BMW, of course, that's a 6-cylinder, the BMWs. Then you have always the V6 Capri. And
Anton Relina in the little Morris 1000. That is just an over-engineered car. There's an engineered part for every bolt on that car. It's really, if you ever get a chance to get close to that, lift up the hood and have a look under the hood and see what they've done to that car. It is absolutely mind-blowing. Well, they make their way down the back straight with the pace car. Byron, I think we could be in for an exciting race.
I think so. It's a lovely field. 24 entrants in all, 25 entrants in all. I see Adams Foyun's name down there as well. He was usually, I think, the last time in an Alfa Romeo.
He's still in the Alfa. I saw him yesterday, yep.
But yeah, they come now. The safety car will peel off into the pits. It will be Donadio that will regulate the pace in that Ford Escort. Now, when to pull the trigger, I can ask you that, because you'll watch that light. And the 5 lights as well. When they go out, we are racing, and it is now that we are racing, and we'll charge up to turn 1. It will be Charlie Arton in the Datsun on the outside. Watch that R100. Dave Kopka side by side there, and will poke the nose right ahead of the Datsun up into 2nd position. The Chevy DeVille will be into the 4th position. There is Dancing Dave Aladef in 6th position, right on the tail of that Eric van der Merwe Porsche, but the DeVille goes nice and wide over there as well on the exit of turn 2, and now he's got a Mustang to keep him company.
Yeah, so Eric Maton driving a shopping centre, the DeVille. But nonetheless, he's still very competitive with the car as the leaders move out of Malmesbury. The double apex right-hander down the back straight, and it's Frank Donadio gets in the gas. Dave Kopka there in the rotary, R100 up behind him. Then it's Charlie Arton, Eric van der Merwe, Dave Aladef, Eric Baton, Michael Hitchcock, Andrew Honeywell. All make their way up behind them down towards turn number 5, Linus turn stuff. But it's a high-speed train in the louder classic cars as Donadio exits. Oh, gets a little bit of a sway there on the tail as he comes out at turn number 5. Gets on the gas early, but look at Dave Kopka giving him a run for his money.
Yeah, Arton, not everything's his own way through turn 5 there, but look at Dave Kopka. It's going to be side by side with Donadio. Forget needing the corner, he doesn't need the corner, and he will take the lead of this race, and try as he may, the Escort will be on the outside. A little bit of dust kicked up, but it will be Dave Aladef on his return. Sorry, Dave Aladef. It will be Dave Kopka on his return in the Mazda R100 that takes the lead on lap 2.
I remember the days of Dave Kopka's R100 when it was a fire breather. We might see that. The race is on. Charlie Horton there in third, followed by Eric van der Merwe, Dave Aladeff, Eric Mouton, Michael Hitchcock, Andrew Honeywell. Up behind Honeywell, we've got Johnny Gunn, Ferdy Mouton, Trevor Hutchings, and Hammy Good with Vance Kearney. They're all going through Quarry Corner with the leaders now, making their way up to Malmesbury. It's Dave Kopka in the R100 Rotary that sits ahead there of Franco Donadio, and Franco is not going to like this. He's too accustomed to leading out the race, and suddenly there's a new horse that's come out of a stable that's eaten enough.
Yeah, but watch out now, Francois. This could bring the Charles Arton Datsun into the picture as well, and he could close up the gap and make some sort of a move. Remember, we have Eric van der Merwe right behind that as well. It was 2.1 seconds when they crossed the line. It could close up the gap. Then Michael Hitchcock in the Mustang. Then Honeywell in the 944 Porsche. And then we have Jonathan Gunn in the leading of the VW Siroccos here today.
It looks like Honeywell went off in the Porsche. He's beached in the sand, and I think he's come unstuck. He might try and get out. Yeah, he's back on the circuit, but running a bit wide there in turn number 5.
Yeah, you'll slot in there behind the orange Sirocco of Trevor Hutchings, and that will be all the way back in 11th position. So you'll basically split Hutchings and Hammy Good, who's in the Mercedes-Benz, the Mercedes-Benz that comes around over here, the sole Mercedes-Benz in this race.
Well, I was talking about the fire-breathing R100, and so it is. I don't know if the cameras will pick it up because it usually gets the front side of the R100 as they go through the kink. Dave Kopka, that R100 starting to spew fire. Franco Donadio looking up on the inside of Dave Kopka, and Donadio gets through back to first. So it's a bit of a seesaw battle with Charlie Arton there in close attendance as they make their way up towards Malmesbury Corner.
Yeah, riding shotgun. Joe's a little bit defensive there, does the escort of Donadio, and really Dave Kopka wants to make roads now back into this. There Charlie Arton joins them officially now. Down the straight as we go, down the back straight, now going towards the outside line will be the Ford, onto the inside will be Dave Kopka, into the turn 5, and there is the Datsun as well. Watch out that it doesn't end up in tears over here as well. Look at how Dave Kopka goes so wide over there and leaves the door open for Charlie Arton.
Well, Franco Donadio moves to the front again with Dave Kopka up behind him. Charles Arton acquitting himself very well there in the 240Z Nissan. This is a lovely three-way tie. This is what we want to see in classic car racing. They're all up front. It's tight. It's not a runaway race. And coming out now out of turn number 1, Donadio leads Kopka. Kopka has got Arton up behind him. Eric van der Merwe is a little bit further back there as they make their way into Quarry Corner. Donadio late on the brakes, brings Kopka in there. Kopka reels in up behind him. That R100 nice and low slung, got a low center of gravity. He's got good corner speed as he works out there. Charles Arton in 240Z, bring it up there for Datsun. And it's great to see that these guys are doing so well.
Well, it is Wankel engine versus 4-cylinder. And yeah, they go now down the Tygerberg Straight. Donadio, who's had things mostly his own way in classic cars. But now he has the returnee, the comeback man of Dave Kopka right on his tail. Charlie Arton could smell himself a victory if all the circumstances go towards him. Eric van der Merwe, yes, he's 2.3 seconds further back, but Mouton will be only a 1,000th of a second further back earlier on as he was. He's lost ground now in the 143 Chevy DeVille. Hitchcock, 4.4 seconds. Now let's go through the classes quickly. The Class B is headed by Mouton. He's, of course, not alone in that class. It will be Evan Taplin in 18th position, who's second in class in the Toyota.
Oh, Donadio getting it a bit sideways, over braking, and Dave Kopka saw that, stepped out of the way, let Donadio through, but Kopka's definitely got the legs on Donadio. So Franco Donadio getting it out of shape there, managing to keep it together, is now throwing everything to the caution to the wind.
Double waved yellows, Francois. Sorry about that. Double waved yellows. Hitchcock has gone off the circuit. And of course Hitchcock in the Ford Mustang. Class A Ford Mustang is off. Double waved yellows will be out. There comes the rest of the field. No passing under these conditions, of course. That cancels out that section. So I see there that Corvette, C3 Corvette, has his hands full at the moment of the Ford Cortina of Jared Thompson.
Good to see Jared back on circuit. He's been off for a long time with a broken foot, and he's now managed to recover. He's got his 3-litre S Cortina back on circuit. Nice to have him out there. As the leaders down into turn number 5, Franco Donadio getting it sideways out of 5, followed there by Dave Kopka. Charlie Arton. Now Kopka gets good drive out of 5. Will stunk on the gas and pull up alongside Donadio. That R100 is very busy going down towards turn number 1. Late on the brakes, Donadio's just going to fire brakes. A little bit of fire breathing there from Kopka. And Donadio manages to outbrake him into turn number 1. And maintains the lead. We've got 2 laps to go.
27 thousandths of a second between Donadio and Kopka when they cross the line. 2 laps left to go, as Francois said, and the fastest lap of the race is a 1:23.433 by the number 23, Dave Kopka, the R100 Mazda. 0.6 of a second off of him is Charlie Arton at the moment, but 4.2 seconds back is still Eric van der Merwe in the 89 machine, and of course that will be the Porsche 944. Then Mouton in the Chevy DeVille, then Aladef in the BMW. Blue flags are waving for the cars being lapped at the moment, and like I wanted to say earlier on that Corvette that's down in 13th position, Robin Forbes is behind the wheel of that machine. Here now onto the screen with us as well we have the Alfa Giulia that's still well and truly in the race. And that famous little Alfa Romeo over here of Neil Mouton holds it off from Melt Carstens and Jacques Blom I saw earlier on in that Ford Sierra.
Well, Dave Kopka's taken the lead coming out of turn number 5. He's got ahead here of Franco Donadio now. Now will he try and stretch his legs and get away from Donadio? Gets in the gas, pulls about a half a second lead there. And Charlie Arton is right up there behind Franco Donadio. Side by side, Donadio is going to be late on the brakes. He squirms under braking going into turn number 1. Kopka leads out. Kopka leads out of turn 1 up the Uber straight up towards turn number 2. They're on their final lap. They make their way up towards Quarry Corner. Kopka leads out. That little R100, the fire-breathing Mazda, works their way around, and that Wankel motor now singing very lovely as he leads out with Donadio pushing that BDA Escort as hard as he can to try and close down. Charlie Arton there in the 6-cylinder 240Z trying to stay in touch there. Eric van der Merwe in 5th. Eric van der Merwe is then followed by Eric Mouton in the Chef de Ville. Jacques Blom in the Sapphire. The Texaco Sapphire has been lapped there. Dancing Dave Aladef and then Johnny Gunn up behind them.
Yeah, so they're going on to the last lap of the race now. Franco Donadio at 28.6 in Sector 1 compared to the 28.9 by Dave Kopka. Blue flag still waving down that section. Yeah, they come down the back straight now. Dave Kopka on his return on his 7th and last lap in race 1. Comes around the last turn, of course, turn 5 per Tamina fast run, but it's going to be still nose to tail as they come along. The checkered flag is out and Kopka will win in the Mazda R100, and just making it to the line, it's going to be Charlie Arton that takes 2nd position. So Charlie Arton just catches Franco Donadio, maybe sleeping a little bit there on the line, if you may ask me. I don't think he realized how close Charlie Arton was, and at the same time, Arton gets a 1:23.258 fastest lap of the race.
Charlie Arton, I think, drove a very good race there. It was very well managed, good strategy there. Good to see how he managed that one to come there in 3rd. Eric van der Merwe in 4th, Eric Mouton 5, Dave Aladef 6, Johnny Gunn 7th, Fadi Mouton and Rani Wall, Trevor Hutchings make up your top 10.
Yeah, Fadi Mouton will be the Class B winner. Of course, Honeywell will come through to 8th position, of course, in Class A. But Fadi Mouton, that 9th position overall, and the Class B victor in the Ford Mustang. Then Trevor Hutchings will come through, Class C winner in the Sirocco 1.8 litre. Then Robin Forbes, the Class X car, of course, as usual for new driver car combinations. He will be the leading Class X competitor, and after this race he'll be breaking into A class, of course, after that. Then the likes of Hammy Good, 2nd in Class X. Martin Bench, 2nd in Class C in the Ford Capri. Of course, Hammy Good in the Mercedes. And then we'll just go through it there. Jared Thompson finished 2.4 seconds off of Martin Bench. Jared Thompson, remember, is in the Ford Cortina, and he finishes ahead of Bruce Avern Taplin in the Toyota Corolla, who's also a Class B runner. He's actually 2nd in Class B. And Dion Conradi, also a Toyota campaigner, the RSI Conquest. And then that's Class C, Michael Hitchcock, who went into the wall earlier on, but I think he managed to finish. He will be a bit further down over there as well in 17th position. 18th will be Bacon. And of course that Cliffy Bacon in the 535 BMW. Vance Kearney, the man from the UK, will finish in 19th. Aaron Svoyun in his GT Junior Alfa Romeo will be a little bit further down there as well. That'll be 20th. He used a kart a number of years ago. I remember that name very much. Then it will be the 84 of Pelé, and there will be Devon Pelé in the Porsche Turbo, Anton Relino in the Morris Minor, and then Neil Mouton, Mel Carstens, and Jacques Blom with the Alfa Romeo leading the two Fords.
Right, we move on to the final race before the lunch interval, and it's the Thermo Bryce and Fires Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here. Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car has brought out a product just for you, our valued customer. Price check. Check your price with us before you trade in or sell your vehicle. It's free. Wingfield and Best Price for My Car price check is the way to make sure you're getting a great price for your vehicle. Call Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car today or visit our websites for your free price check. It's the only way to sell your car. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche Club in the world to have a clubhouse and an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
All right, folks, here we go. Thermo Fires, Clubman's saloon cars out there for their opening race of the day. It's also the final race before the luncheon interval as the Clubman's cars work their way out on the circuit. There was initially 31 cars entered. I think we've got a bit more between Tuesday and where we are right now today. So there is in excess of 30 Clubman's cars out there on circuit.
Having a look out there on circuit, going up towards Quarry Corner. I see we've got two 8-cylinders, one Holden and one Chev V8. Nice to see the old Aussie V8s out on circuit in the Clubman's class. Let's hope they can hold and perform. And we'll watch the rest of the field as they work their way through there. Ahmad, Niaz Modak. But on the front row there, Shane DeToy in the Golf Bike 1, Josh Dolenchek, Stephen Eidenrich, Jess Huggett, Shane Smith, Gary Smith, Paul Minnick, Willem Swart, Francois van Tonde, and Eugene Gasparel make up your top 10.
Right, here we go. Shane de Toy is there on pole position in the Skulpatsvlei Wine Farm, Wine Farm Golfie. And then on his outside, the BMW, the Industrial Abrasives BMW of Joshua Dolacek. Then in there behind him in the Mark III Jetta is Stephen Heidenrich. On his outside, in the Mark II Jetta, is Jesse Huggett. In the Autolift and Vescarp Bakwerke Jetta 2, just giving us a wave there out of the window. Then Shane Smith in P5 in Class B. P6 is open at this point in time. We're waiting for the rest of the guys just to roll through. Paul Minnick is in there as well in that 79 Golf. And then on his outside, the Mark II Jetta of Willie Swart. So coming through now is the 68 Class C car that is working its way there into... Yeah, that's Gary Smith in the 68. Well, Shane Smith and Gary Smith, they are right next to each other there. The one is in pole in Class B, the other one is in pole in Class C, Shane and Gary Smith. But further down, Francois van Tonder, Trappies is out there once again in that 44 car. So the green flag waves, they set off, but it's going to be behind the pace car as they make their way off the line. Then there is Eugene Gasperi, Stephen Goos, Charles Mini back again, Andre Diedrichs out there in the Golf, and then Barry Williams in the 117. Lovely to see him back out there again. So there's a lot of drivers that is back. I know that Jean Farrell was supposed to make a return, and Farrell had engine bearing problems out there and could not get the Golfia V's out on circuit. That happened yesterday, so Jean Farrell was supposed to be out there today, but sadly due to engine problems could not make his event possible today. So hopefully they'll get that one sorted out for the next main circuit event. So as the safety car leads the whole field of thermofires, Clubman's out of turn 3, out of Interceptor corner, working their way up the Tygerberg Straight towards turn 4, Malmesbury. By the time they get down into turn 5, Pertamina Fostron, they will have slowed them all down into one huge rectangular box shape as they will then make their way out of a Fostron corner. So down the back lane they go. The man in pole position is indeed the Mark I Golf of Shane de Toy. On his outside, Joshua Dolacek. Then the second row is Stephen Heidenrich and Jesse Huggett. Then it is Shane and Gary Smith. Then it's Paul Minnick and Willie Swart. Francois van Tonder and Eugene Gasperi is in that group as well. Then it's Stephen Goos. And I'll let you know who's now on the outside of Goos as they work their way down into, that will be Charles Mini that sits there on the outside of Stephen Goos. So through turn 5, Fostron they go now. The safety car will peel off and the lights will be on in pit lane, and then we will have 8 laps of Thermofires and Bry Clubman's regional saloon car action.
Well, it's going to be some hot racing, sponsored by Thermofires. They come up towards the line. The lights go off, and away they go. Josh Dolacek gets the hammer down and tries to get ahead of Shane Smith. Shane Smith looks up on the inside. He's a late breaker, and he files into turn number 1. Working his way around. The rest of the field are right up there, close by. Jess Huggett, Shane Smith, Gary Smith, and Paul Minnick all in there now as they work their way up towards Quarry Corner. Shane Smith leading out on Josh Dolacek in that BMW. And right up there behind them, the likes of Jess Huggett and the father and son combination of Gary and Shane Smith as they work their way through the kink down towards Interceptor corner.
Right, through the kink they go now into turn 3, Interceptor, working their way out there. Watch that Golf of race leader Shane de Toy. That thing is super quick. It opens up 2-3 car lengths on the Joshua Dolacek BMW as they work their way up towards turn 4. Out of turn 4, Malmesbury they come. Down the back, Killarney straight. Oh, he uses a track and a touch more there. Does Shane de Toy. Down the back lane he goes. Here comes Jesse Huggett. Huggett sitting out there in P4, having a look there at Stephen Heidenrich as they race down the back straight towards turn 5. Through Fostron corner, they work their way now. It's a whole gaggle of these cars making their way out of 5, out of Interceptor, towards the Wingfield Motors and City of Cape Town Bridge. Lap number 1 is in the bag, Francois, and it is being led there by Shane du Toit.
Shane du Toit, that Mark 1 Golf, frighteningly quick as he makes his way down in towards turn number 1. And right up behind him now, Josh Dolenchek, Stephen Heinrich, Jess Huggett. Up behind him, Gary Smith, Shane Smith, Swat's also in there. Willem Swart, then Gary Smith, then Paul Minnick, Eugene Gaspari, Francois van Tonder in 10th place, Niaz Modak. And Niaz Modak in the V8 Holden now working his way through the field there with Francois van Tonder right up there behind him going out of Quarry Corner.
Right, watching that Lumina of Niaz Modak carving its way through the field. It's going to catch up to the combination of Smith and Minnick in a short while as they work their way through turn number 3, Interceptor. However, the leaders are now making their way down the back straight. Shane du Toit out there in P1, followed there by Joshua Dolenchek, Stephen Heidenrich from Jesse Huggett. Then it's Shane Smith, followed there by Willie Swart. Down the back man they come. Then it is Gary Smith, Paul Minnick, and here comes the Chevy of Niaz Modak. He's just blasting his way through the field. Francois van Tonder isn't too far behind that lot. He'll keep an eye on that fight. Heading out at turn number 5, right in there behind Trappies is Barry Williams. And then we'll have a look and see who's in there just behind Barry Williams. Barry Williams making a return. It might be Eugene Gaspari. I'll just have a look-see when they make their way towards us. And it is indeed Gaspari. And then right behind him, it is Stephen Goos. And then right in there, the Golf of Charles Mini.
Well, your leader Shane du Toit out of Quarry Corner through the King. Josh Dolenchek up behind him. Then Stephen Heinrich and Jess Huggett together there with Shane Smith, Willem Swart, and then Niaz Modak working his way through. Behind him, Gary Smith, Paul Minnick, then Francois van Tonder up behind them now through the King down into Interceptor corners. The leader now makes their way now into the Malmesbury sweep. They're going to work their way down the back straight. Shane du Toit in that Skilpad Flay Wine Farm Golf just works his way down the back straight. Josh Dolenchek in the Industrial Brazier BMW trying to stay in there. Stephen Heinrich and Jess Huggett trying to stay in touch. And they work their way down the back straight now. Niaz Modak in that big Chev Lumina.
Sorry, Francois, we've got a problem out there in turn number 3 Intercept. There was Cedric Berger that lost the circuit there in the BM, but he is back up and running once again.
Well, I think he just ran out of talent, but that's also fine as he brings it back. Going down into turn number 1, Shane du Toit keeping that Golf all together there now, and Josh Dolenchek trying to close up. Dolenchek sits in 2nd place. Heidenrich in 3rd, Huggett 4, Shane Smith, Willie Goos, and then that Niaz Modak Chevy coming through. So everyone out there having a great time of it. I think there's a little bit of a battle at the sharp end. Dolenchek trying to close down on the back there of du Toit. That's going to be an order. Heidenrich staving off the attentions of Sir Jess Huggett as they make their way out of Quarry Corner. Frankie, we're down with 5 laps to go. It could be anyone's race.
Well, man, we'll look at this combination that's making its way through turn number 2 now. That is Francois van Tonder making his way out of turn 2. Right behind him is Eugene Gaspari, followed there by Stephen Goos. Then behind them it's Charles Mini. Now right on the case of Charles Mini is Mark Fontini in the Polar Classic, making his way through the kink now behind the Golf of Charles Mini. And behind him is the BMW of JP Share. So it's lovely to see National Oval Track Racing Champion Mark Fontini out there in the Polo Classic, making his way through turn number 4 out of Malmesbury. Down the back main he will go now, and right behind him is JP Share. And as JP Share disappears down the road, behind them is ex-GTI Challenge Racer Ryan Large, and he's been hassled there by the Wingfield Motors best price for my car entry of Kiara van Niekerk, and they are side by side heading into turn 5 Pertamina Fostron.
Well, your leaders now coming up to Quarry Corner. There it is, Shane du Toit leading out on Josh Dolenchek. Right up behind him, Stephen Heinrich and Jess Huggett. Next up, Shane Smith with Willie Swart up behind him. And then it's Nias Modak in the big Chev Lumina. They work their way through. Then it's Gary Smith there with Paul Minnick. Minnick looks up on the inside. Smith goes off. Smith runs off. He locks up the back end. And Paul Minnick says thank you. And Gary Smith comes back and chucks a little bit of dirt on the circuit. And Franz van Tonne manages to slip up on his inside. Works his way through the King down towards Interceptor corner. And Gary Smith does himself no justice by running off there. A little bit overzealous as he braked late. And the leader's now already down into turn number 5.
Well, I'm watching a lovely fight. The 4 front runners are working their way out of turn number 5, out of Fostron corner. And first of all, I've got Dollarcheck that's having a go there at race leader Shane Du Toit. But right behind them, it's the battle of the Jetta 3 versus Jetta 2. And currently it's the Jetta 2 of Jesse Huggett that has got his nose ahead there of the Jetta 3 of Steven Heidenrich. But Heidenrich is up on his inside, heading into turn number 1. The 2 Jettas are side by side. The living legend that is Jesse Huggett going one-on-one with Steven Heidenrich. And they've got a slower car that's moving right out the way. It looks like it's Barry Williams. It's Lees Williams that's just kept right out the way. And that is the fight for P3 and 4 on the circuit between Jess Huggett and Steven Heidenrich. Huggett in the Jetta 2 and Heidenrich in the Jetta 3.
Yeah, they're having a lovely battle there. It's the joy of youth versus the experience of Mr. Huggett. And great to see the two of them. Gentlemen like giving each other the space to operate in and working their way down in the second or third and fourth place. But still Shane Du Toit leading out over Dolenchek as they make their way down towards turn number 5. Du Toit's managed to pull away from Dolenchek ever so slightly, give himself some breathing space. Huggett has now just skittled away from Heidenrich. Where he got that amount of drive from, one will only know. And up behind him, Shane Smith. Smith being followed there by Willie Swart. And then it's Paul Minnick. Minnick working his way down towards turn number 5.
Right, as the 2 leaders with 2 laps to go, heading to turn number 1. There goes the Jesse Huggett Jetta. And right behind him is the Jetta 3 there of Heidenrich. And once again, coming out of turn number 2, out of Quarry Corner, the BMW slowing right down. Once again, Cedric Berger has got a problem, and it looks like, yeah, Cedric's going to retire that motor car. There's plumes and plumes of smoke coming out the back of that BMW of Cedric Berger. So into retirement, you can see there he pulls the car off the circuit between the kink and turn 3 Interceptor corner, and that is the end of that for Cedric Berger.
Yeah, Cedric, but unfortunate, not having a great day of it. Still Du Toit leading out, 2 laps to go. And they make their way down the back straight down towards turn number 5. Dolenchek staying in touch with Shane Du Toit, but I think Shane just having a little bit more underfoot to be able to come out the corners, front wheel versus rear wheel drive. And that is always an issue in there. But now Dolenchek right under the back end there of Shane Du Toit. They might have a slow marker coming into it as they work their way under the bridge towards the start-finish line. They're going to start their final lap as they cross the line.
Right, one more lap to go for our 2 leaders as they make their way into turn number 1. Out of Holzhoek they come now. The quickest man out on circuit is Shane Du Toit with a 1:22.984. So out of turn 1, up the Joubert Straight they go. They put a lap on one of the slower golfs that just keeps right out the way there as they head into Quarry Corner for the final time in the Thermofires Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars. Through the kink, the 2 leaders go into turn 3 Interceptor corner. They have got a half a lap of Killarney International Raceway to do as the the Golf leads the BMW into turn 4. And out of turn 4 now to virtually complete their second sector. They start their third and final sector now as they work their way down the back main, Francois, into Pertamina Fostron. And here comes Dolenchek. One more lunge up on the inside there of Shane Du Toit, but Du Toit holds.
Yeah, Dolenchek almost running a little bit high and wide there now, but Shane Du Toit holds sway over him. Checkered flag beckons now as they come towards the line. The toy has definitely done enough. Dolenchek has given it all he can. But the Skulpot flag golf, awesomely powerful, leads out. Third place is going to go to the man that we all enjoy, Mr. Jess Huggett. He crosses the line. And one of the slow cars, Fenta, over the line. But then Stephen Heinrich down in 4, be followed there by Shane Smith. Smith will cross the line. And then Willie Mostert, he's over the line. And we're going to wait for Paul Minnick, who I think has done very well today.
Right, yeah, coming towards the line now is Paul Minnick out there in that 79 Golf. He'll finish his race. And then heading towards us now, this is Nias Modak in the Chevy Lumina. Very slow across the line. And Francois Voltonde will get to the line just ahead there of Gary Smith. Few more cars out there. Here comes Stephen House behind him. It is Eugene Gasperi, and creeping over the line is the 102 BMW of JP Share. Another dice heading towards a checkered flag. That's Ryan Lodge. And right in there behind Ryan Lodge is Chiara van Niekerk. But Ryan Lodge, half a car, he beats Chiara van Niekerk to the checkered flag. So some great racing out there by the Thermofires and Briars Clubman's regional saloon cars. And as they slow down on their cooling down lap, we head into the lunch interval, and we will have a chat to you directly after lunch. Don't go away. Around the circuit, remember that the clubhouse is open for all sorts of refreshment and something to eat, and there are vendors around the circuit as well. For you people at home, it is at 20 to 2. Take a bit of a break, and we will chat to you folks shortly.
So I'm here in front of Harp Motorsport. Steve Humble just had a big off on turn 3. He's okay, but the car not so much. The nuts are still on the wheels because the half shaft snapped. Everything came off, and from what we heard, hit the car again. So he's under examination by the medical staff. They say he's fine, but obviously the car not so much. I don't think they're going to make it for the rest of the day, but thankfully he's okay, and I'm sure we'll see him at the next race. I'm standing here with Jesse Huggett, one of the winningest champions in stock car history. Jesse, this car's, I know it's front wheel drive, but you still need the back wheels, eh?
Yeah, no, it doesn't go so well without the back wheels, I see.
Why are the back wheels off?
I had a puncture now, so, well, saw it was flat, so I'm just trying to sort that out quickly.
Okay. Yeah. Before the race, when are you guys racing today?
1 o'clock.
Okay. So there's still plenty of time to sort it out. Otherwise, how's the car going?
Man, I'm battling a bit today. For some reason, it was understeering a lot yesterday and also wandering down the straight, so it's a bit scary at the moment. But hopefully these tyres will sort it out well.
So it could have been the tyres that caused the problem. Tell us a bit about the spec of this car. This is a Clubman's car. What engine spec are you running at the moment?
It's a 2-litre 20 valve, built by Dave Ingle. The car I've had probably for about 10 years, but it's running standard shock, standard brakes, everything standard basically in the car, just the motor that's good.
But this is like your retirement car, if I remember correctly. This is your for fun racing car, if I remember correctly. But the things are getting pretty serious here, eh?
We're still having fun. That's what it's about.
Well, good luck today, and we look forward to seeing you out on track, giving the big engine turbo guys a run for their money. Thank you. Back. I'm gonna go interrupt this conversation over here and see if I can get some interviews. Excuse me guys, sorry to interrupt. You guys are the GTI Challenge boys, the Brat Pack. How's it going today? How's your race going so far? Just introduce yourself and let us know how's your day going so far.
Well, I'm Jason Kutsia. Yeah, we haven't raced yet, but we've had qualifying yesterday. It was alright. We didn't really hook it up, but yeah, I think race 1 will be quite decent.
And which class are you in?
GTI Challenge Class A.
Okay, Class A boys. Okay, like, and yourself?
How's it? Nathan Victor from Summit Racing. Qualifying didn't go so good yesterday. Practice 3, the clutch went, so it was quite a rush to get it ready for qualifying. Ended up making it out with 1 lap to go, so starting last, but gonna see, we can only go up from here.
So I'm here with Yuri Swart as well. You're no stranger to the front of the pack. I hear you running some ballast today. What's going on?
Yeah, so today, obviously in GTI Challenge, if you're on pole, you get success ballast. First, second, and third all do with 10 kilo intervals, so it's not too bad. But yeah, all in all, the car's been great. We've made a lot of changes since last race, and I think the pace is a true reflection of that now. So, but in the end, this GTI Challenge is never straightforward. It's definitely, in my opinion, one of the most competitive series in the country. So yeah, let's just, when the lights go off, then, you know, the nonsense stops. So.
Well, that's exactly the thing. I mean, if you win here, you generally can win in Polo Cup. You and many others have proven it, so good luck for the rest of the race. I see you the rest of the day. I see the Summit Racing guys. We've got another driver here. Please introduce yourself.
How's it, guys? My name's Seth van den Abela. I race GTI Challenge Class C. Got P4 on the grid, got a decent lap in. Just behind all the guys with the penalty weight, so we'll have to see how it goes. I'm pretty sure it'll be a good race.
I'm sure it's going to be a fantastic race. It always is. Check it out, GTI Challenge Class C, B and A. That's where the racing is. Watch out for the brand pack.
Cars.
So there's pandemonium here in the Masters pit. This car here, number 55, is overheated. There was an incident on the circuit. They're restarting the race now, and we'll be getting some more information as the day goes on. But so far, some very exciting stuff from the Masters, so be sure to stay on the live stream. Plenty of action guaranteed in that class. I'm with Meld Carstens. Well, Meld, ek kan Afrikaans praat as ek Engels praat, né?
Ons kyk maar.
This is a Ford, very special Ford. Tell us about what's going on with this Cortina over here.
Okay, I bought the car about in the beginning of the year. En dit was maar altyd vir my 'n groot ding gewees om van kleins af op Killarney te ry. En toe sien ek die kar by Steve Becker in die strand. En dit is 'n replika van Koos Swanepoel, die legendariese Koos Swanepoel, en daar's 'n foto agterop wat hy self in die kar gesit het. En dit het dadelik vir my net baie belangrik gewees om die kar te koop. En dit is een van my bucket list om eendag net op Killarney te kan ry. Al doen ek dit net vir die jaar, want ek is nou 67 en
en hier is nou.
Ja, ek het tot 2016 nog oval racing gedoen op Radarsdorp, op Oudtshoorn en Woester.
Okay, so you've been racing for a while.
Yeah, it's much easier to be on an open, long circuit than in oval track racing. Because oval track racing is right next to each other. You normally bump each other. But here it's a casual cruise. You must just see that you go through the bends.
And how's the car? Is the car what you thought it was going to be when you bought it? What you thought all these years?
Not with the first race. There was a lot of work to be done. And especially with the brakes and stuff. Because it's an old car and it stood for 2 years. Nobody drove it. And I was very lucky to get out of the car.
Well,
I want to sell the car by the end of the year if somebody interested.
Well, there you go, folks. End of the year, the car will be ready. Mr. Carstens, please take good care of it until then. And then we'll see you end of the year.
Thank you very much for the interview.
Lekker. Mr. Carstens, look at this car. Unbelievable Koos Swanepoel replica. Watch out for it. And, Mr. Carstens, one more thing. Which class are you racing this vehicle?
Classic racing.
Classic racing. Watch out. Thank you. You ready? I am here with a very special car. I mean, this looks like the Texaco touring car from Europe. Please introduce yourself and tell us about this very special car.
Hi guys, I'm Jacques Blom. I'm from Gordons Bay. Well, I built a car on an old V6 I had, which I won my class, and then I changed the pillars, made the 3-door. Because in classics you cannot run a Cosworth with the bright bodies. So that's why I made the 3-door body, and then I put the Cosworth engine in. I built it on the European DTM touring cars from the 1980s. And it's, yeah, that's about it, yeah.
It looks amazing. Can we do a tour here quickly? Yeah. So starting from the front, the engine over here, turbocharged Cosworth engine.
Yeah, Cosworth engine YB. with the turbo, as it is from spec. I got it from a guy in UK, a car that he had rolled, and I bought the engine in with the T5 gearbox and the LS diff. So the whole train is RS 500.
LS diff as well. You got the right wheels, period wheels there. You got the right stickers on the car. But we never had the 3-door in South Africa. So what's going on here?
Yeah, the 3-door was never made here. We had the V8 version. Yes. That was our local version. So 3-door was not here. So what I did is I cut the pillars. I moved the A pillars to the back, make the doors longer so I can replicate the body.
But it looks fantastic. I mean, if I build a car in Forza, this is what I make it look like. You even got the side exit exhaust.
Yes, I put a side exit exhaust, replicate itself. Yeah, so it's about 200 kilowatts. But today I'm going to run it on a low boost because I haven't done a tune on it.
But noisy in here, Mr. Blom. Good luck with the racing. Thank you, man. Bye-bye. Well, there you have it. So I'm here with Fabio. He just won the race. Fabio, what's it like to win today? And what's it like driving these cars?
Look, a win's always good. I'll always take a win, but these cars are awesome, you know. I think more professional racing drivers in this country should try these cars. They're amazing. There's no driver aids. You've got to do it all yourself. Today's win was bittersweet, you know. My main competitor today, Sean, had a big crash. Yeah, but he's fine. So I was a bit worried I was the cause of the crash, but I spoke to him after the race, and I'm not the cause of the crash, so I'm happy to win.
Well, that's racing. These things happen. Sometimes you're the hammer, sometimes you're the nail. Today, in fact, you are the hammer. And what are your thoughts going into the next race?
Well, I better keep that hammer going, okay?
Well, watch out for Fabio, winner of Heat 1. We'll be seeing him later on back on the track. I'm here with Mark Ridgway. It's been a tough race so far. I've heard there's been some issues with the car.
No, it was a tough race, but that's how it goes in motor racing. We got to have a lot of fun. Sean and Fabio were pushing hard up front, and Sean got a little wrong and went off, caused chaos. Other cars crashed into each other, restart. There's a lot of damage, but the mechanics will get to work now and get it ready for the second race.
Yeah, and that's what...
And walk as well.
And that's what I heard. You're going to make it back for the second race. What exactly needs to be fixed on the car? Don't worry about it, guys. It's all good. It's all good. What exactly is going to be fixed on the car?
Oh, we got some body work on a couple of cars. His bonnet's missing. I know there's a gearbox. My suspension's broken. So the guys will climb in, and they've got 2 or 3 hours to get it done. Yeah.
But between you guys with this class, there are a lot of spares available. The cars run on a tube chassis. They've got, you know, similar moving parts. So it should be able to, you guys should be able to find some parts amongst yourself.
No, we carry spares. Most of the spares, except for the engine and the drivetrain, are within a 10K radius of us here at the track. So we carry spares here. The panels and that we can just putty up and tape up, and we'll get it going, and 1 or 2 might drop out, but we'll be ready for the second race.
Well, that's what we like to hear. Even in a tragedy, the second race hopefully going to be triumph. Mark, we wish you luck for race 2. Watch out for race 2. Mark Ridgway in the V8 Masters class. Check it out. I'm here with Menno Parsons. You have won your class today. You look very happy out there. I think you might have had a more fun race than some of your counterparts.
Yeah. Some of them, fortunately, I didn't go off as well. There was a lot of fun, really. Racing with your mates and getting out there is really great, yeah.
That's really what it's about, having fun, having a good time racing. But winning also feels kind of good too, doesn't it?
Hey, it's amazing, I tell you. It's nice to have your mates behind you sometimes as well, yeah.
And race 2, what's the plan going into race 2?
You know what, you sit and you go and plan all these things, and you like choose this angle, that angle. When that start line goes down, it's chaos, yeah.
Yeah, and especially now, and you know what, you guys have a lot of cars on the grid. A little bit of chaos is good. It's fun for us to watch. What's it like out there for you?
No, it's exhilarating, and it's really, really great to drive, and being there, mate, as long as it's safe and nobody gets hurt, and obviously, but yeah, really, really great to be out here and a great day. Thank you very much for being with us.
Well, cars can be repaired, egos sometimes can't, but one man that's very happy is this one over here. Congratulations on the win, sir.
Thank you very much, Ernest.
Lekker, man.
Good, man. Thanks.
a little bit of friendly banter happening, even though Sean Moore over here qualified on pole. You didn't even manage, you hardly managed to start the race.
Yeah, listen, one complete lap and that's pretty much the game.
But that is the game we're playing, you know, these highs and these lows. And you've had a mix of emotion today, pole position. What was it like sticking it on pole today? How did the car feel?
Listen, pole was an incredible achievement yesterday. It was terrible conditions, some yellow flags. Very lucky to get it by 6/100th of a second, so absolutely nothing in it between Fabio and I. It was a tough day at the track, but it was a nice result yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was a good day. But having said that, you guys might make it back to race 2, but not with the same car.
So yes, my car is beyond repair, not in an hour and a half or 2 that we have. So if I can pick up another car, let's see if the gods are good to me today. I'll definitely be out there competing.
Is that necessary, and does that count for championship points still? Is that why you want to get out there for the second race, or is it just you want to go driving?
No, I think it's very important. I'm leading the championship, or should I say I was before this race leading the championship. So I think it's about damage limitation. Get as many points as I can. So if I can get another car and just really recover a bit of the day, it would be a winner.
Well, that's exactly the attitude right there. I mean, the car might not be as competitive as your car, but you're going to be out there, hopefully going to get some points. And let's see how that second race goes. Good luck for the second race. Any thoughts, any sort of mental preparation that you're going to do for that second race?
Listen, my second race would be simply about completing some mental preparation. Just keep it focused, don't be too nervous, and don't worry about what happened in the first race. These cars are designed for these conditions. They're designed to take the big knocks. Kudos to the car.
Well, that could be life advice there either way, folks. So watch out for the second race. It's bound to be a cracker. V8 Masters. Check it out later on in the live stream. I'm here with Ferdy in the Mustang, and who doesn't like a Mustang, especially one in red? Ferdy, this is a very special car here, and you racing this thing.
Yeah, I think it's absolute privilege to be racing one of these. I don't think people really understand what it brings to one. So I started racing last year, I think about middle of last year, and yeah, it's been a learning curve for me. The car itself behaved itself well last year. Myself and my cousin Michael both race Mustangs, and yeah, his dad is supporting us in this, and it's been an absolute pleasure all round.
But isn't a Mustang a difficult car to drive? I mean, rear-wheel drive, old school. Mustangs are known for wanting to slide out. Isn't it a tricky car to drive?
Yeah, I think that's part of the fun. Indeed, I mean, the vehicles, especially on Killarney, is difficult, either more difficult driving a Mustang. It's left-hand drive. Most of the corners are right-hander, so you're sitting on the outside of the corner. It's only turn one where you're sitting on the inside. So seeing the apex and clipping onto it is a bit difficult, but you get used to it. And yes, it tends to step out on the exits of the corners, but that's what you're really looking at. I mean, that's part of the fun. It's part of controlling it. And yeah, luckily in the classics we were racing, I would say it's not. I wouldn't say it's a gentleman's sport, but there's a good agreement that we look after each other's cars, and the guys are all looking out for each other and making sure the racing remains clean.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these are very special cars. I see you running semis on the back. What engine spec is this? What year model is this exactly? Tell us a bit more about this car, please.
Okay, so the Mustang is a 67 notchback. The motor is a 302 Windsor, but obviously tweaked a little bit, so it's stroked to a 331 with alley heads and Interruption manifold and ollie carbs on it. Dip is a bit modified at the back with a straight cut gearbox, and yeah, but otherwise she's running fine, and
otherwise she's standard.
Yeah, as long as it remains on track and on the black stuff, everything should be fine.
Well, I'm sure the Mustang's going to remain wheels down. I still can't believe you got a straight cut gears. One more thing from me. What's it like changing gears on this car? It must be amazing.
Yeah, no, I think one gets into the hang of it very quickly. The shift on your right hand is obviously a little bit something to get used to. So getting out of your normal day-to-day driver into this, just changing with your left hand, your right hand is actually a trick. But I think by the second time your hand's on the gear lever, you're already back into it, and it's just second nature.
Well, watch out for Ferdy later on in this incredible Mustang. I look forward to seeing him do a little bit of sideways action later on. Don't forget to check it out here at the Killarney live stream. And if you are in the area, pull in and come see for yourself. They say if you haven't raced single-seaters, you haven't raced at all. And I'm standing with Hayden over here in the car that I think everybody that starts racing should race one of these at least once in their life. Hayden, how's your day been going so far today?
It's a bit of a late start. We qualified yesterday, and our race is at 12:15. So there's been a few crashes, so it's a bit delayed. But car's ready, and I'm ready, so it's good.
So you haven't even been out there yet, but how does the car feel after yesterday's qualifying?
Yesterday the car felt very good. It just had ample power. I need to adjust my toe a little bit. It's very twitchy, but these cars are like that. They slide around and they twitch in. That's how you learn how to control the car.
Exactly, that's how you learn racecraft in a car like this. And I mean, isn't it hectic going wheel to wheel? Because when single-seaters touch wheels, one of them goes up and one of them goes sideways.
It's bad news. It's the most exhilarating racing, I think, after motorbikes, superbikes. Then it's this, and then, you know, sports cars and saloons and stuff. So this is the real thing.
I agree. I once raced a couple of these myself, and with your head sticking out the top, I mean, there's no Hans device here. What's the thing called? There's no halo over here. This is old school racing, proper stuff. What are your thoughts going into the first race? Anybody you got some targets on?
Yeah, unfortunately, there's only one more competitor in my class. But there's 4 Formula VWs, which are very fast. But there's one of them that I'm going to try and tag along the back. But it's very difficult because I don't have aero, and I don't have slicks. I'm going to do those upgrades later on in the year. But if I can just stay close, I might have a bit of an exciting race.
Well, watch out for Hayden later on. Lots of exciting racing coming here on the Killarney live stream. Check it out. And if you are in the area, maybe pop around and come have a look for yourself and check out some real racing. I'm here with a name that you would certainly know if you followed V8 Masters, Richard Schroeder. And you've had a bit of an eventful race. I see the guys are frantically working on the car at the moment.
Yeah, I think it was the third lap in the first heat. Sean Moore went into the wall and there was debris all over the circuit. And it was just, nobody could see anything. The guy in front of me, Alistair Brown, braked. I don't know why. Maybe he got a fright, I don't know. And he braked and I went into him and Mark and his way hit me from the back. So we were three and we all spun off. So, but you know, this kind of thing happens. So it's motor racing. There's no bad feelings at this. We must just go.
There's a saying in motorsport that goes, that's racing. We sometimes have to tell ourselves that. But speaking of racing, you should be in the second heat, even with this car.
Listen, we fight this. We don't sit around here. We go for it. But the team's working. We boermaak 'n plan there, you see. So we're gonna make it run. We're gonna run without a bonnet, without a scoop. So we'll have less downforce, but we'll give it our best.
Yeah. So less downforce means that the car won't be pushed down to the ground quite as much. Have you driven the car with that bonnet like that before?
Well, now the last race, I came into the pits after the incident. And they tried to fix the bonnet, and I said no, they couldn't get enough mounting points, or there wasn't enough duct tape inside. So they took it off, and I raced it like that without the bonnet.
Well, if you can race without the bonnet, you can certainly race with a different one. Richard Schroeder, check out the race. After the lunch break, the guys will be back in the V8 Masters class. If you're watching the stream, you might notice that Wingfield is the main sponsor. And I'm standing with a gentleman known as Johnny Wingfield. Mr. Wingfield, how's it been today? I noticed your daughter just got out of the race car. Things are going hectic, but you're smiling, Brian, having a good time.
Absolutely. It's a family affair and we're having lots of fun. And yeah, thanks to you guys for streaming it. It also adds to the sponsorship and Killarney for everything they do for us in the Wingfield joint venture, and everything's going well.
And I can see that Wingfield and Killarney have a relationship that spans many years. You guys have been working together for a long time. But this series, it feels like we're at a motorsport event today. And I mean, none of that would have been possible without you guys making today happen as well. So thank you from my side, because without them, I wouldn't be here either.
No, well, thank you to everybody. Like I say, it's a real family affair. It's everybody, it's families here. It's just good, clean, honest fun. And that's what it's all about. And we're having fun.
It's so great to hear that, because a lot of people come to motorsport. It's quite a serious day. You want to win, the car breaks, you have a tough day. But it's always nice to come back to the paddock area, and I've had that experience myself. You got your family waiting for you. You got your booty waiting, and at the end of the day, maybe a cold beer as well, if it was a good one or bad. So it's really nice to see the guys, the setup that you guys have here. Yourself, are you thinking of jumping back in a race car again?
No, it's my daughter's. It's, yeah.
And Kiara, she's flying the flag for you guys.
She's flying the flag, yeah.
I noticed, and she's got the Golf 2-liter over there. What made you guys decide to go into motorsport?
It was, my dad was in motorsport. He was one of the founders of the Cape L drivers at Goodwood. And then he taught her, and yeah, the rest is history.
Unbelievable. Well, a motorsport legacy right here, folks. Johnny Wingfield and Wingfield Motorsport making today possible. Don't forget to check out the rest of the live stream. And if you are here today, maybe pop around to Killarney, come see for yourself. I've got David with me here. He just won his race with, I'm not even sure the gap, 0.013 of a second.
Yeah, 0.013 of a second. Won on the last lap. Yeah, it was on the last lap. It was the best thing ever. Best race I've had in forever, actually. There was tosses and turns with Slade van die Kerk and Jason Lineker. Tristan Pino, who was at the back of us, he was just watching the entire action unfold while we were riding. So yeah.
Those close wins, sometimes those are the best ones, where it's so close and you push, and that just shows you to finish first, you must first finish, and you gotta finish strong. It's not over until it's over.
Yeah. You can't win the race on the first lap. Started second, got the whole shot, and then otherwise it was just battles and turns and just carry on passing every single lap. So yeah, every single turn, best thing ever.
So I see your dad smiling over there, very proud of this moment. What do you think is going to happen in the second race?
In the second race, I started third because of the second lap, the second best lap. You start from there. And then, honestly, from there, you just see what the future unfolds and everything. So, yeah.
That's the name of the game. You've got to see what unfolds. Watch out for young David over here, someone to watch on the motorcycle scene. I'm sure we can expect big things. Keep checking out the live stream. And if you are in the area, maybe pull in. Come see for yourself.
Right, people around the circuit, geez, there's always these things that happen, and we've got to pay tribute to people that have sadly passed away, legends in motorsport. And we've got Clive Spalander, Bert Spring, Rodney Walker, Ernest Booth, and then of course Dave Kopka's wife, Byron. And yeah, we've always got to do these things, and it's not something that a person wants to do, but yeah, may their souls rest in peace.
Yeah, Frankie, and you know, it's with very heavy hearts that we bid farewell to Killarney stalwart, Clive Spalander, and who passed away after a long battle with cancer on the 28th of March. And he was a fixture for many years with his regular Thursday afternoon braai in front of his garage in the paddock, and he will sorely be missed. You know, our thoughts and prayers are with his family, both at home and here at Killarney, and what his late wife Teresa would refer to with a smile as his little boys club.
And then Rodney Walker. For some, racing is like breathing. They can't live without it. But Rodney Walker, who passed away recently at the age of 64, raced because it was fun. He started with the ex-Dave Hawkins Nissan Laurel, then raced the ex-Robbie Smith BMW 333, in which he won the 1994 WPMC Super Saloon Championship, and finally in a Barnett's Astra V8 in the West Bank Modified Series. Rodney was never a racing legend. He just got on with the job and had lots of fun doing it. And that's a legacy his wife Margaret and their blended family can be proud of. Our thoughts and prayers are with them at this saddest of times.
Well, Ernest Booth, who passed away suddenly on Wednesday, the 6th of April, after having suffered a stroke in November 2021, was above all else the quintessential motorcycle racing fan, and always to be found in the bike pits on race days. He knew everybody by name, never forgot a birthday, and displayed an encyclopedic knowledge of motorcycles, especially from the golden age of the 1970s and 1980s, as well as their riders. And our hearts and our prayers go out to his wife and his daughters. There's Sienna Michelle, and he'll be sorely missed at Killarney, most certainly. I always remember Ernest Booth, always up in the clubhouse as well, and always here loving his racing.
And then Bert Springs, some men are like rock, straightforward, no nonsense, seemingly indestructible. One such was Bert Spring, who served Killarney as a circuit manager from 1987 to 2004. Not a tall man he was, however, immensely strong. It came as a shock to hear that this kind and cheerful man, always ready to help whenever needed, had passed away unexpectedly on Monday, the 28th of March, in his 85th year. Most of all, he was just Bert, not always there when you needed him, ready to help with whatever needed to be done. That is how he will be remembered at Killarney, as our heartfelt condolences go out to his wife Jill, daughter Hayley, and family. And then last but not least, Dave Kopke's wife, that also passed away this week. She was battling with cancer for quite some time, and she was always with Dave in all the races that he raced here and wherever they raced over the country. So our thoughts and prayers go out to Dave Kopke and family as well. We'd just like to have a moment's silence. Everybody around Killarney, please stand, and a moment's silence for these 5 legends, please. Thank you very, very much. May their souls rest in peace.
Well, welcome back from lunch, everybody. And we start now the second part of this Power Series program with a combination race. As we had started race 1 today, it's the Formula Supercars, the Opel Supercars with the Bijou Trustees fine cars. And, well, slightly truncated field. I don't see in the fine cars Natasha Tischendorf. Is she? Let me just check over here now quickly as well, as we wait and see. Oh, sorry, 285, of course, that's her number. In the Jetta. She's the behind the wheel of the Jetta. And I think, sorry, I actually don't see at the moment. It's the Nissan Skyline GTX of Theo Klaassen that was having a lovely battle in race 1. I think there could have been some problems over there. Natasha Tischendorf, as I say as well, in that Jetta. Günther Appelgren alongside her. Then we also have the Joanne Fury 72 Golf, the Mark II Golf. But it's always going to be a lovely little 4-way battle for the supercars side of things as they go around on their formation lap. 8-lap race will lie ahead. As I say as well, we had 5 supercars entered. There's only 4. I'll try and see. Here we go. Andrew Moffat will be starting on pole position. Glenn Phillips alongside him. Ryan Catt and Craig Hume. That will be the top 4 overall, and of course the only 4 supercars. And then we have Günther Appelgren in the 5th position. But first in the fine cars, then Natasha Tischendorf. Sorry, I actually just forgot. She is in the Jetta today, as she always is. So a little bit of a blip there, but 285. Natasha Tischendorf, CLI Jetta with Joanne Fury in 7th position, the VW Golf Mark II. And then Koenraad Mathieu in the 928 Porsche. We usually have 944 Porsches, but I say it again, it's a 928 Porsche this time out there as well. Eckhard von Rienen in the Mercedes-Benz 190E And Michael Reynolds, the man who just inched Theo Klaassen in race 1, is in the E36 BMW. One of two of them out there, and that of course will be in 10th position, 5th or 6th in class, I should rather say. Well, they'll slowly but surely come down the back straight, a considerable gap between the supercars and the fine cars, as the supercars will get the lights first. They will start out on their race, and just a few seconds later it will be the fine cars coming around then for their second race of the day. 8 laps, I remind you. And we can see quite a bit of action. The supercars had quite a bit of action earlier on, as well as the fine cars. But yeah, smaller fields at the moment. These fields do need to grow a little bit. And it is quite early in the year still. Usually it's towards the back end of the year that we see the classes maybe shrinking a little bit. But here we go now to start the race. It is the fine and the supercars first. And away we go. Andrew Moffat will surely get the whole shot into turn 1. Glenn Phillips on his outside. And, well, just getting the whole shot. Actually, Glenn Phillips comes around the outside there as now the fine cars get started off. Gunther Appelgren on pole position. Natasha Tischendorf will be on his outside as they come towards turn 1. You'll see the brake lights go on there, and then they'll go into turn 1.
Right, so we've got the supercars that's making their way out of turn number 2, and it's Moffat that sits up there on the inside of Glenn Phillips. Ryan Catt is there in 3rd position. They're making their way through turn number 3, and Craig Hume sits out there in a P4 as they make their way up the Tygerberg Straight and level it out there into turn number 4. Out of Malmesbury Corner they come now, the supercars working their way down the back straight, and in P1 it is Andrew Moffat from Glenn Phillips, from Ryan Catt, from Craig Hume.
Well, now the fine cars will go onto the Tygerberg Straight now as Gunther Appelgren leads the way into Malmesbury, the double apex right-hander, the sweep, and then onto the curved back straight. He will then run. Look at the gaps already over here. The E36 BMW, number 13, Spider-Man, as he is known in that familiar green. And then Natasha Tischendorf will have the Michael Reynolds BMW. He should be going onto the inside for Pertamina faster on turn 5. We'll then see them, but he'll take that second place right away. Tischendorf going into 3rd.
Yeah, well, now we go back to what we're looking at on screen, and that is the supercars that is making their way out of turn number 1. We're down to 3. I think you might have lost Craig Hume. He was going very, very slow at one point in time, so the supercars are sitting up front making their way out of turn number 2. We started this race with 4 of them. We are down to 3 as they work their way through the kink into Interceptor Corner, and it is Moffat that sits out there in P1. It's Ryan Catt that's now moved up to 2nd, and Glenn Phillips into 3rd as they make their way into turn number 4. But Byron, into turn number 2 go the fine cars.
Yeah, Natasha Tischendorf's going to be under pressure from Koenraad Mathieu there in the Porsche, and the Porsche will be closing up the gap over there as well as they come out of turn 2. On the screen right now, there goes Gunther Appelgren. He turns into Interceptor at the right hand, and then it will be Reynolds. That will come, Michael Reynolds. The last time they crossed the line, it was 5 seconds between the two of them. I'm sure that is mostly closed up now, but I speak under correction over there. If you look at the daylight between the two of them, Tischendorf, of course, that's in the Jetta front-wheel drive, and then he's got the rear-wheel drive Porsche right behind her, closing up the gap. Then rounding everything off is Joe and Fourie, as of course Frankie pointed out, Craig Hume from the supercars out of the race, and Eckhard van Reenen, unfortunately, in the fine cars in the Mercedes 190E, not taking part in this race.
Right, we go back to the supercars as they make their way up the Jabez Straight towards Quarry Corner. That's turn number 2, and it is Ryan Catt that leads there, but here comes Moffat. Moffat up on the inside and into the lead. Once again goes Moffat. Andrew Moffat sitting out there in P1. Ryan Catt there in that 2nd position with Glenn Phillips in 3rd, and now Glenn has a lunge up on the inside of Ryan Catt, and Phillips moves up into that 2nd position. And while we're watching the supercars go around the circuit, There are supercars that are for sale between 55 and 85,000 Rand. All depends what you want. If you want a roller or if you want a complete supercar. And these cars are pretty damn quick, I might add. I know that Neon de Toy was doing a GTI Challenge Class A times. He was quicker than Challenge Class A times, and he was quicker than Clubman's Class B when they had a track day. And it shows you how quick these rear-wheel drive supercars are with the 2-litre 8-valve Opel motors. And at that track day, Jesse Huggett also took people around, and so did Ryan Catt. And hopefully we can get a lot more people interested in the supercars that we can build the formula today. Only 4 or 5 cars entered. We've got 3 of them out here on the track, but trust me, believe me, these are real little racing cars to drive. And I say the word little with respect, because they, as Jess Huggett said to me a couple of years ago, if you make a mistake in a supercar, you've got about a second to recover, otherwise you become a passenger. So it's a lovely racing car, and you really got to work behind the wheel of a supercar. That's why they are never afraid to hang in there with the V8s, and I refer to them as the little guys, because compared to the V8s, they are the little guys, but man, they stand back for nobody and nothing as we watch them go down the back straight. And currently it's still Moffat in P1, Cat in P2, and Phillips in the Jetmaster car in P3.
Well, meanwhile, in the Fiju Trusty Fine Cars class, it's an all BMW battle at the front, and it's going to be Reynolds on the outside for the King, on the inside for Interceptor. Look at turn 3 now. You'll see the blue BMW go past that green BMW over there as well now, and the man leading the way is Michael Reynolds. It just shows you how much time he actually took out on each lap from Gunther Appelgren. It was 2.2 on the previous lap, and then it went down to 0.3 of a second. Some good racing over here as well. They've left the rest of the field behind, and Natasha Tischendorf, I have to say, she was in second. She went down to third, and she's keeping the Porsche 928 of Koenraad Mathieu at bay. 1.8 seconds between the two of them. And then, of course, Joanne Fourie in 8th position overall. But remember, that will be the 5th place in the fine cars class. Remember, these cars all special for being pre-1995.
Right, we go back to the supercars as they make their way into turn 3, Interceptor corner. Working out of Interceptor corner, and the lead was just taken there by Ryan Catt. And Ryan took that lead away there from Andrew Moffat as they worked their way through Malmesbury Sweep. That's turn number 4. Working their way down the back main. So here they come. It's Catt in P1. It's Moffat in P2. It's Phillips that is in P3. And here comes Andrew Moffat. Moffat shoves it up there on the inside of Ryan Catt. They are side by side going down into turn 5. That is Pertamina Fostron. And out of Fostron, back into the lead again goes Andrew Moffat. Moffat taking that lead away there from Ryan Catt, but Ryan right on his bumper as they exit turn 5. And not too far behind them is a Jetmaster sponsored supercar of Glenn Phillips. And Byron, I see Glenn Phillips has disappeared off the radar. There's only 2 supercars that's making their way now out of turn 1, and that is Moffat and Catt.
Well, it's proving to be a bit of a race of attrition here, looks like it. Going back to the fine cars, though, Reynolds has now broken the gap over his fellow BMW of Gunther Appelgren. They'll be making their way down the back straight now, and there's 3 laps left to go, including the one that the supercars have started now. But it's going to be the fine cars. The Bijou Trusty fine cars will come across the line right now and start another lap with those 3 laps left to go. Just taking a look at the times between, of course, it looks like it's going to be, of course, a 1:35.019 for Michael Reynolds, who finds himself now in 3rd place overall because, like you pointed out, Frankie, there is another supercar that has fallen out of the race, and that is Glenn Phillips.
Yeah, and Ryan Catt in the supercars is the quickest driver out there. 1:28.316 by car number 11. That is Ryan Catt, and he is the fastest man out there as they make their way around. But Byron working their way out of turn number 2. That is the fine cars.
Yeah, they'll be starting their penultimate lap of the race. There'll be 2 laps left to go. Ryan Catt, a 1:28.316, the fastest lap of the race for him. Only 0.2 of a second between himself and Andrew Moffat. The last time around, it's now grown to 1.1 seconds.
Yeah, the supercars making their way into turn number 1, into Holzhoek. Sadly, only 2 of them. And it is Moffat that is back in the lead again. Andrew Moffat from Ryan Catt there in that second position as they head up the Jabez Straight towards turn number 2 into Quarry Corner. And they have got almost a lap and a half to do before they will see the checkered flag. So Moffat sitting out there in P1 as they make their way through the kink and into Scepter Corner, with Ryan Catt now in a distant second position.
Yeah, fastest first sector there, 30.5 for Andrew Moffat compared to the 30.9 of Ryan Catt. But going back, Michael Reynolds currently holds the lead in the fine cars between himself and Gunther Appelgren, 0.7 of a second. So he might be pushing it over these last 2 laps now to see if he can actually make a move for the lead and get the lead back for Gunther Appelgren. Natasha Tischendorf still holding off. Let's see the gap between herself and the Porsche. It's 2.2 seconds. Here comes the Jetta right underneath our commentary position, then the Porsche. And then we have to wait a short little bit for that Mark II Golf of Joanne Fourie. It's lovely to see a number of lady racers in the field as well. Only 7 cars in all left, though, unfortunately, as Andrew Moffat comes across the line now, a 1:27.888, the fastest lap of the race, and 2.9 seconds ahead of Ryan Catt.
Yeah, he's got the quickest time out there. Moffat, 1:27.888. The supercars have now started their final lap, and they're heading up the Joubert Straight towards a turn 2 into Quarry Corner. As they work their way through Quarry Corner, they've got the Golf of Joanne Fourie just ahead of the 2 supercars, of which Moffat sits out there in P1 and Ryan Catt sits out there in that second position. We sadly lost Craig Hume, and then we lost Glenn Phillips, so we're down from 4 to 2. With a half a lap to go now for these 2 supercars as they work their way into turn number 4. And the gap is now sizably grown between Moffat, that is in P1, heading down the back straight, and Ryan Catt, that is in that second position. As they make their way down the back main, they're going to put a lap there. I think it's the Joanne Fourie Golf that they're going to lap, going down into turn 5. So the checkered flag will be coming out as the leading group of fine cars are now out on their final lap. Towards the checkered flag comes Andrew Moffat, and he'll bring it home in P1. Moffat finishes in first position. He crosses the line now and heading towards the line and crossing it now in that second position is Ryan Catt. But Byron, the leading fine cars still out there on their last lap.
Yeah, they are indeed, and it looked like it was 7/10. It was 7/10 of a second the last time, but I think it's grown just a little bit between Reynolds and Gunther Appelgren. I got a message now from Patrick Vermaak, and he informed me that Theo Klaassen, the reason he did not take part in this race was because of a blown head gasket for the GTX Skyline. So that's unfortunate over there. He did an amazing job in race 1. And yeah, it just shows you how quickly something can happen, and then you don't have yourself a second race. But here comes Reynolds in his BMW E36. It's a pair of E36s. The last time out, it was 1.3 seconds between them. Now they'll charge it to the line, and for a second time today, it will be the Michael Reynolds winning. Gunther Appelgren this time will be in second and not third like he was the last time. Then we wait just a little bit. Natasha Tischendorf in the VW Jetta. All right, so some German cars coming our way with a Porsche as well. Here comes the VW underneath the City of Cape Town Bridge and towards the line, and will take what is third place in class. And then it is the 928 of Koenraad Mateer, and then a lap down it will be Joanne Fourie who will round off the finish. There's only 7 of the 9 that started, unfortunately, finishing.
Well, we're going to make a mention. Natasha Tischendorf she's been out of action for almost a year with a back injury. And she's been sidelined for a very, very long time. So it's nice to see her back out again in the VW Fox. And she seems to be okay, fully recovered from that back condition that she had.
No, definitely. You know, I'm no doctor or anything like that, but a back injury is something to recover from. And when you see anybody coming back from injury and back in a racing car again, I think it's brilliant. And it's lovely to see. And what is also lovely to see is also the cars on the embankment and the crowds and the people in the stands. The braai's going. That's what it's all about here today. Warmer than I think we thought it was going to be today. But I'm no weatherman, so I'm just a Cape Townian who talks about the weather like most of us do. But we will carry on in the program. Of course, the V8 Masters for the second race of the day will be coming up soon. We had a bit of carnage in the last race, so you'll have to see who will be taking the start and who will be going out there. And well, we'll get that to you soon for the 8-lap race. Then we'll just look over here as well. So the Formula Supercars we had, the V8 Masters now will be coming out. The Alert Engine Pass GTI Challenge, Bridgestone STC and SSP motorcycles. Of course, the 600s and 300s, then the South Superbikes, followed by the SBK Challenge and Masters, all in their race together. Strato Technology Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles, Formula Libra, Lauda Classic cars, and ending off the day with some excitement over there as well, the Thermo Fires Clubman Saloons.
Right, here we go with the gold and silver class V8 Master APV Ford Mustang V8s rolling out onto the circuit for their second race of the day. And hello to everybody around the track that is watching this one, to all you folks at home watching this production. The live stream brought to you by IMUSAT, and the commentary team for today is Mr. Francois Butler, Mr. Byron Height, myself, Frankie Yennis, and then from a Chinese pit box, Mr. Emil Brandt. We are the guys that are doing it for you up here in the commentary booth today. So sit back at home, enjoy the rolling thunder as the V8 Masters take to the circuit.
Well, folks, next up, as Frankie rightly said, V8 Masters. First race, well, there was a little bit of carnage around the circuit, especially down going into turn number 3, Interceptor corner. And hopefully they've managed to repair one or two of those cars and they'll be out. We'll have to wait and see. Having a look at the cars going down the back straight into turn 5. Couple of cars missing a little bit of body parts, some of them still out there. Comes a man up onto pole position, Mr. Marcel Angel, in the 348 APV.
That's 46, that's Greg Dreyer.
Greg on the front?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Greg on pole. Not an unfamiliar position to Greg, but not in 4 wheels.
Menno Parsons parking off there on his outside, and then in that fourth position we've got Richard Schroeder. Francois, as we wait for the rest of the guys to move up into their grid slots. Ray Brooks also pulling in there, just ahead of the 17 that today is being campaigned by Brian Evans. Carl Nell coming through. He'll slot into that third grid position.
Carl Nell was doing pretty well in the first heat. So the NGK stickers on the car there. Fabio Tofani, he is the man to beat at Killarney. Sorry about the poetics. But keep an eye there on Fabio Tofani. He'll want to work his way through. And see the rest of the cars coming through there.
Yeah, Mark Vogt is pulled into that 7th position, and behind him is the 33, that is Ian Kaplan. On his outside is the 22 of Alistair Brown. As we go a bit further down, then right behind Brown is Mark Ridgway, and then Sander Lebon is also in there. Just behind him is a 77 of Rob Warrington. So yeah, there are 2 more of them out there as well. So it's going to be interesting stuff out there in the V8 Master Series saloon cars.
Right, so the pace car leads down the road, and they'll soon be up after him as they have a rolling start. So it looks like Menno Parsons is the man that will be leading out. He'll be the person to start the race. They have a rolling start. Pace car really going up towards Quarry Corner. Wants to stay up ahead the guys because they don't want to roll too slowly. It's not good for these big V8s. They like a bit of air to flow through the cars. They work their way through. So they're working their way around the circuit now. Well, a lovely day's weather. It's been so it's very light southeaster breeze blowing. Very conducive to racing. Although we do tend to enjoy the cooler weather with a cooler circuit. Especially motorcycles and cars perform a bit better in the cooler air down on the coast. When it's warm, it's just ever so slightly more conducive to performance, but still pretty good. And we'll probably get those days in the winter when it's cool with a little bit of moisture about. You find that the cars and the bikes really perform. So it looks like quite a lot of the people out on circuit. And the pace car. Well, the pace car won a race today. So not doing too badly, only joking. But nonetheless, it's got a duty to perform, and it's the one for the rolling starts.
Right, so they work their way out of a turn 4. Down the back main, out of Malmesbury sweep. The pace car leads the V8 down the back main, and it's Menno Parsons that lead them down the back straight there with the legendary Mr. Greg Dreyer, SA champion on 2 wheels. In that second position with Carl Nell in there behind him, followed there by Richard Schroeder and Fabio Tofani. Those are the first 5 cars. Ray Brooks is the next man as they head down into turn 5. That is Pertamina Fastron. Out of Fastron they'll come soon. The pace car will pull off, and then we will hear, Francois, the sound of V8 Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, we look forward to it now as they come out of turn 5. Playing a little bit of mind games there. Menno Parsons holding them up nicely as he wheels his way around. He'll bring it up towards the City of Cape Town Wingfield Motors bridge. When he gets under the bridge, he'll start accelerating. Once the lights go off, he'll light it up and make his way down towards turn number 1. So yeah, they come up towards us. Greg Dreyer sits on the outside of Menno Parsons. They wait there across the line, waits for the lights. So Menno Parsons gets his hammer down. Off he goes. Makes his way down towards turn number 1. Dreyer sitting around the outside, trying to go around the outside of Menno Parsons. Parsons up on the inside. Carl Nell's in there. Dreyer has the line, the outside line, and has got the inside track there. There's a spinner on the far. 2 spinners going down into turn number 1. And 3 cars down. So hopefully they'll be able to work their way out. Dreyer sitting on the back end of Menno Parsons. Carl Nell's in there. Fabio Tofani, Richard Schroeder. They work their way out of Quarry Corner, make their way down through the King, down towards Interceptor corner. Dreyer up on the inside of Menno Parsons. He sticks his nose up and decides to take the lead. Greg Dreyer using a little bit of the old bike tactic as he works his way up towards turn number 4. Double right-hander. And want to get the hammer down as he makes his way down towards turn number 5.
Well, those 3 cars who were in trouble is back out on track again. I can tell you that Ray Brooks was one of them. Brian Evans was the other one. And I think it was the 33 of Ian Kaplan. We'll get confirmation on that. But down into turn number 5, into Fostron, go this entire group of V8 Masters. And can you believe it? It is that man, Greg Dreyer, that's sitting out there in a P1. Dreyer sits out there in P1. Parsons is there in that second position. He's been hassled there by Carl Nell, by Fabio Tafani, Richard Schroeder. Now then Kaplan comes through. So Kaplan was not the third of those cars that was in trouble out there in turn number 1. Oh, and there's trouble out there once again. And was that maybe Alistair Brown that spun it around? It could be Alistair Brown that's in trouble there, Francois, in turn 1 in Holzhoek.
Frankie, I think that front car, though it's the 46, I think Marcel Angel's piloting that car, not Greg Dreyer.
Probably, yes.
I don't want to take anything away from him because all the indications are that Marcel Angel's leading out. It is his second car, so I think he's taken it on.
Yes, it is. It shows on the leaderboard on the screen that it is Marcel Angel out there. So well picked up there. I was going to say, gee, so Greg is great on 2 wheels. He's good on 4. But clearly that is not Greg Dreyer out there in the 46. It is indeed Marcel Angel that is making his way down the back straight into turn number 5, into Fostron. And once he gets his nose up front, there's no way that they're going to catch him. When he crossed the line, he was 1.2 seconds ahead of Menno Parsons that then was in that second position. It's now Fabio Tafani that sits in that second position just ahead there of Carl Nell. And in there behind Carl Nell is Richard Schroeder. Then it's Menno Parsons. Then it's Kaplan. Then it's Zander Lebon coming through. Behind Zander Lebon, we've got Rob Warrington. And right in there with him is Mark Ridgway as they exit turn 1.
So Marcel Angel leading out into Quarry Corner. Fabio Tafani trying to close him down. Carl Nell's in third. Richard Schroeder 4. And up behind Schroeder, Menno Parsons. So all things being equal, Marcel Angel leading out. He's got 6 laps to go. Got 2 under the belt. Oh, there's a spinner out in Quarry Corner. That looks like it could be Ridgway.
It is indeed.
Yeah,
it is indeed Mark Ridgway.
So the back stepping out at him. He gets way back there onto the rallycross circuit and then makes way back onto the top. But he's lost a lot of placement there. So he's got a lot to make up. Your leaders already making their way down towards turn number 5.
Yeah, working their way towards turn 5. There's a lot of gaps between them as they make their way into turn 5, Fostron Corner. And it is indeed Marcel Angel that leads them out there with Fabio Tafani in that second position. They're getting slightly away there from Carl Nell that is in that third place. Nell trying to secure that third position from Richard Schroeder. Just behind him is Menno Parsons. Then it's Ian Kaplan. And look at this one, Rob Warrington coming towards us. And he's got Moore is back in the thing again. Remember that he trashed that car in the opening heat. And Moore is back in the game again. He's driving the Campos Transport car. And he is just in there behind Rob Warrington and ahead there of Zander Lebon.
Yeah, he's driving a silver class car, so it's not the car that he's used to. But Marcel Angel keeping it out front, trying to keep it on the straight and narrow. Fabio Tafani trying to close down on him. Carl now in third with Richard Schroeder breathing down his exhaust. Menno Parsons keeping off Kaplan and Rob Warrington and Sean Moore at hammer and tongs now. As they make their way down the back straight, down towards turn number 5. Tafani closing up ever so slightly towards the back end of Marcel Angel. And we've still got about 4 and a bit laps to go.
Right out of turn 5, they come out of Fostron. And Fabio Tafani has closed up right onto the back end there of race leader Marcel Angel. Angel sitting out there in P1 with Tafani in that second position as they start another lap. Who's the fastest man out there at this point in time? It is Tafani. He's done a 1:17.492, Fabio Tafani, and he's right on the heels there of Marcel Angel as they exit turn number 1. On the other hand, coming out of turn 1 now, Richard Schroeder is all over the back there of Carl Nell, and Carl Nell sits in P3, and he is the leader of the silver class with a Schroeder right in there behind him, working their way into turn 2, and they've been chased down there by the 69 of Menno Parsons.
Well, coming out in Scepter corner, Fabio Tofani was right up the back end of Marcel Angel, exiting Quarry corner. When he put his foot down, a little plume of smoke came out the back end of that exhaust, so let's hope that much is okay. As they work their way down the back straight, Angel trying to maintain that lead. You see Tofani right up there behind him. For the viewers at home on screen now, you'll see them come towards you. Angel and Tofani. Will Tofani draft him and step out down into turn 5? We'll have to wait and see here. Tofani looks up on the inside. Tofani on the inside, but we have the wily Marcel Angel dives across his bow. Tofani holds up on the inside, but then has to slot in there behind Marcel Angel. They get on the gas nice and early, and they come out of turn 5. Angel pulls away ever so slightly. Goes up towards the wall side, the right-hand side of the circuit, and makes his way down towards turn number 1. Late on the brakes as he goes in. And there you see the smoke coming off Tofani's car when he decelerates. Carl Nell still staving off the attentions there of Richard Schroeder with Menno Parsons. Menno Parsons, Rob Warrington, Sean Moore up 1 now into P7.
And then in there behind Moore as he goes very wide. There we have got Kaplan, and then it is Le Bon. But the leaders are making their way through the kink and into turn 3, into Interceptor corner. They've got 2.5 more laps to do, the two of them, Angel and Tofani, making their way up the Tigerberg Straight into Malmesbury Sweep. That is turn 4. Out of turn 4 they come now, down the back main. They'll work their way through the gearbox and go as quick as they can down that back Killarney main straight, heading down towards 5. That is Pertamina Fastron, and Angel pulling away there from Fabio Tofani. In turn, down the back main as well, Richard Schroeder. He's all over the back there of Carl Nell in that fight, going down the back main towards Pertamina Fastron, and they are being joined there by Menno Parsons and by Rob Warrington as they exit Fastron corner, and Sean Moore is also gaining on them as well, Francois, as this group heads towards the Wingfield Motors and City of Cape Town Bridge.
Keep an eye on the back end there of Carl Nell's car when he decelerates. Flames come bearing out there on the back straight. Schroeder up on the inside. Nell does his switch back, and Schroeder loses the back end into the dirt into turn 1. Richard Schroeder, all on his own, loses it down into the kitty litter. I don't know if he'll flames out. Is the car's flaming out on him as he tries to restart it? But that is now launched Carl Nell, and he's now in 3rd. So Schroeder's beached, and I don't think he will get out of there, unfortunately. So he's done himself an injustice. He ran himself off a little bit overzealous up on the inside there of Carl Nell. So Angel from Tofani, from Nell, from Parsons, from Warrington, from Moore, from Kaplan, from Le Bon and Spooner. And yeah, they've probably got about a lap and a bit to do.
Well, we have a look at them as they make their way down the back straight towards turn number 5. Pertamina Fastron, there your two leaders are heading out of turn 5. To come around and start their final lap. And Tofani still the quickest man out there with a 1:17.492 as Marcel Angel and Fabio Tofani start their final lap, working their way down into turn number 1. Remember, we've got the yellow flags out there because Richard Schroeder double waved yellow, as a matter of fact, because Schroeder is still stuck there on the beach on the outside of turn number 1. Out of in Holzhoek. So into turn number 2 now goes your leader. Well, there's a lot of smoke coming out the back there of the Fabio Tofani car. Did he just lock up a bit, or is he going slower?
No, there's definitely motor-wise.
There's a problem there.
The big plume of smoke when he decelerates. Yeah. It's definitely, looks like crank seal oil. There we go, as he decelerates. So it's coming out the exhaust. It's not coming off the tires. So bodywork. Well, according to Tiny Scissors, bodywork rub seems a bit strange, but anyhow, I won't argue that point as the leader, Marcel Angel, makes his way down the back straight, and I think he would possibly have the checkered flag waiting for him.
Yeah, he'll make his way towards the checkered flag now. Will Carl Nell down the back main catch second place man Fabio Tofani as they make their way through turn number 5, Fastron, but towards the checkered flag. is your winner. Marcel Angel comes home in P1. He will finish this one now. Will Tefani have done enough? I think he might have just done enough to hang on to that second place. Yes, he has it only just as he crosses the line. Right behind him is Carl Nell. Right behind Nell is Warrington, followed there by Menno Parsons, Sean Moore, Ian Kaplan and Sander Le Bon are the next two cars, or three cars I should say, across the line. Heading towards us now is the 55, that is Stuart Spooner, and then the two red cars making their way towards us to finish their race is Alistair Brown, and he gets to the flag just ahead there of Ray Brooks. Well, some exciting stuff out there in the V8 Masters. There's one more car that is heading towards the checkered flag, and that will be the number 21, I think. Yes, it is, and that is the new driver, Mark Vogt. So, well done out there to all the drivers in the V8 Master Series cars.
All right, some excitement now coming up for the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge Race 2. And that's 23 entries in all. And I see Yuri Swart, Umpi Swart, Yuri Jr., whichever way you want to put it, he will start on pole position. Their lap times, 0.3 of a second between himself and old karting buddy, Marco Busi, well and truly into the GTI Challenge and also on the national scene as well. It's always amazing to see these guys as well. And the Cape Townians doing so well in the national scene. But Charles Visser, Nathan Victor, Kai van Sale, also a former kart as well, Carl Wiltshire, Eden Thompson, man who wears number 1. That's going to be an 8-lap race.
This class sponsored by Alert Engine Parts, the Volkswagen GTI Challenge. Man, it's going to be a rumble in the jungle. Remember up front in race number 1 was this massive fight between Yuri Umpi Swart and Marco Busi. And they got a 1-2 between the two of them. We had problems out there for Jason Kutsia. And let's hope that we can get the 77 of the Ironman, Jason Kutsia, back out there on track once again. But we'll know shortly the moment they appear on circuit, and that will be the Alert Engine Parts Volkswagen GTI Challenge race number 2.
Oh, so got some word over here that a lot of sand has blown onto the circuit at turn 5, or it's come onto the circuit because of cars going off. I can see the fire bucky down there, so we're just wanting to see if that can be cleared up, and they're working overtime to do so. And what happens is then once that is satisfactory, we will be able to get the GTI Challenge, Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge underway for their second race of the day. And well, we've had a few delays today. We had a few incidents in the morning section that delayed things just a little bit, but hopefully, of course, we've been able to make up some time some places.
catch me howling at the moon. Tryna catch me howling at the moon. Tryna catch me howling at the moon. Tryna catch me howling at the moon. When it rains, it pours. Water's up to my chin. Won't stop fighting to the very end. Many men try to reach it. Many men have failed. Well, if you wanna get to heaven, you gotta raise a little hell. And I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. They say no to sleepless nights. Will you find me? Hope you find me. When the sun rises, when the sun we're trying to catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me howling at the moon. We're trying to catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me. Trying to catch me. Trying to catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me. Trying to catch me howling at the moon.
Right, folks, here we go with the Elite Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge. I was just downstairs for a moment as they work their way out and down the back straight towards turn number 5, towards Fostron corner, and then they'll come and stop down here at the grid proper. Right, so the car's making their way back down towards us, and here comes Umpi Swart, Yuri Swart, making his way into pole position. Nickname, of course, Umpi. Everybody knows him as Umpi Swart, but he's Yuri Swart Jr. Then Marco Busi there on his outside. Third place, Charles Visser, fourth. He's a Nathan Victor, fifth. He's a Kai van Sale, and sadly, Jason Kutsia with problems early on, not making it out onto the circuit. And of course, Dylan Jabez in the week, picking up gearbox problems once again. In Class B, it is a Carl Walsher that's on pole position, with Eden Thompson there on his outside. Then it is Ian Cup And look at the back of Class B. There is Tate Bishop right in there behind Brett van der Schyff. So it's a mountain to climb there for Tate Bishop. Right, we're going to get going soon. The whistle is blown. 2-minute board, 1-minute board being displayed now. And we'll get the 5-second board shortly. And then we will be on our way. Yuri Swart's car is pointed inwards towards Marco Busi's car to try and cover the line as the lights go off and away they go. Line being covered neatly there by Umpi Swart. He works to the right-hand side of the circuit to keep Busi there behind him in second position and gets that right. Charles Visser is there in third as the Class B cars make their way off the line, and trouble already, Byron, for Carl Wiltshire.
Yeah, Carl Wiltshire, he'll be pulling to the side. Yellow flag will be out that section as well. And then Class C will get going now. The likes of Van Eden and Vaughan as they run up to turn 1. Holes, Hook, and all of them looks like they're going to get cleanly through there. But this first lap well and truly out of the way now of the 8 laps that we have. But Swart, that was quite an interesting one over there, of course, pointing himself towards the inside of the track. Or the middle of the track, I should rather say, so he can cover from Marco Busi.
Right, the Class A cars making their way down the back main. There they go, towards turn number 5. It is Yuri Swart from Marco Busi, from Charles Visser, from Nathan Victor, from Kai van Zyl. Down the back main they go. It's only those 5 Class A cars, but there will be a massive, massive war eventually up front between Swart, Busi, and maybe even Visser as well. In Class B, it's Eden Thompson that leads them down the back main with Ian Cup that is there in that second position. Where is Tate Bishop? You should be in that group as well. As they come to Tate Bishop is challenging, and Bishop is challenging there for that second place, Byron, as the Class C cars head towards turn 5 Fostron.
Well, we'll watch them as they come through underneath the City of Cape Town bridge there, Frankie, and comes across the line. It will be Eden Thompson, followed by Bishop, and followed by Cup. And Cup all over the back there of Bishop, Tate Bishop, as they come around. Tate Bishop doing a lovely job, of course, as he was in the national scene. Here come now Class C. Yeah, it's a whole gaggle of cars here. And leading the way over there is Van Eden, ahead of Herald, and Vaughan and Van Zyl, all jostling for position over there with Razy Harris latched onto the back of that section.
Yeah, it's Dylan Van Eden that leads that Class C battle out of turn number 1. And he's got a bit of a break there. It's a lovely fight for second, third, and fourth. And Alfie van Zyl gets his nose in there. I think it's Alfie van Zyl. They're right in there. We'll confirm that with you now. Chase Herald gets work to the outside. Then John Henry Vaughan is in there as well. Seth van der Biele is right in that fight. It's a massive, massive fight. There are 2-3 abreast as they make their way out of turn 3 Interceptor corner.
Well, the leaders coming up right now. Yuri Swart Jr., Umpi, comes to the line. Of course, the last time out, there was 0.6 of a second between himself and Marco Busi. We'll see the gaps between them now as they make across. Like I said, 0.6 of a second. It's gone to 0.9 of a second. That means he was quicker over the last lap. And Visser still hanging in there, 1.1 seconds further back. Victor, 0.9 off of Visser. And then Van Zyl rounding off that GTI Class A section. And now we have Eden Thompson, Bishop trying to chew into the gap over there as well, starting to spread out. Cup in third in Class, Kluter, Thompson, Van der Schyff, and then Field coming up into 12th position as they cross the line.
Well, let's go have a look at this Class C fight again. It is a massive, massive dogfight. It's Dylan Van Eden. It is Alfie van Zyl. Then it is Razik Harris. And oh, look at this dogfight. And Seth van der Biele is having a look on the outside there of Chasey Herald. What a rumble in the jungle. There is 4 or 5 of them fighting out there for that third position. It's been held there by Razik Harris at this point in time, but going into turn number 2, it is Dylan Van Eden that's been challenged there by Alfie van Zyl. They are side by side. Van Zyl is right in there with them. Here comes Chase Herald. He's going to have a look up on the inside there of Razik Harris. And what a fight there. We'll keep an eye on them as they make their way through turn number 3 Interceptor. And the 2 leaders in Class C. Up the Tigerberg Straight in Class C. They are still virtually side by side as they head into turn 4. massive fight out there. But Byron, back to Class A as they work their way out of turn 1.
Oh, just looking at that trading paint over there in Class C, Frankie. I've also been informed that number 90 is now as a loose bonnet. That's Risey Harris. So there's a loose bonnet over there. Meanwhile, Class A, Swart Jr. ahead of Boosie still by 1.4 seconds. Visser, Victor and Van Zyl follow suit. So it's all spaced out between them. But we'll go back now as well to the Class C battle. Thompson still leads Class B with Bishop 9/10 of a second back.
We've got to stick with this fight for Class C. Here they come. Alfie Van Zyl up on the inside of Dylan van Heerden. They are side by side across the line. It is Alfie Van Zyl that is out there in P1. Then it's a Risey Harris that's right in there with them as well. Risey Harris is there in that second position. Then it is Kalk Geldenhuys. Behind Geldenhuys, it is a Seth van der Biele, and right behind him as they head into turn number 2, it is a Chasey Herald, followed there by John Henry Vaughan. What a fight there. They are chopping and changing positions. The way they cross the line is not the way that they're making their way through the kink now, heading into turn 3, Interceptor corner. It's a lovely fight out there in Class C as the Class A cars. We've got a yellow flag. Trouble out there for somebody in turn 1. It's a Class C car that is there in trouble on the exit of turn 1 on the outside. But in Class A, as they make their way up towards turn number 2, it is Umpi Swart that sits out there in P1. Marco Boosie there in second position, followed there by Charles Visser. Right behind Charles Visser, we have got, is that Kai van Zyl? Yeah, I think it is Van Zyl. Let's just have a look and see. No, it's Victor. It is Nathan Victor, and somewhere along the line we have lost the Charles Visser.
Yeah, Charles Visser. That's interesting because he was 6/10 of a second ahead of Victor. And
no, sorry, I lied. Visser's there. We lost Kai van Zyl. I apologize.
Kai van Zyl, of course, in that section. Yeah, he's dropping down the field over there, 20th. So unfortunately out of the race. Top 4 GTI A are still in the race. Victor, Nathan Victor, is closing up the gap to Charles Visser in that particular class. We'll see them as they come around again. I see now the leaders are coming. Umpi Swart at 1:25.097. His fastest lap of the race. 4 laps left to go, Frankie. As they cross the line, it's going to be that 3 laps left to go.
Right, so 3 laps left in this one. Let's have a look at where are those Class B cars. They're heading down the back straight towards turn number 5, towards a Pertamina Fostron. We'll have a look out there in Class B, and it is Eden Thompson that leads Class B, and right on his case there is Tate Bishop. Here they come towards us under the City of Cape Town and Wingfield Motors Bridge. It is Thompson and Bishop that are sitting first and second, with Ian Cup in that third position as they work their way into turn number 1. Behind them is a Grant Kluter coming through that 68. Then it is Mark Thompson. Brett van der Skyf is in there as well. Wayne Field is also part of that dice. And then we got the 49, that is Donnie Sandenberg Jr.
Coming up for Class C now, Frankie. It's going to be Van Zyl coming across now. There's Way van Eden, then Geldenhuys, and then Harris, who had the loose bonnet as well. 16th, but 4th in class at the moment. But now I'm going to see that Class B battle over there, Frankie. That's probably the closest one on the circuit at this time. And, well, that's one to actually behold as they go down the Tygerberg straight now and into the double apex right-hander at the Malmesbury sweep.
So I'm looking for those Class A cars as they make their way around the track. They will have a look at Class B going down the back main. Yes, they are side by side. As Byron was saying earlier on, that is the fight for first and second in Class B heading down the back straight. They are next to each other. It is Eden Thompson and Tate Bishop. And into turn 5, Fostron, it is Bishop that gets his nose ahead there, Byron, ahead of Eden Thompson. And that's a fight for P1 and P2 in Class B coming towards us.
Watch them as they come underneath the City of Cape Town bridge now. It is Bishop. Is Thompson going to get into the slipstream? He does get into, he's into the slipstream, but he might not be close enough to make any sort of a move. Hard on the brakes over there as well, and that could allow Ian Cup to try and close up the gap. He is currently 3 seconds off of Thompson, who in turn, of course, is 0.3 of a second as they cross the line off of Tate Bishop. Then, of course, we have the rest of the Class B guys. Klute in third, Thompson in fourth, Van der Schyff, and then Sundenberg in 11th, but fifth in class, and then Field at the number 50.
Right, the Class A cars are working their way out of turn 5, out of Fostron, and big gaps between them as they make their way out of turn 5. Remember, out of Fostron corner in race number 1, it was very, very tight at the checkered flag between Swart and Boosie. This time, Swart's got a sizable lead over Marco Boosie as they make their way into turn number 1. Then behind them in third position is Charles Visser, and quite some way behind Charles Visser is Nathan Victor. And Nathan Victor himself is slowing down as they head into turn 1, Holzhoek.
He's coasting basically over here as well, going very slowly. Something did not sound right over there, so it's unfortunate for Nathan Victor. He was closing up and really pressuring Charles Visser, but unfortunately he might have to make do with fourth position if he can get to the end of the race. Now we wait. Here comes this lovely battle now between Bishop and Thompson. Thompson is much closer this time, and Bishop goes on the defensive. He goes on the inside line. On the outside will be Thompson, but I don't think he's going to have any hope of getting past in turn 1, as closing up to them it is Ian Cup, although not really closing up because he's 3.4 seconds. He was 3 seconds the last time around.
Right, we're going to watch this Class C. No, as a matter of fact, we're going to watch Class A because this is the flag lap. This is the flag lap. The leaders are making their way into turn number 5, into Pertamina Fostrom. We get to Class B and Class C a bit later on. The leader's working his way out of a Fostrom corner towards a checkered flag, and it's going to be an easy victory for Yuri Swart Jr. as he brings the 39 car home in P1, followed there by Marco Boosie in that second position, and third across the line will go to Charles Visser. They are the top 3. Is Nathan Victor still out there? I think he's still out there. He'll finish in fourth with the Alien motor car, but he will have just enough to bring it home in fourth position. Byron, Class B.
Let's see Class B, who will get it to the line. At the moment, it's Bishop that leads Thompson around. The last time they came across the start-finish line, it was a 1/10 of a second between the two of them. But let's see now, in the slipstream towards the line, I think it is going to be Bishop that takes it over Thompson, though. There it is. Then we wait for Ian Cup. Ian Cup will come across the line 3.6 seconds further back. Then Klute will come along and finish in 8th position overall, 4th in class. And then what happens is Thompson, the number 81 car, will come into the start-finish. Mark Thompson, Brent van der Schyff.
Right, here comes Class C to the line. Then it's Alfie van Zyl that brings it home in P1. Skull Geldenhuys will finish in second, ahead of Dylan van Eerden. Then John Henry Vaughan will cross the line ahead of Seth van der Biele, followed there by Chasey Herald, and right in there behind Chase Herald is Razik Harris. Well, some great action out there in the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, next up is the Bridgestone Super Twin Cup and the Supersport 300 class, second heat of the day. They'll be taking to the circuit shortly for their second race. And we look forward to some exciting racing after that, the Superbikes and then the classic Clubmans and breakfast class after them. So let's have a look forward to that. Right, folks, so on the circuit at the moment, the Bridgestone Super Twin Cup 650 and the Supersport 300 motorcycles, proudly sponsored by Bridgestone Tyres. Heat number 2 for the day.
Well, Lindemann gets into position with the Suzuki, number 33. And a few of the riders get where they need to get to. 72 Hutchings, of course, is a race. The 650s and the 300s run together. And there's some great action in the 300s. There's great action in the 650s. There's great action everywhere, as we have 23 entrants. Just caught a glimpse of number 41 there. That, of course, is Julian Lowe on the Kawasaki. Peter Hill doing quite a bit of duty today as well. Sean Klein, Johan Dreyer. But Jason Lineker will take pole position on the Kawasaki Ninja. And then Slade van Niekerk will join the Suzuki as we go green for racing. And well, let's run it. It's a big move has been made over there, as I think it was Lindemann is in second. I can see now Lindemann has gone third, gone a little bit wide in the first turn. And we'll see them as they come out then as well. Pinar in that little group as well, the number 50, who was really pursuing quite nicely earlier on, but it looks like a darker bike is in the lead of this race, so I won't be surprised if it is Lindemann that has snatched the lead on bike number 33. We'll see them as they come around now. They're going to be coming through the kink, then into Interceptor. They'll turn into Interceptor. And then the Suzuki will be leading the way then surely, but onto the Tigerberg straight we run, and then into the double apex right-hander before going on the back main.
Well, the bike's making the way now down the back straight, and leading out front there, it looks like it's Tristan Pinar from Jason Lineker, then Gerard Visser. We try and pick up the 300s. Leading out Nicholas Hutchins, Willie van Niekerk, Jared Butler, Braden Hutchins, Adrian Solomon. Further back there, Mitch Robinson, the rest bringing their way through now as they make their way down into turn number 5. Coming up towards us now, it's definitely going to be this young lad, Tristan Pinar, leading out. He's definitely got the upper hand there, Jason Lineker. Watching Slade van Niekerk a little bit further back. He's going to have to, there's a nice bunch there up front, mixing it up. Behind Lineker, Lindemann, Visser, Jonas, van Niekerk, Kutsia, Calvert, then Hutchings, then Stavro Michel, van Niekerk, Hutchings, Butler, Solomon. They're all working their way through.
Oh, that's a turn up for the book. So Pinar, my apologies. I initially said Lineker, but Pinar is the man currently in the lead of this race and in the lead of the 650s. 8/10 of a second already from the standing start. Now they're on their first flyer over here, since of course the lights went out on the first lap. And then Lindemann will be the man in in third position, 8/10 of a second off of Lineker. Then Visser, 0.84 off of Lindemann, and then Jonas holding it in there on his Suzuki with Van Niekerk, Kutsia, and Calvert. That's running off those top 8.
Well, we're having a look there. The Power Sports making the way down. There comes Nicholas Hutchings down the back straight. He's leading out the SSP 300s. There's Willie van Niekerk, Braden Hutchins, Jared Butler working their way through, Adrian Solomon. Butler closing up on the back end there of Braden Hutchins. A bit further back, it's having a look-see is going to be Lowe, and then Robinson, and Boston, and Hill, Isak Dreyer. They bring up the back end there as some of the Super Twin Cups are mixing it still up with the 300s.
Well, Lindemann and Lineker having a fierce battle with each other there for second and third position. And Slade van Niekerk is slowly but surely joining that battle, so he's going to have to watch out. This is going to allow Tristan Pienaar to edge away from the group there. But then we have a bit of a gap. Then we have Jonas and Visser that are together. Of course, Lance Jonas and Gerrit Visser that are together. Another bit of a gap. And then we have the likes of Calvert and Coetzee. That's the top 8. Stavro Michel is 9th in the class, 10th overall with the 188 of Goldie in 11th position. Low, the number 41 bike in 16th position. Dreyer 21st and Blake in 23rd. But I don't think he started this race. I'm just naming the 650s that are out there.
Oh, you're looking at the 650s. The 300s are having a right royal rumble there between 2 and 5 as they work their way up the Tygerberg Straight towards their Malmesbury sweep. They're quite close. It was too close for comfort. You'll watch them now as they come out the back straight. Nicholas Hutchings leading out. They come out of turn number 4. It's Willie van Niekerk. Up here, Willie van Niekerk. It's Braden Hutchins, Jared Butler, Adrian Solomon. They make their way down the back straight down towards turn number 5. And well, it's who's ever late on the brakes that dives in and gets the advantage. Turn number 5, lovely bunched up. There's a couple of Super Twin Cup bikes in between there, making it difficult for the SSB 300s to gain some good lines, but they're fighting their way out, having a great scrap out there. We've still got 6 laps to go.
Well, Slade van Niekerk is up into second place overall now as well. Second place in the 650s. He made his way past Lineker and Lindemann. And Pienaar, that means he's 1.8 seconds further up the road from van Niekerk. So he's broken the gap quite nicely. Looking at the lap times over here, 1:25.09, the fastest lap by bike number 33, David Lindemann. But we'll just take a look at the times a little bit later on as well. Just showing you how close it is between van Niekerk, Lineker and Lindemann, as well as Visser getting past Jonas as well. Jonas, though, crosses the line 0.2 of a second off of Gerrit Visser.
Well, the 300 still Nicholas Hutchings leading out there. Up behind him, middle of Willie van Niekerk, then Braden, Adrian Solomon and Jared Butler, all pretty close cut there as they go through Interceptor corner up the Tygerberg straightaway. And it's almost too close for comfort there for the 300s now, making their way up towards Malmesbury sweep, the double right-hander. You're going to be looking for a draft going down towards turn number 5. You get the right draft, you get the right placement. Willie van Niekerk lies in second place. Comes Braden Hutchins with Jared up behind him, and then it's Adrian Solomon. They make their way down towards turn number 5. Who's going to step out the draft and take the break late as they go down there? And side-by-side stuff there. They've got one of the Super Twin Cups in between them. They're going to have to look if they can get through. It's difficult times there with the a slower Twin Cup. Byron makes it not easy for them to get through.
Well, 5 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on at the moment. And still, the battle in the 650s is the Lineker-Lindemann battle. They crossed the line 0.08 of a second between each other. He briefly took the third place away from Lineker, did Lindemann on the Suzuki, but the Kawasaki coming right back in turn 2. So they go through turn 3. They went to gone to turn 3. Now into turn 4, the sweep. Malmesbury sweep, and then we'll see them onto the back straight now as well as they get their heads down, open the throttle, and they'll be coming up as well to lap a few bikes as well. But they're going to put Tamina Fastron, and they will be able to see the gaps between the rest. Pienaar lost 0.2 of a second on the last lap to van Niekerk. Van Niekerk is going hell for leather over here in second position. Yeah, they come underneath the City of Cape Town bridge now. Here comes Pienaar through to complete lap 4, and then van Niekerk comes through as well, 2.2 seconds further back with van Niekerk, Lindemann, and well, Visser could be joining them fairly shortly as well.
Well, Nicholas Hutchings makes his way down, then it's Willie van Niekerk who's got a solid thing. Adrian Solomon pulling up alongside Braden Hutchins, Jared Butler sitting up there behind them, Stavro Michael on the 650 in front. It's almost like he's holding them up, they can't get through, and they're having their own little scrap as they go down towards turn number 5. Stavro Michael just in the front of those 300s, not making it easy for them to take the lines they want to. He holds them up, then he pulls away, then he holds them up. So they're having a bit of a difficult battle there, but still leading out is Nicholas Hutchins in the SSB 300s.
4 laps left to go after having completed 5 laps of the 9 laps, and well, 2.2 seconds. That was the gap between Pienaar and Lineker. We wait for them to come around to complete lap 6. Only make it 3 more racing laps left. And well, Tristan Pienaar A turn up for the books there on the Kawasaki 650. A few bikes to get past as well. That's also going to play a huge factor over here as they come underneath the bridge now and crossing the line. And it is going to be 2.7 seconds between Pienaar and Lineker. Van Niekerk, a tenth of a second further back. So Van Niekerk drops down to third position. Lineker up into second. Lindemann still in fourth. Visser 6.3 seconds back. And then breaking off the gap from Lance Jonas. Calvert comes across the line right now. He will be a bit back of Jonas, 11.3 seconds with Coetzee. We wait for him to round off that top 8 overall.
Well, Nicholas Hutchings, Willie van Niekerk into turn number 5. A bit of a drafting session going down towards turn number 5 there between 3, 4 and 5. And that is Braden Hutchins, Jared Butler and Adrian Solomon having a right royal battle there coming out of turn number 5. That's where all the action is at the moment in the SSP 300s. So they're having a good scrap out there. And Braden Hutchins leading out Butler on the inside of Solomon going down towards turn number 1. See how that one pans out. And they lead out, make their way up the Uber straight up towards Quarry Corner as Willie van Niekerk goes into Quarry. Nicholas Hutchins leads his way down into Scepter Corner.
Tristan Pienaar comes across the line once again, completes lap 6. Actually, lap 7, I should rather say. 2.9 seconds ahead of Van Niekerk, but still, this is the one. Look at nose to tail over there. Lindemann all over the back wheel of the Kawasaki of Van Niekerk, and still Lineker holding in there as well. But like I say, 2 laps left to go. They'll be coming up to some more traffic fairly shortly. Just want to go outside of the top 10. Brendan Goldie is the man in 10th position. He's battling it out amongst the 300s. Stavro Michael and well, the 41, as I was saying a little bit earlier on, of Julian Lowe on the Kawasaki. He finds himself down in 17th position. Dreyer, of course, that is let me just say, Johan Dreyer, I should rather say. He's down in 19th position. Blake didn't start, so Dreyer 19th in the last of the 600 runners, mixing it there with Abigail Bosson and Peter Hill.
Well, they're about to start their final lap as they come towards the line, and in third place, Braden Hutchins, Jared Butler, Adrian Solomon are having a right royal battle. That's for third place honours in the Super Sport or 300s. And it's great to watch. That's where the dice is at, because Nicholas Hutchins leading out with Willie van Niekerk in second place.
Well, they'll be coming up now to cross the line with one more lap left to go. Yeah, they are now. Tristan Pienaar just crossed the line, and now still it is Lindemann that holds on to second place for now. Slight bits of daylight going between Lindemann, Van Niekerk and Lineker. It's now or never though, because they're going to come through the traffic. There goes Tristan Pienaar. He'll go on the outside of the traffic. Remember, usually the traffic can hold their line, and it's up to the more experienced riders. They will get themselves past. Of course, the blue flags will be waving just to tell the slower riders that the leaders are coming through. But they'll have that last little bit left through Interceptor Corner. You'll see on your screens now if you're watching online. If you're watching in the stands, they are at turn 3 if you're not at turn 3. And look at that, going through the traffic there as well, cutting through the traffic, and now onto the back straight will then run.
Well, Nicholas Hutchins still leading out the Supersport 300s. Willie van Niekerk as Nicholas comes towards the line. There's still one lap to go. I would have thought it was the checkered flag lap, but they say one more lap to go. Willie van Niekerk crosses the line. Here come the rest. Braden Hutchins, Adrian Solomon, Jared Butler with Stavro Michael just ahead of them as they work their way down towards turn number 1.
Well, we wait now for Tristan Pienaar to come to the line. He does so as we speak. And, of course, takes the victory. A lovely victory for him. 1.5 seconds ahead of Lindemann in second position. Slade van Niekerk will take third. Jason Lineker will take fourth. Gerrit Visser will take the fifth position. And then we wait for Lance Jonas on the yellow Suzuki. Andre Calvert, we wait for him too now as well. Will be coming through shortly. Quite a bit of behind Lance Jonas. Lance Jonas in a little bit of a race on his own today. But Francois, look at some of the actions down in the 300s.
Yeah, no, the 300s doing well now. Your leader, Nicholas Hutchins, making his way down towards turn number 5. He's been followed there by Willie van Niekerk, who's in second place. Third place, Adrian Solomon. Fourth place, Jared Butler. Fifth place, Braden Hutchings, as they make their way down towards turn number 5. Nicholas Hutchings is coming up towards us. He's going to make it 2 out of 2 in the SSP 300s. The checkered flag's waving. Here he comes up towards us. Great ride by Nicholas Hutchings. Then it's going to be Willie van Niekerk, who's done a great job here in second place. And here comes Adrian Solomon, a newcomer, and doing very well in third. Fourth place, Jared Butler. Fifth place, Braden Hutchings, as they cross the line. And a good ride there by all. Some great competition there between 2, 3, 4 and 5. So great racing there today from the Super Twin Cups and the Super Sport 300s. Proudly brought to you by Bridgestone Tyres.
Johnny Wingfield here. Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car has brought out a product just for you, our valued customer. Price check. Check your price with us before you trade in or sell your vehicle. It's free. Wingfield and Best Price for My Car price check is the way to make sure you're getting a great price for your vehicle. Call Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car today or visit our websites for your free price check. It's the only way to sell your car. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP. Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Right, so next up, the South Superbike SPK Challenge Masters and 600s. And well, Jamie Hall once again doing double duty, this time on the R1. And here comes the Clubmans, he gets the CBR 600. He'll be at the back end of the field of the Superbikes. Trevor Westman on pole, Malcolm Rapson, Alex van der Berg back up the front row. Second row, JP Frederick, Jock Ackerman, Mark van der Berg. Fourth row is Michael de Toy, together with Libra Tasana. As JP Frederick rolls up onto the second row. And up behind him, Michael de Toy. Mark van der Berg from GFP rolls up there also onto the second row in the 6th position. Jock Ackerman in 5. Malcolm Rapson rolls to 1. Alex van der Berg bringing the GFP through in number 3. And here comes Trevor Westman on the Project 60 Kawasaki. He rolls up into P2.
Well, Francois, you know, Michael de Toy, he wants to, of course, a big thank you to the Maniacs Motorcycle Club and his family for getting him out there. And, you know, it always takes a team of people to do so. And now we're ready to race.
Right, so we're waiting for the 5-second board. Craig Lovett picks up the 5-second board. The lights on and racing. Away they go. Malcolm Rapson gets a good start of it. Trevor gets a bit of a wheelie up there. And having a look-see, JP Frederick rolls up into P3 behind Van der Berg. As they roll around, looks like Jock Ackerman moves up into P4. Westman had a bit of a nasty start there. He's got a bit of work to do as they roll up. There he goes up on the outside of some of the riders. On the outside of Jock Ackerman. He rolls on the outside of Quarry Corner. Now finds himself in P5. Malcolm Rapson leads out. Alex van der Berg is there. JP Frederick is down in 3rd. Westman up on the inside of Ackerman, going into Interceptor Corner, moves up another spot as they go up the Tygerberg straight up towards the double right-hand apex of Malmesbury Sweep.
Out of Interceptor then, they'll go into Malmesbury Sweep, then onto the back straight for the first time in race 2. And of course, 10 racing laps it's scheduled for now. And down the back straight we go. Rapson leads the way then. And, well, goes towards the embankment or the banked turn 5 per Tamina Fastron. Runs through there now, then we'll see them as their gaps come along on the main straight as they come across the start finish line underneath the bridge, the Wingfield Motors City of Cape Town bridge. And Rapson crosses the line then. And then with him it is Van den Berg. Then it's Friedrich, a wonderful start from Friedrich. Westman in 4th position, the number 60 bike. Ackerman in the 5th position, bike number 10. And then Mark van den Berg is the number 96, but 6th position.
Having a look there at Westman, he's looking there to come up on the inside of JP Frederick. Frederick closes the door there, he's behind Alex van der Berg, who in turns behind Malcolm Rapson. 5th place, Jock Ackerman, and then it's looks like Mark van der Berg, then Mike de Toy. They work their way through 19 Interceptor Corner. The leaders making their way up the Tygerberg straight up towards Malmesbury. In front of the Moth Club there, take a double right-hander, make their way down the back straight towards turn number 5. It's still that quick accountant, Malcolm Rapson leading out. Rapson leads out. It's van der Berg. Now Westman has moved past Frederick. Westman moves up into 3rd place and is chasing down on the back end there of Alex van der Berg.
Go now to Class C. De Toy was the man who led the last time, or actually just the second Superbike Class CHL, as we put a number of masters in there to De Toy ahead of Ntisana, and that was 6/10 of a second between the two of them as the leaders cross the line now. Rapson versus Van den Berg. It is 6/10 of a second between the two of them. 3/10 further back is Trevor Westman. It's only a matter of time, and I think Westman is making the move on the first turn. Out to the first turn, he'll then run. Let's see if the number 60 has made his way up into 2nd position.
Alex van der Berg lights up the Suzuki into Quarry Corner. Westman sits right up there behind him ahead of JP Frederick. Still Malcolm Rapson leading out there by about 1.5 seconds. They've got to reel him in as they make their way into Interceptor Corner. Westman has a look on the inside of Van der Berg. There's no space as they chase down on the back of Malcolm Rapson up the Tygerberg straight away towards Malmesbury Corner. Into Malmesbury goes Malcolm Rapson. He pitches it over, feathers it through there. Then who climbs on the gas, hooks up the Kawasaki, makes his way down the back straight. And now Westman drafting Van der Berg. Van der Berg lights that Suzuki up and Westman pulls up next to him. Trevor Westman up alongside Van der Berg and slides into second place. Can he hold out? Van der Berg looks to come back on the inside. Westman manages to close the door and moves up into second place as he pulls up and now tries to reel in the back of Malcolm Rapson. So the man on the move, definitely Trevor Westman.
Well, watch out for JP Friedrich though. JP Friedrich is 0.3 of a second off of Van den Berg, and he's in there as well, very much with a shout. And Mark Van den Berg is 0.9 of a second further back. Anything happens ahead of him, he'll be sure enough to close up the gap. It is Jacques Ackermann, a full second off of Van den Berg as well, not having things his own way, Francois. I can tell you that much. He's been having a dreadful racing weekend, had a few good starts and then fell back.
Yeah, Jacques Ackermann, ZX10 Masters Cup rider, you'd expect him to be up in towards the front, but not great starts and losing a little bit of time here and there, so it's not all good. But I'm having a look at a nice scrap there between JP Frederick and Alex van der Berg. They make their way down to Malmesbury down the back straight. Malcolm Rapson leading out, Trevor Westman trying to close him down, and Frederick is right on the back end of Van der Berg as they go down towards turn number 5. Mark van der Berg is there as well as they go down in 5. Rapson still leading out, Westman second, Alex van der Berg, and then JP Frederick. Then it's going to be Jacques Ackermann as they come through. No, it's Mark van der Berg ahead of Jacques Ackermann, sorry. So van der Berg, Mark, the dad of Alex, who's ahead there of Jacques Ackermann.
Well, here comes Michael de Toy now, and Quinton Ebden will be in that little section there as well. Ebden not close enough. He's gone past Intisana, who's also in that group as well, and then the likes of Dion Ebel and Arendse. That's 10th and 11th. Arendse was only 51 thousandths of a second as they crossed the line off of Dion Ebel, and then Sean McCrill also a half a second further back in 12th position at this time. Of course, Hunter is the number 37 bike. He is in a class of his own, 600s, ahead of Kruger, Schwerin, Medell on the Ducati. Of course, he didn't start, looks like, at Medell. And Hall didn't start either. So only 15 riders and bikes left in this particular race, with 6 laps left to go, including the one they're currently on.
Well, the leaders now making their way into turn number 5. Rapson and Westman go in. And Alex van der Berg has JP Frederick up behind him. Westman trying to close down on Rapson. Rapson lights up the bike as he comes out at turn number 5 under the City of Cape Town bridge with the Wingfield motors. And Westman tracking him there. Alex van der Berg, JP Frederick, Mark van der Berg and Jacques Ackermann make up your top 6 riders in the Superbike class. So we wait for the rest of the field to come through as they work their way out at turn number 5. Yeah, a whole gaggle of bikers coming up towards us, and it's Quinton Ebden who's got ahead there of Mike de Toy.
Yeah, 64 thousandths of a second as they cross the line there, Francois. Remember, they are in 2 different classes, so Ebden is now 7th. And of course, that's the top 7 are all Superbikes. And then Michael de Toy in the CHL Superbikes, he's 0.2 of a second ahead of Ntisana.
Sorry to chip in there, Byron. Trevor Westman diving in on the inside interceptor corner takes the lead away from Malcolm Rapson as they enter Malmesbury now, making their way down the back straight now. And Westman's gone to the lead, and I can assure you that well, Rapson on the Suzuki is going to want to come back at him now as they make their way towards turn number 5.
Yeah, time is of the essence here, Francois. Remember as well, you don't want to leave it too long and then you lose touch with Trevor Westman. He likes to check out, I can tell you that much. And the number 60 bike, Trevor the Killer Westman, leads the way. And, well, they'll run up to the line. Watch out for that number 60 machine over there as well. Cross the line as they do. It is 1/10 of a second between Westman and Rapson. Van den Berg in the 54 bike, on the 54 bike, a further 1.1 seconds further back. JP Friedrich holding his own there as well on the Yamaha R1 number 24, and then what happens is Mark van den Berg a further 3.3 seconds further back. Coming across the line now, there was Ebden, and then Ntisana took the lead now of the CHL class ahead of Dutoy and Ebel, further 4 seconds off of Dutoy.
Yeah, I know Mike Dutoy needs to catch up there, and Libra and Ntisana pulling up behind Quinton Ebden. Ntisana is looking very racy at this middle stage of the race, so he's obviously found something at bike of his, looking very strong there as he sits mid-pack, exiting the quarry corner through the King down towards the interceptor corner as the leaders make their way down towards turn number 5. That's Trevor Westman there with Malcolm Rapson hounding him. JP Frederick having a look up on the inside of Alex van der Berg. There's no space to come through. When they cross the line, 3 laps to go towards the end of their second heat.
Well, it's all Quacker versus Susie over here, I can tell you that much. Trevor Westman on the Kawasaki crosses the line. There are 3 laps left to go. Lap 7 having been completed. A tenth of a second still between himself and Malcolm Rapson. Van den Berg, of course, 1.3 seconds off in 3rd position at the moment, still holding JP Friedrich at bay on his Yamaha R1. Then Van den Berg Mark on the Suzuki GSX-R 1000. He still holds 5th at the moment. And then ahead of Ackermann and Ebden, although the spaced out quite a bit. There is across the line though, Ntisana is ahead of Dutoy by 4 thousandths of a second.
Oh, great scrap between those 3 now as the leaders make their way up towards Malmesbury. Westman leading out on Rapson, then Van der Berg, then Frederick. That has been pretty much it through most of the race. Westman made his way from 5th up to 1st. He's at 1st, he's holding out over Rapson. Rapson is staying in touch with him. That Suzuki's pretty quick. Westman just keeping the door firmly shut in his face when he crosses the line. When he goes into the corner, he goes over the line and doesn't allow Rapson to come through now. So they work their way through turn number 5 out of 5, hugging the inside corner. There is Trevor Westman. Rapson pretty close as they make their way now over 2 laps to go. Best time by Trevor Westman, a 1:13:33.1 is pretty good stuff coming out of the killer. And I'll tell you what, he's doing okay. He's keeping Rapson off up the best straight now. Gets a bit of a pull over. Rapson going into quarry corner. Alex van der Berg still staving off the attentions of JP Frederick. That's been a battle royal as well as the riders make their way in the kink down towards Interceptor.
Well, Ntisana comes across the line leading the class, of course, for CHL, and Dutoy will be 3/10 of a second off of him as they cross the line. Quinton Ebden, he's ahead of Dion Ebel by 2.5 seconds, but he's still in that battle as well. 9/10 of a second back off of Michael Dutoy, even though he is kind of out of position because he's not in the same class. Ebel is ahead of Orense. Orense, the number 33 bike, is a 1/2 second off of Dion Ebel in the 11th position, with Sean McCrill also 3/10 of a second off of him in 12th position. Then Hunter will round off those 13 runners ahead of Kruger.
Right, so your leaders now coming out of turn number 5 under the bridge here towards the start-finish line to start their final lap. And still Malcolm Rapson sits right on the back of Trevor Westman. And JP Frederick on the back there of Alex van der Berg. So it's a 2x2 scrap now as they come out of turn number 1 and make their way up towards quarry corner. There's a slow ride ahead of them. Will that rider influence them? I think he's going to. They're just going to have to work their way past him at some stages. They go around quarry corner, keeping it nice and tight, hugging that curb with the knee slider, and they keel it over left and hang it the cable down towards Interceptor corner.
Well, this is the final lap of the race. The flag will be out at the end of this, and well, it is still hammer and tongs, nose to tail, and all for it at the front of the field. Of course, there are the bikes being lapped at the moment. That could always play a factor. Down out of Malmesbury they come. Here comes the Suzuki. Here comes Rapson. He will go onto the inside for Pertamina Fastron, and he will blast past Trevor Westman. Can he hold it though? I think he can. And I think what happens is that was a particularly quick moving bike over there. Suzuki and Rapson Francois will take the victory surely, but is he going to come back, Westman?
Westman comes back, but Rapson beats him by a tyre length. And Van der Berg just beating
38 thousandths of a second there.
Yep.
Francois.
Yeah, no, that's close stuff there. And Van der Berg just beating Friedrich, Mark Van der Berg, Jock Ackermann. And we wait for Lubabala Ntisana over there with Quinton Ebden. Oh no, Michael de Toy, then Ebden, then Dion Ebel. Brilliant stuff from all these riders. Here comes the next bunch up towards us. That's Ntisana ahead of the Toy and Ebden. So great stuff here from all the riders in the Superbike class. Lovely, lovely racing. Can Tate Bishop, can you go and see the COC? Tate Bishop, you're wanted by the clerk of the course. Tate Bishop. Right, folks, while there's a little bit of breaking commentary, the marshals are looking to having a team building exercise towards October month. They're looking to raise some funds, so if you feel like you want to help out the marshals, go and see Bradley Jacobs or one of his cohorts down at turn 6, which is at the bottom of the pit lane, towards the end of the day, and go and chat to them. I'm sure they would like it if you can possibly ably aid and assist them in their going forward. Thank you. Well, folks, next up, heat number 2 of Australia Technologies Clubman Race for British motorcycles. Heat number 1 was a great race. Let's see if heat number 2 will serve up the same offing as they make their way towards the line now and take up their respective grid positions. Jamie All, Donovan Stevens, Nico Fenter take up the front row. Brandon Bramdor, Nick Penn, Derek Hendricks. And then Willem Lowe, Peter Hill and Wayne Gress take up the third row. Keep an eye on Jamie Hall. He's just been on the bike, so he knows what the circuit looks like. Now on his second bike, he's CBR 600, the Castrol Honda, and see if he can make it 2 out of 2.
Yeah, so this will be a 9-lap race as well, the last of the bike races for today. A little earlier on, we of course had 3 bikes entered for the classic bike class, but only one would finish, and that was Mario Ferreira on the BMW. All of them were actually BMWs in that particular class. William Morris and the other Ferreira out there as well, Hanu Ferreira. But looks like they're all back there as well. 3 classes, as I say, the Clubmans, the Classics, and the Breakfast Run class. And there were some impressive runs in there as well. Jamie Hall on pole position, Donovan Stevens, but away we go now. Start of this race, and it looks like Jamie Hall getting on the doing a bit of a wheelie there off the line, and they all go into turn 1, all cleanly going through. Watch out for those riders with the bibs. They are the newbies. They are a lot of the breakfast run runners, competitors. But away we now go for this first lap of the 9 laps of the Motorcycle Clubman's Breakfast Run and Classics.
Oh, look at Jamie all up on the inside. 2 bikes through Quarry Corner. Goes straight to the front. Second there will be, I think it's going to be Donovan Stevens. Nico Fenter down in third. But a great move there in Quarry Corner by that man Jamie Hall, who just slots up into first and says to the rest of them, if you want to win this, you're going to have to follow me.
Definitely. There they come around now into the Malmesbury sweep. Hall leads the way, though. You can see the number 65 Honda CBR 600. And that will be ahead of the likes of Donovan Stevens and Nico Fenter. Down the back straight we then run into Pertamina Fastron. And now run it down to the line from a standing start, of course. Now we'll start the first of the flyers and see how quick everybody is going to be. But it's going to be a close battle at the front over here for Jamie Hall comes across the line right now. And then, of course, it is the Donovan Stevens that's right over the back of him over there as well. For Nickek on the Breakfast Run bike, he is in the 92 bike. Is 1.1 seconds off of Stevens at the moment, ahead of Nico Fenter, Nick Ben, and Brandon Bramdor in the 6th position ahead of Hendricks.
Matthew van Niekerk has come from absolutely nowhere up to 3rd place. This man is really a revelation, and he's going to look to chase down on 2nd place man Donovan Stevens, who is sitting up behind Jamie Hall now. They're going into the Deceptor corner. Keep an eye on Matthew van Niekerk. He's pretty quick. Nico Fenter's in 4, Ben in 5, Bramdor in 6, Derek Hendricks 7, Bodsworth in 8th, and Fourie and Gress in 9th and 10th respectively.
Well, Bodsworth, he may be 8th overall, but he is 2nd in the Breakfast Run class. A little bit away from Van Niekerk, but yeah, they go down the back straight now. Get the heads down. Watch out for Jamie Hall and Donovan Stevens. It was 9/100ths of a second between them, or 92 thousandths of a second, whichever way you want to put it. Yeah, they're going to come around to complete lap 2 with 7 laps to go, and now we'll watch them how close they are to each other. Like I said, 9/100ths of a second. I think it might be just a little bit more now as they cross the line, and it is going to be a 10th of a second with Van Niekerk joining them. Look at that, Francois Van Niekerk doing a magnificent job on that bike, and the fastest lap is the 1:19.526, and is that Matthew van Niekerk? Yes, there we go. 1:19.526 in the 3rd position man.
He's pulled up to 2nd place. He's got past Donovan Stevens and is right there on the back there of Jamie Hall. And I'm afraid this time around, Jamie Hall is in a little bit of trouble because Van Niekerk is right up there behind him now as they go out in the Deceptor corner and make their way up the Tygerberg straight up to Malmesbury the corner, the double right-hander, and Van Niekerk is there. Telling you something, can this lad ride a bike? I think so. He's doing blooming well from my side of the point of view. And there we see him now up, and there he comes. He lights up the bike and he gets past Jamie Hall. Matty Van Niekerk moves to the front. And I tell you something, this guy has really lit up the track this afternoon and has really put a surprise in a lot of people's faces.
I can't recall a time where a breakfast run class rider led an overall race. It's amazing to see. Remember, the lap times are 1:19.526. I think it could go quicker now as he crosses the line. We'll see as he comes underneath the bridge. It is going to be, or this time it's a more modest 1:19.922, which is 0.4 of a second slower than his previous lap. And it just shows you how fast he is still. 0.8 of a second between himself and Jamie Hall, and then Donovan Stevens hanging in there 0.2 of a second further back.
Yeah, no, Matthew van Niekerk now into Quarry Corner, takes a good line there, is followed by Jamie Hall, then Donovan Stevens. Work their way around. Matthew van Niekerk, an absolute revelation from the Breakfast Club, leading out on the Clubman's class. And, well, he's going to promote himself in an executive fashion into Clubman's. And not too long, might find himself in the Superbike class for the kind of times he's posting.
Well, just looking at Brad Bodsworth now, looking at the other breakfast run class runners. Brad Bodsworth is currently in 5th position, second in class ahead of Fourie. And Fourie is 0.7 of a second back. In that 6th position, Brandon Bramdor, who's of course in the Clubman's class. He is now 7th position, having a little bit of a bad phase of the race. But yeah, he's behind Jan Fourie by 0.6 of a second. And he is ahead of Nico Venter, also not having a great part of the race as well with the Yamaha R1. He's ahead of Hendricks, though, the number 57 bike in 9th position.
Well, Matthew van Niekerk rolls over the line, and well, he's got a good bit of a stretch there over Jamie Hall, almost 1.5 seconds. Jamie Hall doing a 1:20.3. That's his best lap so far, but he's half a second a lap slower than Matthew van Niekerk. So Matthew van Niekerk looking very strong on the front end of the field there. That man Donovan Stevens, a little bit off the boil, losing touch there, and then up behind them Fourie and Bodsworth having a bit of a scrap, trying to close down in 4 and 5 respectively. Byron?
Yeah, 5 laps left to go in this race, Francois, and now Van Niekerk is 1.3 seconds ahead of Jamie Hall at this time. It's now starting to spread out just a little bit. Watch out for Fourie, though. Fourie has come up into 4th position. Of course, that's Jan Fourie. He's now past Brad Bodsworth and takes 2nd in the breakfast run class and 4th overall. I'm just going to go a little bit further down to 16th position. Sorry for jumping around over there, but it's the 44 of Mario Ferreira that leads the classic bike class, and he leads it by about 2.1 seconds over the other Ferreira, the other BMW over there as well, of Hanu Ferreira. William Morris is rounding off the entire field, the number 13 bike in 18th position. Unfortunately, Peter Hill not taking any part in this race.
Well, Matthew van Niekerk decided, you know what, I've had enough, I'll light the circuit up. 1:19.3 seconds. Wow. Kawasaki ZX-10, well, it's expected of the bike, but he's still leading out. He's still got Jamie Hall trying to stay in touch with him, but that ZX-10 just maybe a bit too much for a CBR 600 as he makes his way down into the Interceptor corner. Blue flag's waiting for a slow bike. He gets out the way. They roll through him at Interceptor corner, make their way up to Tygerberg, straight up towards Malmesbury corner. And we see them there in camera. For those watching, there is Matthew van Niekerk, a Breakfast Club racer, leading out on the Clubman's guys, the more seasoned campaigners. And like I say, he's working his way into the hearts and minds of many.
Yeah, but you look at the times as well. The lap times are 1:19.379 for Matthew, and then Jamie Hall is a 1:19.4. So only 1/10 of a second between the two of them as far as their fastest laps are concerned. And that little bit of those 1/10 of a second each lap is just inching Van Niekerk away from Jamie Hall. It is 1.3 seconds now between the two of them, with Stevens further back 4.3 seconds. As well, there we go. Yeah, they come across the line now. 3 laps left to go. And he's lapped a few riders with the bibs on. I think Morris could be one of them. Unfortunately, I'm looking at the timing sheets, and it looks like Bodsworth has fallen all the way, or dropped, I should rather say, all the way down to 18th position. So having a bad phase of the race for him. Fourie will be 2nd in class, 4th overall. Brandon Brabdor up into 5th again, and Nick Ben up into 6th. Don't forget about Nico Venter, though, in that 7th position.
Yeah, you'd expect Nico Venter to be a bit higher up. We were watching him early on today, and I've seen him out before. He's pretty quick. But yeah, still on the front end. Matthew van Niekerk, Breakfast Club rider, leading out on Jamie Hall. And up behind Jamie Hall, Donovan Stevens, then Jan Fourie and Brandon Bramdell, followed by Nick Ben, Nico Venter, Derek Hendricks. They all at your top 8 as they work their way around, but your leader's now making his way down into turn number 5. Matthew van Niekerk when he crosses the line. 3 laps left. And he's doing a sterling job. He's starting to lap some of the slower riders. But
Francois, excuse me, a bike has gone down at the far end of the circuit, out of turn 3. The bike was bouncing all over the place, and there will be yellow flags waving down in that section over there as well. I just caught it with a glimpse. Sorry to interject over there, but that means the marshals are going to be running there, and hopefully the rider is all right. We'll have to see now. Thumbs go up. I think the rider is up. Frankie has pointed that the rider is up. We'll try and find the number for you to see who indeed that was.
Yeah, not quite sure who it was, but yeah, he put the bike down. Still leading out the race though is Van Niekerk. He's still out front, so unopposed. Jamie Hall in second, Donovan Stevens third, Jan Fourie in fourth. And, all's good. The rider's okay. He's got up. He took a bit of a tumble, but he's okay. It's just maybe a bit winded, but he was fine. He's ambling about, so all's good. As the leaders make their way down towards turn number 5, and they cross the line. They've got 2 laps to go, so it's all happening out there. But this man, Matthew van Niekerk, Byron, I think has really surprised us.
Oh, amazing. You know, he's been just superlative today, and well, the 92. 7 laps having been completed, 1 more lap left to go now, so 8 laps having been completed. Then coming across the line is Jamie Hall, and 3.9 seconds further back. It just shows you how much he's opened up over the last few laps. 119 that he's put in there now, 190, early 119, and a few tenths of a second faster than Jamie Hall. Fourie is actually up into 3rd place now, in 3rd position. Donovan Stevens has dropped into 4th position, number 91, ahead of Brandon Bramdell over there, but 14 seconds further back for him. Nico Venter, the number 99 bike, he's ahead of Nick Ben now, and he's 3 tenths of a second off of Bramdell.
Well, it's all happening out there. Van Niekerk leaning out over Hall. Then Fourie has gone all the way up to P3. He's done a fantastic job. Donovan Stevens, Brandon Bramdell, followed there by Nico Venter, Nick Ben, Derek Hendricks. Then the second name of the Hendricks there, Gresser, is now taken by Frost. It's followed by Willem Lowe. And there's another bike down in exiting turn number 2. Well, it looks like the tires are running off, or the tire riders are getting tired. I'm not sure what it is. And well, the rider is up, so that's the main thing I worry about. And checkered flag is out. Checkered flag out for Matty van Niekerk. What a great ride from him. Second is going to be Jamie Hall. So I thought that was a great ride. Byron, what do you think?
Oh no, amazing ride. I think what happens is, especially considering breakfast run class, you don't really see that very often, where a breakfast run rider will take an overall victory. The checkered flag, of course, out, and crossing the line, Matthew van Niekerk takes victory by 3.6 seconds over Jamie Hall. Jan Fourie gets 3rd position, 2nd in the breakfast run class. Then it is Donovan Stevens, the number 91 machine. Number 99, it will be Nico Venter, then Nick Ben in 6th position. And then ahead of Derek Hendricks. Derek Hendricks, the number 29, on the Kawasaki ZX-10R. That would be 3rd in the breakfast run class, but 7th overall. And then the number 7th Wesley Hendricks, then Derek Hendricks. So Wesley Hendricks gets 3rd in class, and 7th. Derek Hendricks gets the 8th position. Then it's Frost. Daniel Frost will get the 9th position on the Honda CBR 1000. Wayne Gress on his Kawasaki will be the 10th place man. Then it's 11th low. Bramdell, unfortunately, dropping all the way down to 12th position, ahead of Smith. Smith gets the 5th place in class. Frost, like I said, I didn't say earlier on, was the 4th place in the breakfast run class. And then Ferreira, Mario Ferreira will win the classic bike section ahead of Hanu Ferreira to about 2.3, less than 2 seconds actually rather. William Morris in 16th. And the man who went down was Stuart De Lange. That was the man who went down, but thankfully we got the confirmation there from Frankie with a thumbs up saying he was walking away from that bike. So, of course, that is Keegan Stuart De Lange. Brad Bodsworth out of the race, unfortunately. Peter Hill didn't even start.
Catch me howling at the moon.
Right, here we go with the Formula Libra single-seaters coming out onto the circuit for their second race of the day. Well, it was a dominating display in race number 1 by the Formula VW of Byron Mitchell. It was a powerful display by Byron Mitchell, with Storm Lanphier and DJ Boyson finishing second and third, and James Beaumont winning Class A, with Hayden Elwood on the circuit winning Class C, but there was a jump start for Hayden Elwood, so if that's going to affect him or not, I don't know. I presume it will somewhere before the end of the day. Class V, that's the Formula Vs, was won there by Kelly Fletcher in the Dolphin Engineering Formula Forza, and she drove extremely well out there, did that lady racer, and she's improving in leaps and bounds. Trust me, believe me, she really, really is. So we wait now for the Formula Libra car driver combinations to make their way out onto the circuit for their second race of the event. Well, Byron, you guys are on the mic early on, and there's the incident in the Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Run bikes that happened in turn 2, and we're going to have a look now at the one that happened early on in turn 3 Interceptor corner. That was that 42 motorcycle that went tumbling there. You see the rider,
Stuart De Lange.
yeah, on his knees looking at the bike. Can't believe what just happened to him, but he's okay.
Well, he low-sided, Frankie. I see he low-sided over there. So he was basically already off the bike, and then the bike hits the grass and then starts tumbling and rolling and, sure, I'm telling you, pirouetting all over the place.
Yeah, we might just get another look at it. Yeah, there he goes. Oh, and the bike clipped that apex of that corner and that curbed stones and just ripped itself apart. Thank goodness that the rider is okay. Well, that is some of the highlights there. Here we go with the Formula Libras and Byron Mitchell, DJ Boyson, Storm Lanphier and James Beaumont. They are the first 4. Then Hayden Elwood is the first 5, Elroy Weiss, and then in there as well is Reino Pence, and on Reino's outside is Kelly Fletcher. So we're about to go. Lights on, lights off, and away we go. And a lovely start off the line here by DJ Boyson. He will get the whole shot into turn number 1. Well, DJ Boyson, but Byron Mitchell sits there on his outside, which means that the line for turn 2 will belong then to Byron Mitchell as they work their way up the Jabez Straight towards turn 2 Quarry Corner. And into the lead goes Byron Mitchell as they work their way through turn number 2. So Mitchell sitting out there in P1. DJ Boyson in second. Storm Lanphier is there in third, followed by James Beaumont, and right behind him is Hayden Elwood.
Yeah,
those are the first 5 cars.
Hayden Elwood, of course, Class C, along with Graham Knight. But Graham Knight, he started 14th. Only 2 of them in Class C, but fistfuls of wheel spin there for Byron Mitchell on the line. That's why he initially lost out to DJ Boyson, but he came right back. Now DJ Boyson will have to settle into second position, but Byron Mitchell will come around through Pertamina Fastron. Second race of the day for him. He won race 1, and well, he started the second race in a very peculiar fashion with all the wheel spin, but here he comes now underneath the bridge and to the line, and already a bit of a gap, quite a bit of a gap between himself and DJ Boyson. 1.8 seconds. Storm Lanphier comes across the line. James Beaumont will follow suit. Now here comes Hayden Elwood, but watch out, behind Hayden Elwood is where we're going to have some great fun and games over here now as well, and it's going to be coming across the line. It is going to be the Elroy Weiss and Reino Pence, Kelly Fletcher and Donovan Ramsey.
Now the 4 of them are nose to tail as they work their way out of turn number 1. This is the Formula V class, and it's a lovely, lovely fight out there between the 4 of them as they work their way into turn number 2. And Elroy Weiss wants to have a look up on the inside. He's trying to muscle his way through. He's got the line. You must be careful with open wheelers that you don't touch, because you can turn that thing upside down very, very quickly indeed. But no, he gets pinched there into that second position, and just behind him is Kelly Fletcher. Remember, Kelly Fletcher won the opening race of the day. She sits now third in the Formula V class as they work their way into turn 4, Malmesbury Sweep.
Yeah, Donovan Ramsey, he rides at the back of that small little group as they come around, and I think somebody just almost went off. Hayden Elwood might have just taken to the grass briefly over there as well, as Byron Mitchell crosses the line, a 1:11.752 compared to the 1:13.892 of DJ Boyson, and there's 4 seconds between the two of them only after 2 laps. That's amazing, because Storm Lanphier, he will be now 4.8 seconds off of DJ Boyson. Beaumont crosses the line, but closing up to Beaumont is Hayden Elwood. Now we wait for Elroy Weiss. Elroy Weiss leads that little group over there as well, ahead of Reino Pence. But watch out for Reino Pence. He'll go on the outside. Kelly Fletcher will be looking as well into turn 1.
Yeah, out of turn number 1 they come now. We've got to stick with this one. It's a lovely fight coming out of turn 1 in the Formula V class. That's the only real dice we have out there. And slowing down. 2 cars slowing down. I think they've tangled.
Oh,
yes,
no.
They're on top of each other. They have tangled, and Elroy Weiss and Kelly Fletcher, I believe, by on the 2 cars. Fletcher,
you are indeed correct.
Yeah, she has mounted the back end there of the Elroy Weiss outfit, and both cars are out of this one between turn 1 and turn 2.
Oh, what a sad way to end over there. That now allows Reino Pence and Donovan Ramsey through. Then the number 28 of Luan van Heerden will go up 2 places from 10th to 8th. And Wynand de Ridder from 11th to 9th. No Nick van der Westhuizen, and no Graham Knight, and no Andre Lariche. Only now 9 of them left in the race, and we were looking forward to a great battle. Yellow flags will be waving in that area, and already I think Kelly Fletcher pushing that car backwards over there as well. Watch out. Oh, there we go. No, it's not Kelly Fletcher. I think Kelly Fletcher has gotten going again, Frankie.
Yeah, Fletcher's going again. It was Elroy Weiss that climbed out of his car, pushed her car away to give her chance to go. Great sportsmanship there by him, and he has walked away from his car unscathed. So sad it will be a DNF there for Elroy Weiss. But Kelly Fletcher is back on track once again.
Yep, blue flags will be waving though, because here comes the leader now, and it is Byron Mitchell that will come through at a 1:10.739, another fastest lap for Byron Mitchell. We then wait for DJ Boyson to come across the line in his Formula VW Reynard. That's 10.1 seconds further back, and then Storm Lanphier will still be holding the 3rd place over here, as well as Wynand de Ridder has a lap. Of course, he was put on him in that green Formula V Omega, or V Lantis I should rather say. The Luan van Heerden is the Formula V Lantis. Kelly Fletcher is well and truly still in the race. I think she's still in the race. Here she comes now towards the line.
Yeah, Fletcher's still in the race. She is way down. Not too much damage there on her car as she makes her way into turn number 1. And here comes the leader across the start-finish line in Class C. It is the 1991 Jordan 7-Up wrapping on that motor car there, on that single-seater of Hayden Elwood. He is way on his own coming out of turn number 1. And he, of course, is the leader in Class C as he works his way on his lonesome up the Jabez Straight towards turn 2, that is Quarry Corner.
And Byron Mitchell just keeps getting faster and faster. He's a 1/10 of a second faster than he was the last time around, Frankie. A 1:10.646 for the Formula VW. DJ Boyson runs through Storm Lanphier. It will be normal as it is, but now we have to see how it's looking a little bit further down the field between Reino Pence and Donovan Ramsey. It's 5.3 seconds between them. That was the battle I was looking at in the V class earlier on. Donovan Ramsey's been lapped, Luan van Heerden's been lapped, Wynand de Ridder and Kelly Fletcher have all been lapped, and Reino Pence will be the next man on the radar for Byron Mitchell to put a lap on.
Well, Mitchell is the man out there in P1 with just 2 and a bit laps to go. He's done a 1:10.646. So Byron Mitchell at this point in time in car number 21 is the fastest man out there at Killarney International today in this category. The cars are very, very widespread all over the place at this point in time. As we wait to have a look for the leader, I can tell you that James Beaumont, that is sitting in P4, he's the only Class A entry, and he is, well, first, second, third and last in Class A is James Beaumont, and he's having a good one out there in Class A.
Yeah, Hayden Elwood as well, also in his own class, because Graham Knight did not start this race, and the same there for Nick van der Westhuizen as well. Alroy Weiss, he's still parked at the side of the circuit. Of course, the yellow flag will being held out there. He's out of the race. He had contact with Kelly Fletcher, but he did this most sportsmanlike thing ever. And this is something to see from a racing driver, to push somebody that he's had a collision with back into the race. I think that's magnificent. The Sportsman Award goes to him.
But if there was one, it'll certainly go to him as we wait for the cars to go around. Making his way out of turn 1 is the 41 of James Beaumont, and he is the only Class A car making his way up the Jabez Straight now towards turn 2 into Quarry Corner. But yeah, they are pretty much widespread all over the place as your race leader makes his way across the start-finish line to start his final lap. And that is Byron Mitchell making his way out of turn number 1 all on his own. He is way, way, way down the highway from DJ Boyson. That's in that second position. DJ crosses the start-finish line now, and Mitchell is 19.8 seconds ahead there of Boyson in that second position. But race leader is working his way through turn 3, Interceptor corner. He's got just under a half a lap to go as he works his way up the Tygerberg Straight towards turn 4, Malmesbury sweep, and that is your leader that you'll see there in picture coming down the back straight. He'll come into your view at home now. Here he comes down the back main, past the Wingfield Motor sign. That is the man working his way towards turn 5, your leader, and the man that will be your overall winner, Byron Mitchell.
Yeah, Byron Mitchell, race 1 winner, now race 2 winner, and we wait for him now. Very quick on this last lap as well, and well, he gets the lap record as well, not the lap, the overall lap record, but for this particular race, a 1:10.261 as he takes victory. And well, now it was over 19 seconds ahead of DJ Boyson. I would think that has grown a little bit more, as here comes DJ Boyson now in the VW Reynard. He just has to dodge some of the cars that have been lapped. He's 23.4 seconds further back. Second in Class S, second overall. Lanphier will come through to finish in third position.
Now here comes Storm Lanphier to the line right now. He finishes in third, and he's 15.4 seconds behind DJ Boyson. That's your top 3 across the line. We wait for James Beaumont to work his way to the checkered flag, and he will lead Class A. He is 4th overall, and here comes James Beaumont towards the checkered flag now. Beaumont finishes 4th, first in class, 23 seconds behind Storm Lanphier.
Yeah, Hayden Elwood, he finishes the sole Class C entrant, or that's taken part, of course, in 5th position, class winner. Reino Pence will then win the biggest class in the category with the 6th place overall. He finishes in his VW Omega versus ahead of the Formula V Sting of Donovan Ramsey. Luan van Heerden in his V Omega will finish the 8th position. Kelly Fletcher, who got back in the race, 9th position ahead of Wynand de Ridder.
And Byron, only the first 4 cars ending this one on the lead lap.
Town, Johnny Wingfield here. Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car has brought out a product just for you, our valued customer. Price check. Check your price with us before you trade in or sell your vehicle. It's free. Wingfield and Best Price for My Car price check is the way to make sure you're getting a great price for your vehicle. Call Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car today or visit our websites for your free price check. It's the only way to sell your car. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Yeah, big thanks to all our sponsors, and that of course includes Pertamina Fostron that sponsors turn number 5, as well as all the class sponsors. Supercars sponsored there by Makita Power Tools, BJ Trustees for the fine cars, Spitfire Furniture for the sports and GTs, Elite Engine Parts for GTI Challenge, Bridgestone for the STC and SSP motorcycles, South Suzuki for the Superbike Challenge and the Masters, Strato Technology for the Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Run bikes, Lauda for the classic cars, and then Thermo Fires for the Clubman's regional saloon cars. A big thanks to all our sponsors, as well as the city of Cape Town. We say a big thanks to one and all.
Next up, the Lauda Investment Cars sponsored classic cars, and a fine field out there. Dave Kopka in the R100 showing his prowess in heat number 1 together with Charlie Arton and Franco Donadio. Let's have a look, see if what heat number 2 has installed for us, and if anyone else will be up at the front end and shopping in the field, causing a little bit of chaos. We look forward to an exciting second heat of the Lauda Investment Cars sponsored classic car race number 2.
Yeah, it was some beautiful stuff in race 1 between Dave Kopka in the Mazda R100 and the Escort of Franco Donadio. Always watch out there for Charlie Arton as well, always in the mix. Eric van der Merwe, wasn't quite in touch with him, but watching from a little bit. And there we go, in that Porsche of his, then the likes of Ferdi Mouton in the Mustang, Dave Aladef in the BMW, the former Alfa Romeo man, sorry, Eric Mouton, I should rather say there, in the Chevy DeVille. That's Eric Mouton, not the Mustang. And the Mustangs, two of them in the field at the moment. Of course, you have Michael Hitchcock, yes, Michael Hitchcock is one of them. And Ferdi Mouton. Sorry, I said Ferdi Mouton and then I said Eric Mouton. There's a lot of Moutons in this field, so there's a number of them to just get your head around. But yeah, Eric Mouton in the Chevy DeVille, and a number of good, great American cars in this field. There is the R100 now of Dave Kopka getting into position. There's the Porsche of Eric van der Merwe, Donadio's Escort. There's Dancing Dave Aladef. There is Charlie Arton as well. So a number of classes, it's split over here as well. Class A, B, C, D, and as well as the E and F. I feel like a school teacher now telling you the alphabet, but hey, you know, that's how we work it here. Ferdi Mouton, yeah, there we go in Class B, Ford Mustang. Trevor Hutchings in the VW Scirocco, 1.8 litre Scirocco. There's Bruce Avon-Taplin for all you Toyota fans, and alongside him, Dion Conradi in the Conquest. There's a Mercedes, one Mercedes in this particular race, the number 25 of Hammy Good. Good to race. The Chevy DeVille comes through now. What do we call it? A shopping mall with the checkers and the clicks and everything included.
It's all on the back seat, Byron. You know?
Telling you, doesn't have to go far for his cosmetics, I can tell you that much.
They're all there. And he's got a motor spare shop in the corner. The DeVille classic. It's a real classic because the cars of yesteryear were big cars, you know.
I remember when Sarl used to come here with his Galaxy as well, and a number of big American V8s.
The Lafayette and all those brilliant big motor cars. Those are real classics of yesteryear.
Well, there's that Corvette of Robin Forbes as well, a V8. That's the C3 Corvette, or the Generation 3 Corvette. A number of generations of Corvette have come already. And, well, that's going to be ahead there of that Martin Bench Capri, a V6 Capri. Then alongside him, the Ford Cortina of Jared Thompson. A few Alfa Romeos in the field as well. I saw a number of names like Adams for Yoon in the GT Junior. There's the Morris Minor, Morris 1000, and then the Texaco Sierra, reminiscent of the old BTCC, the British Touring Car Championship. We talk about names like Andy Rouse and all these big names that used to drive those cars. Very famous, the Texaco black and red. Don't even get us started on Vance Kearney as well. The Jetta, the yellow camel Jetta. I can say, if I can say camel nowadays on microphones and stuff like that in this kind of woke society sometimes. And he's from the Great Britain, of course, and always coming down to the right part of the world to come and race. But snowy there now, isn't it?
Yeah, he's an avid Killarney friend and likes to come and race out here. He's actually over in the UK, rides the Ferrari Cup. So yeah, he's used to some quick cars, but comes over here, he'll drive basically anything he has. In the yesteryear, he used to ride the Capri. He had the Ford Capri, now he's in the VW Fox, or Jetta, whatever you want to call it. And having oodles of fun out there. That's basically what it's about. He just comes over to South Africa to have some fun. He's Vance Kearney, and getting on in his years, but still enjoying his race immensely.
Very much indeed, as they filter through Malmesbury Sweep. Tommy Gunn, well, not Tommy Gunn, it's Jonathan Gunn. I'm thinking about an old Rocky movie over here. Sorry about that. The 133 of Jonathan Gunn. He's in a Scirocco. He's actually the lead Scirocco at the moment. Johnny the Machine Gun get himself around to Killarney and have a good time.
Right, so all the cars now lead their way down into turn number 5. The pace car's lights is off. It'll peel off towards the right-hand inside part of the circuit. And your lead car, Dave Kopke in the R100 Mazda, will maintain the pace or set the pace for the front runners. When you cross the line, the lights will go off and he'll put the hammer down and get the race underway. It's going to be an 8-lap race.
Well, Francois, yeah, they come gingerly now, but gingerly will turn into mayhem very shortly. There's the 1 red light to their right-hand side, the 5 red lights that hang over the circuit. When those all go out simultaneously, we are racing for the last of the classic car races for the day. And away we go. Charles Arton on the outside of Dave Kopke. Watch out for Donadio. He's in 3rd position at the moment to try and squeeze through the middle. And then Eric van der Merwe on the outside of that little section over there with Eric Mouton alongside him. 2 Erics side by side as the Porsche gets into 4th position. The DeVille into 5th position. Then Dancing Dave Aladef. Will he make a move onto the inside? Look at Jonathan Gunn on the outside in turn 2.
Johnny Gunn trying to go around Andrew Honeywell there. He manages to get that right. Sits up behind Dancing Dave Aladef. He's down in P6. Your leader now, Franco Donadio, goes to the front ahead there of Dave Kopke. Charles Arton sits there in P3. Eric van der Merwe, Eric Mouton, Dave Aladef, Jonathan Gunn, they're all in there. And they make their way now into Malmesbury, about to make their way down the back straight. And on the front end, the sharp end of the field, it's Franco Donadio, gets his foot down onto the floorboard and gets that escort rolling down towards turn number 5. He's followed by Dave Kopke, who's got Charles Arton and Eric van der Merwe in the Black Widow Porsche sitting right up behind him. Into 5, and Donadio late on the brakes, holding out. Arton runs a bit high and wide. Kopke gets a bit of breathing space. They roll out at turn number 5. They're going to hang a left and come towards the Wingfield Motors City of Cape Town Bridge. Charles Arton looking to pull up alongside Dave Kopke. Kopke gets his hand down on the hammer and works his way down towards turn number 1. Still on the outside there of Franco Donadio. Donadio late in the brakes, still maintains P1.
Oh, the more they keep each other occupied, Francois, that's going to allow the likes of Eric Mouton and all of them coming around there, Eric van der Merwe, to join up with them. It is Charles Arton that's also in that group with the Datsun 240Z. Then a little bit of a gap, Dancing Dave Aladef holding off there, Andrew Honeywell and Jonathan Gunn coming around on the outside. Then the first of the Mustangs over there, of course, Ferdy Mouton ahead of Hammy Good in that Mercedes-Benz. And then Robin Forbes, who's been battling it through now in 11th position with Thompson alongside him. That's the Corvette I saw was following the Cortina through the field over there and breaking a battering ram through that middle section of the field.
Well, dices are plenty now as the leaders make their way down towards turn number 5. It's still Franco Donadio leading out on Dave Kopke. Charles Arton's in there. Eric van der Merwe's in there. And so too Eric Mouton in that Chevy DeVille, acquitting himself very well in P5. He's using the strength of that V8 to stay in touch as they make their way now to turn number 5 down towards turn number 1. Kopke looks to go around the outside there. Franco Donadio gets his foot on the gas and makes his way down into turn number 1 and takes the lead.
Nice little move over there from Dave Kopke, following then, looking on the outside through turn 1. Oh, there comes Donadio right back at him as well. I think Dave Kopke just went a little bit wide over there and just going onto the inside, and I think there's a problem with Dave Kopke over there because he went onto the dirt now, pushing all that dust up, and he's now fallen down to right behind the 944 Porsche of Eric van der Merwe, and I think there could be bodywork actually rubbing against something over there, rubbing against the tyre, because what happens is there's a lot of smoke that came from that section.
Yeah, I think Eric van der Merwe is maybe leaning on a tyre as he goes around the right-handers, and the back end tends to smoke up a bit with the bodywork. Donadio leads out, Charlie Arton second, Eric van der Merwe third, and Dave Kopke down in 4. I'm sure Dave will try and wiggle his way back towards the front. Still got 6 laps to go, so lots of time there, but he's a little way off the lead now and is making a bit of work for himself now as the leaders. Franco Donadio goes down into turn number 5. Charles Arton sits there just behind him. Then it's Eric van der Merwe, and then Kopke all over the back end of van der Merwe now as they exit turn number 5 up towards the start-finish line. But Frank and Nadia now using the muscle of that escort.
Well, Hammy Good at the moment is keeping Trevor Hutchings at bay at the moment. There's just a small gap between them. It was about, well, almost 2.9 seconds between Good and Hutchings, but now it's much closer as Fadi Maton comes across the line. He leads Class B at the moment. Of course, he's 4.3 seconds off of Jonathan Gunn.
Sirocco took Hammy Good in the corner. Hammy Good coming back now at Trevor Hutchings as they make their way down into turn number 1, and Hammy brings that big Merc up on the inside of that Sirocco. We're looking at the far side of the circuit, and well, there you see now on screen the cars going through. Hitchcock has joined the field, but Eric van der Merwe's Porsche doing a bit of body rub on the back tyre. We hope that tyre is going to last for the rest of the race because it's really smoking as he goes through. Your leader's about to come down the back straight.
Hammy Good going quite wide over there as well, and that means Hitchcock will go through turn 2 and make his way up. But look at Vance Kearney now there as well, Franto. Who's he having a battle with? I think that's with the Bruce Avon Taplin Corolla that he's having a lovely battle with. That now will be the 17th and 18th positions.
Yeah, plenty of dices aplenty through the field there as Byron takes you down the field. Coming out towards us now, the leaders, Frank and Nadia crosses the line, followed there by Charles Horton. Then not too far back is Dave Kopke, Eric van der Merwe, Eric Maton. Then a little bit further back is Dave Aladef, Andrew Honeywell, and with him Jonathan Gunn. Then behind Jonathan Gunn, Fadi Maton. Fadi Maton bringing it to the line in the first of the 67 Mustangs. Crosses the line, we hear the thunderous V8 as he goes down towards turn number 1.
Oh, lovely stuff over there from that Mustang, going now into the left-hander. Here comes Robin Forbes across the line now in 10th position, and then we'll have Thompson join him as well as they come through. But there is now Trevor Hutchings now pursuing the Mustang ahead of him there of Michael Hitchcock. And then we have that Mercedes-Benz of Hammy Good, and he'll be falling surely into the clutches soon of Martin Bench.
Andrew Honeywell running a bit wide there in turn number 2, quarry corner, went to the dirt bench to bring his way back. As your leaders make their way down towards turn number 5, still it's Frank and Donadio leading out on Charles Arton, and Dave Kopke closing on them, I think, ever so slightly. It's a slow car in front of them. The car goes straight off into the, almost into the tyre wall. Don't know what happened there. The car was going slowly and just kept going straight as the dust just settles over turn number 5.
Watch Charlie Arton now here, Francois. Down the main straight they then run. He's on the outside, and even before the corner has come, well, remember, he'll be hard on the brakes over there. He'll be side by side with the Donadio Escort, and will lose out, but he briefly took the lead. They actually took the lead across the line, and thanks to having the corner advantage, Donadio took it right back from him. Here comes Dave Kopke now in 3rd position. That Wankel-engined little R100, a little bit of afterburn coming from the exhaust over there as well, and then down through the kink.
Dave Kopke pushing hard there in 4th place. Eric van der Merwe in the Porsche, and behind him Eric Montan in the Chev de Vol. And there's a lovely scrap coming out of quarry there between Dave Aladef and Jonathan Gunn, side by side, the Sirocco and the BMW having it out, and Dancing Dave just manages to get his nose ahead as they go through. Going into turn number 1, it's Bruce Avon Taplin having a nice scrap there with Hammy Good.
Some lovely scraps over here. Vance Kearney has also got a battle going on here. Has that now the Alpha GT Junior that's following of Adams Fulyoun. There we go. And we could be having a BMW of Cliffy Bacon also joining that section as well. A little bit more body rubbing over here, looks like it, or something happening from that Mercedes-Benz as Hammy Good comes right through there with Martin Bench right alongside him into turn 3, into Interceptor. And that seems more serious now because he's going to be maybe pulling off the side of the circuit.
Yeah, Hammy Good looks like he's possibly got a motor that's given up the ghost. Pretty unfortunate for him at this late stage of the day. But I think his race is run. And like I say, not nice when that happens. But still Franco Donadio leading out in Charlie Arton looking up on the inside there as they go up towards Turn number 4, Charles Arton ahead there of Franco Donadio. And there you see it in picture now as they make their way up the Tygerberg Straight up towards turn number 4.
Robin Forbes crosses the line over here now, and we have the Mustang right behind him of Michael Hitchcock. An all-American battle over here as far as the cars are concerned, and two V8s battling it out with each other. Down the straight as we go then as well, the Corvette leads the Mustang as they go into Quarry Corner, turn 2, but he's not close enough yet, as we have Hutchings goes sideways. Trevor Hutchings just lets the back end step out quite a bit over there, but holds it so beautifully in turn 2. And, well, they come out now through the kink, and he is trying to pursue Jared Thompson at the present moment. 1 lap left to go, Francois.
Yeah, and I see Charles Arton leading out, so that's, I won't say it's a surprise, but it is a surprise. He's doing well. Hemingwood stopped at the back straight. The motor's given up the ghost. But I think Charles Arton equipping himself pretty well as he goes into Quarry Corner. Donadio trying to steam down on him with that escort. Charles Arton doing well in third place. Dave Kopke, fire-breathing R100. Eric van der Merwe, I tell you, he's got something wrong with the bodywork hanging onto his tyres there. Behind him, Eric Monton in the Chev de Ville. He makes his way through, and they've got 1 more lap to go.
Yep, the checkered flag is being ready now. And the battle between Arton and Donadio and Arton, as Robin Forbes comes across the line. Well, he's going to be on the inside now as Michael Hitchcock. Michael Hitchcock into turn 1, takes the place away from the Corvette. Yellow flags are out in turn 5 per Tamina Fastron. And now here comes Martin Bench in the, he crosses the line in the Capri. The Alpha GT Junior, Vance Kearney, will do likewise in his Jetta. A whole gaggle of cars coming over here, but Francois, I think I see them now. It is Charlie Arton that has the lead over here, and surely now will take the victory of the second Lauda Classic car race ahead of Franco Donadio, who in turn puts the fastest lap in of a 1:23.592. Dave Kopke, a valiant effort to come back, but he gets 3rd position, a win and a 3rd. That's something to write home about. Eric van der Merwe comes 4th, and then Ferdy Mouton will come in 5th position.
Well, waiting for the rest of the field, Dave Aladef is shaking off the attentions of Jonathan Gunn. He crosses the line, followed by Jonathan Gunn. And then a couple of the slow markers coming through. Next up will be Ferdy Mouton in the 67 Mustang Coupe. Comes over the line, having lots of fun there. Andrew Honeywell's next over. Having a look-see down the way is Michael Hitchcock ahead of Robin Forbes. They come towards the line. Then there's a lovely battle up there behind them. The forward there of Jared Thompson has got Bruce Evan Taplin and Trevor Hutchings there with him. Yeah, they come towards us. Thompson, Evan Taplin and Hutchings cross the line. And next up will be Martin Bench in the Capri and Adams Viljoen in the Alpha bringing it home.
Cliffy Bacon will come here behind the Alpha GT Junior of Adams Viljoen. Now the thing is, Francois, I was just informed there by Emil Tiny Brunt that the 5 Series BMW of Clifford Bacon has passed under yellow flags in turn 5, and he of course passed Vance Kearney. So he finishes ahead of Vance Kearney, but he might be under investigation for that infringement. So we'll have to wait and see as Clifford Bacon in the BMW, like I said, 17th position, will be under investigation. Vance Kearney, then Pillay as well, Dion Conradi in his Toyota Conquest, and then Anton Rolino. He takes Class E, and of course that's in the Morris Minor 1000. And then Carstens in Class F, the only Class F runner over here as well, finishes in 22nd position in this race, ahead of the number 3 of Mouton. It's not in the race, unfortunately. 23, Andre Deirdricks, of course, didn't start. So a number of cars not starting over here. Hammy Good, unfortunately, pulling out of the race on the Tygerberg Straight.
Well, we approach the final race of the day, and that will be in the Thermofires Clubman's regional saloon cars. Just waiting for the circuit to be inspected by the WPMC marshals. There were a few cars out in the classic car section that were smoking rather heavily, and they'll just do a quick check to make sure that there's no oil out on the circuit, and then we'll take it from there into the final race of the event.
Johnny Wingfield here. Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car has brought out a product just for you, our valued customer. Price check. Check your price with us before you trade in or sell your vehicle. It's free. Wingfield and Best Price for My Car price check is the way to make sure you're getting a great price for your vehicle. Call Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car today or visit our websites for your free price check. It's the only way to sell your car. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse and an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
Yeah, big thanks to all our sponsors, and especially Pertamina Fostron as well, that sponsor Turn 5. And a big thanks to Pertamina Fostron, and of course all our class sponsors as well. Right, here we go with the final race of the event. Thermofire's Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars. Right, we're about to get the final race of the event underway in the Thermofire's Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars. The cars are out on track, busy making their way around. We see them go down the back main. There's Joshua Dollarcheck working his way down the back straight. In there behind him is Shane DeToy. Those are the first two cars making their way down towards Pertamina Fostron, turn 5. The rest of the cars will come into view shortly. A few of them working their way up the Tygerberg Straight into turn 4. Jesse Huggett is also out there on track in the Westkaap Bakwerke and Full West Jetta 2. Then we've got Shane Smith. Behind Shane Smith is Steven Heidenrich, Ryan Lodge, Barry Williams had problems out there in race 1. Stephen Goos, Eugene Gaspery. Well, they're all out there. Paul Minnick, Willie Swart, JP Share, the whole group of them are out there. Francois van Tonder, Nias Modak in the Chevy Lumina, weaving from side to side, and Trappies working his way from side to side as well, just in there behind him. Chiara van Niekerk. That side-to-side moves works in a Formula 1 car. It's going to do nothing for a Clubman's Regional Saloon car. You're not going to put any heat in those tires, that's for sure. But I guess it's the it's the idea behind it. Yeah, all wannabe Formula 1 riders and drivers, I should say. But they do what they do best out here in the Clubman's, and it is Mr. the Master, the Maestro, giving us a wave out. He's Jetta, the living legend, Mr. Jesse Huggett, that is there in pole position with Shane DeToy there on his outside. The second row is Joshua Dollarcheck in the 217 BMW. We're waiting for P4 still to get its driver in it, and here it comes, or here he comes. That's Paul Minnick. Willie Swart is there in a P5. P6 is Shane DeToy. We're waiting for P7. That will probably be Nias Modak. Yes, it is. Then JP Share is there in that 8th position. Trappies van Tonder will be there in P10. Gary Smith will be in P9. Chiara van Niekerk we see on the grid there just behind the 3 Series Jetta of Steven Heidenrich. Stephen Goos out there as well. Eugene Gaspery, a whole lot of them are out there. Gaspery is in, I think, 15th position. Yes, he is. So as the cars roll off the line, that's Anton Jacobs in that Sentra. I was having a look at that silver Sentra number 39. That is Anton Jacobs. So, Francois, they are in there behind the safety car as the safety car makes its way through turn 2.
Well, Frankie, thanks for letting me know. As yeah, they make their way around. Jess Huggett leading them out. And well, you'd relish the thought of having pole position at the start. Just hope they can get away quick enough. Josh Dollarcheck is in there. So too is Paul Minnick. And Paul Minnick is one of those quiet chaps, one of the characters after the racing, and does fantastically well. He has the Audi VW clinic here close by Montague Gardens, and does sterling work. A very fine mechanic and a very fine businessman. He's in that gold little Golf Mark 1 sitting there on the second row. And keep an eye on him. If he's up that far in the front, he'll be pretty quick. But I think all eyes will be on Jess Hugger to get away pretty quickly, not letting Shane Du Toit get the upper hand on the start, because that Skilpot's Flay Wine Farm sponsored Golf Mark 1 is exceptionally quick. Whatever's under the hood, I don't know. Possibly in the excess of a 2 litre, but really pedals around the circuit. Jesse Huggett, he's also got a 2 litre motor inside that Jetta. So let's keep an eye on that now as the pace car goes down towards turn number 5.
Right, down to turn 5 they go. That pace car will slow them all down as they head into turn 5. Fostron corner. Working down into Fostron. Pace of the safety car slowed all the way down as they exit Fostron and work their way out of turn 5. Pace car picks up the pace and moves off the circuit. So now it's in the hands of the pole sitter, and that pole sitter is Jess Huggett as they head out of the kink towards us. The lights in pit lane is on red. When those lights go off, it's hammer time, and we will be away racing. Lights will go off now as Huggett drops the hammer, and so does Shane Du Toit. Working the way into turn number 1. They're locking up there. That is Modak that's locking up in that center of that lot, going down into turn number 1. Working the way. Oh, and somebody gets turned around. That could be Willie Swart. I'm not sure. That gets turned around there. We'll just get confirmation. It could be the Jetta of Willie Swart, as he's back on track again, but lost a heck of a lot of ground. Just spanning through the field. The bumper, the back bumper of Paul Minnick's car is loose, and it is indeed Willie Swart that was in trouble there, Francois.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, just going on the brakes a little bit too early and getting pushed around. So still, it's that man Shane Du Toit. Like I said, he will have a quick start. He's taken the front end of the field. He's followed there by Jess Huggett as they work their way out of Malmesbury, down the back straight for the first of 9 laps. And Shane Du Toit skittles out. Jess Huggett, Josh Dolenchek and Nias Modak in the V8 Holden makes his way there past Jess Huggett as well, down into turn number 5, using the muscle of that mighty V8 in the Clubman's class. He lies in second place. He's in class X, so he's outside the normal A, B and C classes, and he's just having a bit of fun out there. He's coming up behind Shane Du Toit. He pulls alongside Shane Du Toit in the Holden. He's got the muscle to go, but check it, Shane Du Toit now late on the brakes. It shows what the purpose of a front-wheel drive car is, and holds him out in turn number 1.
That Holden Commodore sitting there in that second position to race leader Shane Du Toit as they work their way towards turn number 2. In third position, it is Joshua Dolenchek, and he's got the man that was in pole, Jesse Huggett, right behind him there in that 4th position. They are chased down there by Shane Du Toit, and right behind him is Steven Heidenreich as they work their way through the kink. That's that first group of cars working into turn 3, Interceptor corner, up the Tygerberg Straight towards Malmesbury Sweep, turn number 4. That second group has been led there by JP Scher. Right behind JP Scher is Paul Minnick, and Trappis van Tonder is in that group as well, as that leading pack work their way down the back straight towards turn 5, Pertamina Fostron.
Well, Shane Du Toit is leading out in that Golf, keeps that big muscle V8 Holden Commodore behind him. Josh Dolenchek sits there in P3 with Jess Huggett up behind him, and they work their way through there. Shane Smith sits there behind Steven Heidenreich. So Smith in the BM, Heidenreich in the Jetta as they cross the line. Then behind them, Paul Minnick. It could be it's JP Scher that comes through. Trappis van Tonder, Barry Williams, Baby Jakes crosses the line as well, as they all make their way down to turn number 1.
Anton Jacobs going down there into turn number 1, and he has got Kiara van Niekerk right in there with him as they head out of turn 1, with Gary Smith just hanging around on the outside of all 3 of them. That's those 3 heading up the Jabez Straight towards turn number 2, as the rest of the field are just diving in there behind them. We have got Stephen House in that group as well. We've got Ryan Large in that group, and Eugene Gaspery are just some of the names that's in that group of about 7 cars that's working their way through the kink and into turn 3 Interceptor corner.
Well, your leader Shane Natoy going down towards turn number 5. About a 1.5 gap there over Nias Modak's Holden Commodore. Josh Dolenchek sitting up there with the BMW up there ahead of Jess Huggett. Huggett ahead there of Stephen Heidenreich, and Heidenreich ahead there of Shane Smith. And now Dolenchek comes through on Modak, so too does Huggett. Huggett looks to come past him up around the outside. That V8, obviously the tyre's not holding too much.
Yeah, they come down towards us now. That first group of cars just busy making its way around as we have a look at the leaders. That is now heading up towards turn number 2 into a quarry corner. That group of leaders working their way out of quarry corner. Shane Natoy in the Golf. Then it is Joshua Dolenchek in the BMW. Then it's the Jetta of Jesse Huggett. The Jetta 3 of Stephen Heidenreich. The Holden Commodore of Nias Modak, and it's slowing down. The Commodore was slowing down, and Shane Smith just bombs him there on the inside of the kink, heading into turn 3 Interceptor corner. But the Holden Commodore is in trouble as Nias Modak, I apologize, has lost all power in that Holden Commodore.
Well, lots of dices aplenty now as your leader Shane Natoy down into Cape Town corner. Turn number 5, works his way around there. Josh Dolenchek a little way off him, followed by Jess Huggett, and they make their way up towards us. When they cross the line, they'll have 5 laps to go. And well, Shane Natoy just showing why he is who he is, and he sits out front unopposed. Jess Huggett in 3, Stephen Heidenreich in 4th, Shane Smith in 5, and coming up towards us now is Paul Minnick. Paul Minnick has been followed there by JP Shea, and closing down on him is Francois van Tonder, followed there by Barry Williams.
Yeah, JP Shea and Francois, i.e. Trappist van Tonder, they working their way into turn number 1. Then the BM of Barry Williams, then Gary Smith coming through. Then it's Anton Jacobs, and then Andre Diedrichs in that lovely coloured polo of his, and then it's this gaggle of cars, 4 of them heading into turn 1, and that group has been led there by Chiara van Niekerk with, is that Gaspery? Yes, it's Eugene Gaspery in there. Right behind Gaspery is Stephen House, and then the blue Golf of Ryan Lodge.
Well, we've got 3 and a bit laps to go, and still Shane Natoy leading out. Don't think anyone's going to reel him in summer. He makes his way down into turn number 5. He's circulating pretty quickly. Josh Dolenchek trying to reel him in. He's about a 2.5 behind him. Shane Natoy, the Skulput Flay Wine Farm sponsored Golf Mark 1, leads out. And well, it's Josh Dolenchek in a 330i BMW, not being able to reel him in. Then Jess Huggett in the Mark II Golf sits there pretty close by, followed by Stephen Heinrich in the Mark III Golf. And then it's Shane Smith in the BMW up behind him. Paul Minnick a little way further back in the Mark I gold and blue coloured Golf. He crosses the line. Then it's Gary Smith, who's been hounded there by Trappist van Tonder. And a little bit further back is Barry Williams, been hounded there by Gary Smith.
Keeping an eye on this dice that's coming out of turn number 5, heading under the bridge towards turn number 1. This is going to be an awesome fight. It's 4 of them that is involved. They are virtually side by side. Down the home straight they go into turn 1, and that group of 4 has been led there by Chiara van Niekerk. Chiara van Niekerk right there behind her is somebody going on straight. That's Stephen House that went on straight. So that group of 4 has now become a group of 3 that is making its way up the Jabez Straight and into turn 2. It is Chiara van Niekerk, it is Ryan Lodge and Eugene Gaspery. They're having a lovely, lovely fight out there between the 3 of them, and they're chasing down the, I think it's the Sentra that's just there ahead of them, being driven by Anton Jacobs.
Well, coming up towards the line, still Shane Natoy. He's going to cross the line. He'll have 2 laps left when he crosses the line, followed there by Joshua Dolenchek and Jess Huggett. But they've broken away from the rest of the field. And the next man up is Stephen Heidenreich, who's been chased down by Shane Smith. Heidenreich just managing that car as he goes over the line a little bit further back. Paul Minnick coming out of turn number 5. Minnick going through. Anton Jacob seems to slow down the back straight. Paul Minnick crosses the line. Then it's Gary Smith. Behind Gary Smith, it's Francois van Tonde. And then up behind him, yeah, there was Shane Smith and Gary Smith. And now Barry Williams being followed there by the Golf as they cross the line.
Andre Diedrichs in that Golf. That's right in there behind Barry Williams. And here comes this threesome towards us. Chiara van Niekerk, Ryan Large and Eugene Gasperi. The car just ahead of them that we lost early on down the back main. That was the Nissan Sentra of Anton Jacobs. That car's in trouble. So it'll be a DNF out there for him. As a matter of fact, he's still on the home straight. And he's coming past us very, very quickly as Stephen Goos gets past him. Remember, Stephen ran off into turn 1 lap ago. So Goos gets past him, and it is an ailing Nissan Sentra of Anton Jacobs.
Yeah, Anton Jacobs still on the circuit. I'm not sure if he's going to pull off, but he definitely looks like he's in a spot to bother. He goes straight down into turn number 1 and stays there. So we've got 1 lap left. On their final lap, I think it could be the flag lap, and the leader, Shane de Toy, will be bringing it home. And we'll have to see. He's now into turn number 2, quarry corner, been followed there by Josh Dolenchek and Jess Huggett as he makes his way down towards interceptor corner. The slow marker up ahead of him. He just taps on the brake slightly, corrects the car, and he'll probably make his way past that slow marker up the Tygerberg straight up towards Malmesbury Sweep. Take it on the back straight and bring it home, and Frankie, you can bring them home.
Right out of turn number 4, Malmesbury comes your leader. Down the back main, Skulplatz Vlei, Wine Farm of Shane de Toy. That Golf racing down the back main with Joshua Dolenchek in that second position. Jesse Huggett is there in third as the 3 of them head down into Pertamina Fostron turn 5. Heading out of Fostron corner now towards the checkered flag. The flag is out, and it's ready to meet and greet your race winner, Shane de Toy, as he wins the second race of the day. Joshua Dolenchek finishes there in second. Third across the line will be Jesse Huggett, followed there. That's the top 3 across the line. And then it will be Shane Smith. Yes, Shane Smith will be the next car to the line. Here comes that yellow and red BMW of Shane Smith. And then Paul Minnick will get his nose ahead of Stephen Heidenreich right at the checkered flag. It's Minnick and Heidenreich to the line. Then we've got JP Shea. Right behind him is Francois Trappies van Tonde. The 2 of them take the checkered flag as we wait for the rest of the field just to head towards the checkered flag. Andre Diedrichs coming through as well, and then the rest of the field, Francois, this is Barry Williams coming to the line.
Yeah, Barry Williams travelling a little bit slowly but managing to make it, and then that 3-way tie that you were talking about, Chiara now finding herself at the back of the tie as she crosses the line, and the rest of the field coming home. So that's pretty much it. Frankie, I think we've had a nice day's racing.
Yeah, in that dice it was Large from Gasperi and then van Niekerk. Yes, I agree with you. It was a lovely day's racing, a lovely day in general here at Killarney International Raceway. And a big thanks to all our sponsors, especially our main sponsor, Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car.
Thank you to all the competitors for entertaining us, both here locally at the circuit and on the live stream. It's been a great afternoon. Lots of thrills and spills. Unfortunately, no serious injury anywhere around the circuit. Just a little bit of bent and buckled machinery here and there. I'm sure it can be repaired. To our marshals, to our medics, and to our officials, a hearty thank you for your hard day's work out in the blistering sun. Although it is autumn, it's still quite a warm day. To my co-commentators, Byron Knight, Frankie and Tiny, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for being with us today. And from my side, I'm signing off. Frankie, you can say a couple of words.
Yeah, I want to say thanks to IMUSAT for doing all the live stream for us, Stephen Rhodes and the guys, and then the people that sorted out the PA system this morning. They were running around, they got it all right. A big thank you to those ladies and gentlemen, and then to all the photographers that did such a lot of work out there. I can give you names of a few: Colin Brown, Patrick from Mark was out there, Aubrey de Brain, and there were others out there as well. I can't remember or don't know all of your names, but to you guys, thank you very much. Well, Byron, the last word will belong to you. From myself, Frankie Ennis, drive home safely. To you people at home, we hope you enjoyed this production, and we'll see you at the race meeting soon. Good night, God bless, and goodbye everybody.
Well, thank you everybody for a wonderful race day. Thanks to my good friends and colleagues up here in the commentary box. Francois Butler, Frankie Ennis and Emil Tiny Brunt. We miss Gary Fleming today, of course, but he was here in, of course, spirit, you could say. And if I can call it that, it sounds a bit strange actually, but I'm sure he was watching and listening where he was. And well, everybody remember, tomorrow it is Formula One Sunday and also MotoGP as well. It is in America. Formula One in Australia, MotoGP in America. So we got early up and late going to bed. 7 o'clock tomorrow morning is Australia. Australian Grand Prix, and I don't know what time the MotoGP all starts. Remember, we've got Moto3, Moto2. It's later in the day because it is in Austin, Texas. And well, everybody, travel safe, be safe out there. And from myself, Byron Heights, signing off until next time.
Well, folks, it's been a fantastic day's racing, but unfortunately our proceedings have come to an end. My name is Ernest Page, and we are done racing for the day. Thanks so much for watching this incredible broadcast, and we hope to see you at the next Power Series where we broadcast live from Killarney Raceway. We'll see you then.